This story begins in 2027, when the game suddenly became reality. At that moment, a horde of monsters, dangerous dungeons, and other seemingly oddities became part of the human world. Powerful beings mercilessly exterminated people, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction and giving rise to a new world. Suddenly, along with the destruction of civilization, talents gifted by God appeared, who gave people hope for a bright future. People began to awaken the power within themselves and call themselves hunters to rescue their homeland from the clutches of monsters. And since then, order has reigned in the world. From that moment on, the strong began to be revered, and survival became above the law, so hunters had to constantly improve themselves and strengthen their positions. In pursuit of power and wealth, hunters descended into dungeons to kill bosses, obtain treasures, and increase their level. Thus, a new era began. The era of hunters. However, not everyone succeeded in becoming an outstanding hunter, like, for example, our young man, the main character named Su Young. The young man hoped to obtain a prestigious profession in order to join the guild and become a recognizable hunter, but he became only an ordinary warrior. Once upon a time, warriors faced difficulties in close combat and suffered many losses, and even after putting in all their efforts and spending time on improvement, their results still could not match other professionals. So the warrior became the most primitive profession. And of course, those who had such an ordinary profession were despised in every possible way in society. Su Yang couldn't just ignore the insults directed at him, so he decided to respond to his offender, Wang Fei, who became a mage. A conflict broke out between the guys, and it was already getting to the point of a fight, because Su Yang wanted to prove to Wang Fei and the others that although the warriors were not outstanding, they had more than enough physical strength. But it didn't come to blows because at that moment they noticed members of the raiding team from the Spirit Hunters Guild, the strongest in the eastern city, climbing the steps. The vice leader of the guild was Zhao Ming, the fourth storm archer of level 95. Upon seeing him, Wang Fei immediately tried to ask to be accepted into the guild, saying that he had always admired their exploits. However, he was quickly disappointed, being told that the person responsible for the recruits was downstairs and they had nothing to do with it. However, Zhao Ming, having learned that the young man possessed the rare gift of an ice mage, still asked for a card for entry. After that, several more guys tried to follow Wang Fei's example, including Su Yang, but in response they were only told to wait. Su Yang was disappointed because the reality now was that in the world, only strength mattered, and the chosen profession determined a person's future potential, so for him, everything was already predetermined. Meanwhile, he overheard the other boys talking about how the hunters were planning to raid the Black Dragon's lair today. The Black Dragon's lair is the largest S-rank dungeon in City C, filled with countless small monsters and elite powerful creatures. Of course, death in the dungeon is not the end. The hunter will only lose level and experience until the entire reserve is empty to zero. As for the dragon itself, the dungeon boss named Athos, no one has been able to defeat him. And yet the guilds are at each other's throats, especially considering the risk of losing expensive and rare equipment. The Spirit Hunters Guild is full of hunters with skills level 4 and above who have never failed a raid. So most were confident that they would defeat Athos today. But suddenly, Su Yang received a strange notification that resembled a system window. It said that a perfect soul carrier had been discovered, and the incomplete 8085 system would soon be connected. The young man didn't understand what this meant or what was going on, and meanwhile he saw another system notification that the boss's incomplete system was tied to him. But what surprised him most was that the system asked him if he wanted to activate this role, and at that moment, the young man realized that the system wanted him to become the boss. As a rule, raiders form a team of at least 4 people and up to 24 people, although raids of 100 players are not excluded. By killing them all, Su Yang would be able to gain a ton of experience and instantly reach the highest level. And then the worthless warrior would become incredibly strong. Su Yang decided to put aside thoughts like, what will happen and what if, and trust the system, accepting the challenge. And the young man's surprise knew no bounds when he realized that the system had turned him into the boss of the 99th level of Athos. Not only did he now have 5 million health, he also gained several talents and skills. The dragon was indeed monstrously strong. It had immunity to 80% of physical and magical damage, and thanks to its dragon suppression, it reduced all attributes of creatures below its level by 20%. In addition, he had the skill Explosion that dealt physical damage equal to 300% of the strength attribute, and Dragon's Roar that could stun all creatures with a spirit level lower than his within a radius of 300 meters for 5 seconds. On top of all this, he possessed the skill Dragon's Eye, which allowed him to see through space within the territory. Su Yang realized that now, with such strength, he would be able to defeat players and appropriate their experience for himself, something he could not even dream of in his previous life. Meanwhile, while he was figuring things out, he accidentally used the skill Dragon's Roar, which slightly frightened his subordinates, and moreover, even now with such strength, Athos was at a young age, which meant he could become even stronger. In addition to the subordinates, there was also an elf in the dragon's lair who was kidnapped and imprisoned in a cage. Su Yang was surprised when he first saw a living elf, but he was even more shocked when the space suddenly began to change. The young man realized that the reason for this was the emergence of the Spirit Hunters Guild, which always emitted an aura of invulnerability. That's why he even began to worry a little. What if this time they managed to defeat the dragon? Because no matter how strong Athos is, hunters are not stupid either. In order not to lose everything that the young man had just received, he decided to act cautiously and first use the Dragon's Eye to clarify the situation. Then he saw the members of the raiding team approaching him, which included Li Dan, a level 98 Sacred Shieldmaster, and Qian Yuan, a level 96 Healer Paladin. Along with them was also Lei Shan, a level 99 Master Destroyer, and Zhao Ming. The guys were the leading team of the guild and were incredibly strong, because each of them had reached the 4th transformation. Today the team was 100% sure that they would be able to clear the dungeon and, most importantly, kill Athos. Su Yang also decided not to stand aside and threw difficulties at the guys along the way, calling on his subordinates to attack the unexpected guests. Since the monsters were as high as level 99, this made the process of clearing the dungeon noticeably more difficult. But even so, no matter what enemy was in front of them, the guild members successfully dealt with it. However, all this was just the beginning, and Su Yang, realizing that one monster would not be enough, decided to throw them a few more of them. The guild members were quite stunned and began to doubt whether they could handle the monsters. But Lei Shan tried to boost their morale by saying that a guild like them would never lose to some monsters. His speech inspired confidence in the rest of the team, and they all realized that they couldn't fail today. Su Yang, meanwhile, noticed something strange, as if they were trying to fool him, and were not heading exactly towards him. Using his skills, he realized that the hunters were heading to the Dragon Slayer's tomb, where the quest item Dragon Slayer's Heart was located, allowing the owner to ignore dragon talents. The young man did not want to allow this to happen, so he left his lair and decided to deal with the hunters himself. This was a real shock, because the dragon had never left his place before. Of course, Su Yang could continue to harass the hunters by throwing his subordinate monsters in their path every time, but he didn't want them to get an item that could increase their chances of defeating him. Meanwhile, the team was searching for the tomb, but things were not going well for them, as the consumption of materials and weapons exceeded their reserves. However, Lei Shan was confident that they were on the right track. This was because he had previously exchanged the universe ring for the reference book from the Heavenly Pavilion and had complete trust in them. Moreover, they were sure that the dragon would never leave its lair, which meant that they were in a more or less safe place. Chen Yuan, meanwhile, noted that he also trusted Lei Shan and was looking forward to the end of the quest, Elven Maiden's Easter Egg, so that he could get the elf herself along with the pass to the Elven Palace. Suddenly, the boys noticed something strange, as if something was watching them from the sky. At first, they thought that these were just some small dragons guarding the area, but when they saw that Athos itself was in front of them, they were extremely surprised. And the most sensible decision would be to run away, since without the heart of the Dragon Slayer, the battle with Athos is a real challenge. But Lei Shan ordered no one to retreat. Lei Shan told everyone to take their positions, because they were the Spirit Hunter Guild, the strongest of all. And if they wanted to get money, equipment, respect, and women, they had to defeat the dragon. Despite the fact that the guys were facing Athos, whose health amounted to 5 million, they still dared to challenge him. The difference in strength between them was like a chasm, and it didn't take long to realize how strong the dragon was. But even so, the guys still did not retreat and decided to attack him together. Despite all the team members unleashing their strongest attacks on the dragon, they were only able to take off 10,000 of its health. Their attacks had no significance for the dragon, for to him it was more like an attack by a swarm of mosquitoes. As a result, the Spirit Hunter's confidence and fighting spirit did not help them defeat Athos, and they were defeated. Lei Shan was exhausted, but he still tried to stay in line and asked others to get up, but it was all in vain. But as soon as he got up, the dragon attacked him again and put a fat end to this battle. After that, Su Yan seemed to be showered with experience. He rose level after level and had already reached level 20, but this was only the beginning. Moreover, he also received a lot of new high-level equipment that belonged to the guild members. Of course, warriors cannot use all the equipment, but unnecessary ones can always be sold at auction and earn enough money. On top of all this, Su Yang also obtained the Broken Limitless Gem, a special item that could eliminate the level limit when embedded into equipment. Among other things, there was also the Fire Two-Handed Sword, a platinum weapon of a fire giant that had seen hundreds of enemies and had a considerable number of features. Su Yang was beside himself with joy because he couldn't even imagine such a thing before. But now it was all happening in reality. The system notified the young man that his dual task time was coming to an end, and he could make an immediate return, but he did not think that the system would return him back home. However, with his new characteristics, he will be able to become a completely different hunter, and not just a simple warrior. The first thing Su Yang decided to do was to throw 100 points into strength and the same amount into soul. And the difference between his first level and his current level 20 was simply unbelievable. And since it was already late at night, there was no point in going anywhere, and this meant only one thing. From tomorrow, the young man would have a bunch of urgent matters. When the raiding team members returned to the guild, it was a real surprise because no one thought that they would return so quickly, and they even prepared a sign congratulating them on their victory. However, when the others saw the state in which the squad members returned, it left them in shock. Lei Shan was furious, believing that they had failed because of the tricks of the Heavenly Pavilion, who had sold him a cheap strategy. He also stated that he would not rest until they experienced everything he experienced during the battle with the dragon. Meanwhile, Su Yang headed to the Nanshan orphanage and ordered a small gift there. The appearance of the young man was a real surprise to the others, and many children were happy to see him. But most of all, they wanted to know where Su Yang got so much money that he could afford such gifts, to which the young man replied that he had simply earned a little money recently. The young man couldn't tell what happened to him and how he suddenly ended up with 60 million on the card, so he had to lie. At the same time, everyone was talking about how the Spirit Hunters Guild managed to lose to Athos, and also about what their relationship with the Heavenly Pavilion would be like. The Sky Pavilion was the best raiding organization in the world, and for this reason they were given such close attention, so the next time Su Yang would definitely encounter them. Meanwhile, in the temple, Su Yang met Wang Fei, and the conversation between them was not the warmest. Wang Fei was still hostile towards him, and wanted to teach him a lesson for what he said to him yesterday. But before he could finish his cumbersome speech, Su Yang immediately punched him in the face. After such a blow, Wang Fei only had 5% of his health left. His henchmen were extremely surprised and didn't even want to go into detail about how he managed to defeat Wang Fei with one blow, so they decided to simply run away. Meanwhile, the temple guide approached the young man and asked him if he had any questions. Su Yang replied that he wanted to change his profession, after which the guide asked him to follow her. The girl, meanwhile, was surprised when she saw Su Yang, because at first glance he seemed like a newbie, but his aura was like that of a seasoned level 20 professional. She thought that his strength was inherited, and yet she had never seen anything like it before. Approaching the place where the divine statue of transformation was located, the guide explained that the sculpture itself determines the hunter's profession and level, and then issues a task, the reward of which will be what he needs. She also told him that the tasks were divided into 4 levels, and before he started, she advised him to take the 3-star task based on his results. Su Yang didn't quite understand what she meant, so he asked why he couldn't take a 4-star quest. The guide noted that her words might sound rude, but nevertheless, a 4-star task was too much for the young man, since his profession was related to weak warriors. After that, the young man activated the statue and began the process of changing his profession. Moreover, he noticed that in addition to the 4-star quest, there was another one for 5, after completing which you can take advantage of some of the temple's privileges. The guide explained to him that the 5-star task really does exist, but it is extremely difficult. And throughout the country, no one has dared to take it on for a year, and only the abbot knows about the privileges. She also noted that nowadays, the strength of a country is determined by the strength of its people, and in order to allow potential professionals to maintain level 20, they are warned against choosing the wrong task. The difficulty of the 5-star quest was truly hellish. You need to kill not only a lot of monsters, but also hunt the boss alone. Moreover, it was a solo quest. The guide tried to convince the young man to take on a 3-star task, saying that 4 stars were too much for him, and the girl's surprise knew no bounds when she saw a notification that the young man had taken a 5-star task. Su Yang said that she didn't have to worry about anything because he would be back before the quest time was up. And what's more, he was extremely interested in learning about the privileges. The girl could not believe what was happening and wanted to report what had happened to the abbot as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the young man went to the teleportation center to go on a mission, but due to an energy fluctuation, the center's gates opened a few minutes late. Besides Suyan, Shuyan, a B-class member of the Ghost Rain Guild, also came to the teleportation center. Along with Shuyan was Gu Xiaotian, Su Yang's classmate. Xiaoqian was slightly embarrassed when she saw Su Yang, and upon noticing this, Shu Yan immediately began to ask her who it was. It was also a great surprise for them when they saw Su Yang enter the portal that housed level 20 monsters, even though the youth was a newbie. Meanwhile, Su Yang had already arrived at the Moon Jungle, which was recommended for hunters of at least level 20 to enter. Before the young man had time to look around, he was immediately attacked by one of the local monsters, an azure wolf. However, with new skills and equipment, such wolves were almost like puppies to the young man. Besides, he had spent a lot of effort and money on improving his sword, so he wanted to try out the fruit of his labor as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he also put Zhao Ming's bow up for auction, and if someone bought it, the young man would not have to worry about expenses for a long time. However, his time was limited, so the young man decided to deal with the wolves as quickly as possible. And to speed up the quest process, he used the Monster Summoning Stone, which summons monsters of different classes. After only 5 minutes, more than one crowd of azure wolves had gathered around Su Yang, and this was only to his advantage. In order to kill them all at once, Su Yang decided to use the level 71 use scroll, Baptism of Flames. After using it, several azure wolves instantly died, which couldn't help but please the young man. Moreover, he had many such scrolls, which meant that the quest would be completed even faster and more successfully. Besides Su Yang, there were other hunters in the Moon Jungle, and after learning that someone had used the Monster Summoning Stone, they wanted to teach him a lesson for his greed. However, as soon as a huge, fiery explosion appeared in front of them, as if a volcano had just awakened, thoughts of punishment immediately disappeared. Su Yang, meanwhile, was close to completing the quest. He had already completed the first two conditions by killing 100 azure wolves and 100 mad wolves. The final condition for completing the task was to kill a boss-level alpha wolf, which requires a group of at least 3 people to go to. Meanwhile, a team of 3 guys gathered near the boss's lair. A level 22 mage named Zhang, a level 21 defender Li San, and a level 21 jungle archer Zhao Wu. The guys were about to go to the boss when they suddenly saw that someone besides them was also going to him. They thought that this would be to their advantage, and when the boss fought Su Yang, they would immediately steal all the jewels from his lair. Meanwhile, the alpha wolf was enraged by the many deaths of his subordinates, causing his stats to increase by 30%. Despite how impressively strong the boss was, a group of guys still wanted to try to steal something from his lair. However, they were beside themselves with surprise when they saw that the young man was able to instantly defeat the alpha wolf, a boss that is recommended to be fought in a squad of at least 3 people. Su Yang also obtained the Alpha Wolf Crystal Core from the boss, which contains all the boss's magical power, and it can also be used to enhance the effect of silver weapons. Meanwhile, Zhang approached him and said that he was ready to take the Crystal Core if he didn't need it. However, Su Yang immediately pointed his sword at him, claiming that he had heard about his intention to use the core as bait. The young man then left, leaving the others impressed by his abilities. Returning to the temple, Su Yang surprised everyone even more because no one had ever managed to complete a 5-star quest before. Moreover, he managed to complete it in just a few hours, while he was given 3 whole days to complete it. Su Yang asked to tell him about the privileges he would receive from the temple, and the guide asked him to follow her. The girl informed the abbot in advance about the appearance of a talented young man who could be used for the benefit of the temple, and at the same time she liked Su Yang. As soon as the young man approached the statue, the task check began, and something strange began to happen to him. Su Yang felt as if something was filling him with powerful energy. He also received the Class Promotion Aura, a special reward for those who complete promotion quests with the aura color and bonuses depending on the quest level. A white aura is given for completing a task with 1 star and a 2% bonus. A green aura is given for completing 2 stars and a 4% bonus. A blue aura is awarded for 3 stars, and a purple aura is awarded for 4, with the bonus increasing by 2% for each aura. For completing a task with 5 stars, an orange aura and a bonus of 25% appear. Meanwhile, the young man received a new profession, Warrior Mage, a special class of warriors with unrivaled close combat skills, powerful magic, and high endurance. In addition, he instantly leveled up to 34 and received a warrior mage spellbook as a reward. In addition, he received the epic level skill Magic Blade, which transforms weapons to deal full magical damage, with the damage proportional to the soul stats. Suyang was glad that he now possessed rare and powerful skills, and what's more, he could level them up. Moreover, that was not all, because for completing a 5-star task, the young man was entitled to special privileges of the temple. The abbot of the temple, Bailing, himself spoke about the privileges he received. Bailing suggested that Suyang move to the special guest room, and he agreed. The youth was surprised at how Bailing used spatial transfer magic, but at the same time, it wasn't surprising since she was an abbot. Bailing noted that she was not that powerful, but had only redirected the statue's energy, which could not be said about the young man, because in the past 10 years, no one except him had been able to complete such a quest. The abbot spoke about the privileges he received, a monthly allowance of 10 million and an 80% discount in the store. In addition to the allowance and discount, Suyang could join any A-rank guild. Bailing noted that joining is not mandatory, but it will provide additional experience, boosts, and reliable protection from the team. Suyang was thinking about joining a guild because if there was a threat from stronger players, the guild would be useful, and it would be the first step to becoming the king of the region. At the moment, there were 2 A-rank guilds, and Bailing invited the young man to join the Spirit Hunters. The second guild was Phantom Cloud, the main rival of Spirit Hunters. Suyang decided that it would be better to choose Phantom Cloud, and Bailing arranged for him to become a member. Meanwhile, Bailing warned that Phantom Cloud only had women members. The Phantom Cloud Guild itself was located in Tianling City, where Suyang headed. The guild leader was Lin Yu Yu, a level 85 hunter. Besides her, the leader was also Lin Yu Yun, a level 99 hunter. Meanwhile, Xu Yan came to them to introduce the new guild member, Xiao Qian. Lin Yu Yun exclaimed in surprise that a guy had joined their guild. She also said that the young man came to them through the temple and completed a 5-star quest. So he is now considered a special guest, which allows him to choose any guild. Lin Yu Yun pointed out that for the same reason she couldn't reject his application, so she would have to meet with Suyang anyway. Xiao Tian was surprised when she heard his name and said that she had a friend with that name. But since he had just woken up yesterday, she thought it was just a coincidence. At the same time, Mu Rongshui, a level 95 hunter, entered and told them that the spirit hunters had been defeated in the Black Dragon dungeon. Rongshui pointed out that something seemed to have happened to Zhao Ming's Storm Call bow, and since there was only one bidder in all of Tianling, she raised the price so high that he had to spend a lot of money. Meanwhile, the members of the Spirit Hunter Guild were heading towards the Sky Pavilion to hear their explanation. The leader of the Sky Pavilion strategic group and also a level 110 5-star bloodthirsty warrior was Zhuo Tai, who denied all of Lei Shan's accusations. Lei Shan noted that he did not question their professionalism, but their strategy, which he exchanged for his ring, turned out to be a deception. Liu Su, a level 103 hunter known as a 5-star shadow killer, called them a bunch of idiots and said that they were to blame for what happened. Zhuotai asked everyone to be quiet and said that the Heavenly Pavilion had always done its job well and accurately. So he would send out a research team to reconnoiter everything and formulate a new strategy. He also noted that tomorrow, 4 of them would take Lei Shan with them to explore the dungeon. One of them would be Zhang Ke Xian, a 5-star healer of level 108, and also Zhuangzhen, a 5-star level 104 defender, and of course Liu Qi. However, suddenly someone emitting dark magic invaded the pavilion's meeting room. That someone was Chen Lun, a level 115 5-star necromancer from the Sky Pavilion Guild, who had come to tell Zhuotai that he should inform him if he was going to the Black Dragon Fortress. Zhuotai explained to him that only his research team would be going to the fortress, but Chen Lun noted that no apologies were needed because he himself would go with them tomorrow. Chen Lun himself wanted to go to the fortress in order to strengthen his army and, moreover, to get a black dragon for his collection. Lei Shan was slightly surprised and at the same time glad that several professionals of the pavilion wanted to go to the dragon's lair because there they would understand how big a mistake their strategy was. Meanwhile, Su Yang was already lying in bed and enjoying his rest while simultaneously scrolling through the guild chat, where everyone was doing nothing but discussing him. In addition, the auction notifications kept coming, which became more like a race in which everyone wanted to get the Call of the Storm bow. In addition, the original price of the onion increased by as much as 40%, and the young man immediately sold it. Meanwhile, since Su Yang was an outstanding member of the alliance, he was exempted from all auction house transactions and also received a bonus of 5% of the auction price. The next morning, Su Yang woke up and saw a system notification that 5 members of the A-rank guild's exploration team had gone to a B-rank dungeon. The young man decided not to waste time and immediately connected with the body of the black dragon, already being ready to complete a new quest. Once again becoming a dragon, he saw that the dead elite monsters had resurrected. But this was not surprising, because all kingdoms are renewed except for those secret ones that are of star level or higher. However, Suyan did not understand what the elf was doing in the lair and how she was kidnapped, because Athos acts according to the established rules of the lair. However, now was not the time to think about such things, as a research team of level 5 professionals was heading straight towards him. Moreover, their combat power was much stronger than last time, however. As long as they didn't reach the Dragon Slayer's heart, Su Yang had nothing to worry about. And to make sure that the hunters didn't get to the heart, Su Yang decided to send several monsters to deal with them. As soon as the boys saw how many monsters suddenly attacked them, they were extremely surprised and yet prepared for this. They were a little surprised that there were many more monsters than last time, but even so, it didn't seem like a problem to them. After all, be that as it may, these are not simple hunters, but true professionals in their field. So defeating a couple dozen monsters, even elite ones, is as easy as pie for them. Su Yang realized that he would also have to take part in the battle this time, so he decided not to delay. The elf could not understand what had suddenly happened to the dragon, and why his behavior had changed so abruptly, because when he caught her, he was completely different. Meanwhile, the guys were finally able to kill all the monsters, and Chen Lun noted that it seemed that Lei Shan's raid had failed precisely because of him, because these monsters did not pose any threat. Lei Shan replied that perhaps their guild was not so powerful in his eyes, but nevertheless it was all a matter of strategy. To which Chen Lun said that it was better not to argue with him if he did not want to become part of his collection. Lei Shan was somewhat surprised by this sudden change in atmosphere, and Zhuotai asked Chen Long to refrain from such intimidation and move on. Suddenly, a shadow formed around the group, and this meant only one thing: the appearance of a black dragon. Zhuotai was shocked, because the boss should not leave his place. Otherwise, it would mean breaking the rules, which is impossible. However, thinking about whether this was possible or not was not the best option now, because Athos stood right in front of them. However, none of the squad was at a loss. They immediately grouped together and attacked the boss, dealing him considerable damage at once. But anyway, without the Dragon Slayer's heart, they couldn't do enough damage to him, even being the strongest hunters. Moreover, the dragon tried to attack the hunters who were fighting from afar, but he failed. Liu Zi wanted to suddenly strike the dragon to cause as much damage as possible, but he only managed to hit it once, after which it attacked back and almost killed him. Immediately after this, Athos used the skill Breath of Extermination to instantly deal with everyone. However, miraculously, the guys managed to survive and protect themselves with a barrier. But what interested them most was why the boss was not playing by the rules. Chen Lun, meanwhile, decided to act alone, believing that the others would be of no use. Using his necromancer magic, Chen Lun summoned the bone dragon Malthus, and now it was like a battle between two dragons. Su Yang was surprised to see a necromancer, as it was an extremely rare profession, and there were rumors that high-level necromancers could even summon deceased bosses. However, he could not let his guard down now, for he was not fighting with simple hunters, but with a dragon whose strength could be compared to his own. But no matter how terrifying the dragon summoned by Chen Lun seemed, it was still inferior in strength to Athos. However, Malthus also had his own skills, one of which was the Corpse Cloud. Su Yang responded to his attack with his Breath of Extermination. When the two monstrously powerful energies collided, a powerful explosion occurred that seemed likely to destroy the entire lair. Once everything became clear, Su Yang was a little surprised because he had never seen Malthus anywhere, and had already thought that he had managed to deal with him so easily. But suddenly something grabbed his leg, and that someone turned out to be Malthus. Malthus then unleashed a series of attacks on him, causing Athos's health to drop to 81%. However, Su Yang managed to escape from Malthus's trap and fly away. At the same moment, he realized that, unlike him, Malthus could not fly. Despite being a dragon, Malthus had no ability to fly, but could still attack from a distance. However, no matter how hard Malthus tried, he was unable to reach Su Yang with such attacks. Moreover, Su Yang decided to leave Malthus and target Chen Lun instead, and Chen Lun, realizing this, ordered his dragon to protect him. In fact, it was just a trick to make Malthus let his guard down so that Su Yang could suddenly strike him. Not only did Su Yang manage to attack Malthus, but the dragon also hit Chen Lun during its fall, pinning him to the ground. However, at this moment, the rest of the group members rushed to Chen Lun and provided him with the necessary assistance in time. Qianlun asked Zuotai where Liu Zi was and why he had not returned yet, to which he replied that he should appear any minute. This made Su Yang wary because Liu Zi was acting from the shadows and was most likely heading for the Dragon Slayer's heart right now. At that very moment, Liu Zi returned, and the others were already impatiently waiting for him to hand over the Dragon Slayer's heart to them in order to finish off Athos. But it turned out to be not Liu Zi at all, but one of Athos's subordinate monsters, who had managed to take the heart earlier and bring it to his master. This caused a real shock among the others. No one understood how it happened that the Dragon Slayer's heart did not end up with Liu Qi. However, as soon as Su Yang touched the heart, something strange began to happen, and soon a system notification appeared stating that due to unforeseen circumstances, the dungeon level had been upgraded from diamond to star level. Meanwhile, something strange was also happening in the ordinary world. An earthquake suddenly began. The temple was worried about what was happening, and Bai Ling could sense a powerful aura coming from some hidden realm, although she couldn't imagine that it would affect the ordinary world. Then in the distance she saw a bright beam which meant only one thing. Something big was coming. At the same time, the group that was in the dungeon did not understand what happened, and why the dungeon suddenly became a star level. Moreover, the dragon had also changed. It had become much stronger, and a monstrous aura emanated from it. The whole point was that Su Yang raised the level of the Athos dragon to the 100th level, after which all of its characteristics increased, and a new star-level skill, Fiery Tongue, Purifying Hell Prison, was unlocked. This skill created a hellish prison with incredibly powerful black flames that destroyed anyone who dared to resist, dealing 1000% magic damage, and Su Yang could decide for himself whether to destroy the hunter's soul or not. He also received a buff for finding the key item Dragon Slayer's Heart, which caused the dungeon's previous difficulty to return. However, it was still a mystery to him what early growth stage meant. But even so, the situation had changed completely. Meanwhile, Liu Zi returned and said that he had not found any heart. However, once he saw that the Dragon Slayer's heart was right in his possession, he decided to try to take it. Liu Zi was confident in the agility of his skills, even though Zhuotai ordered him not to do so. But in the end, Su Yang managed to stop Liu Zi with a single clap of his hand, resulting in his death. Zhuotai didn't understand what was going on. Usually, a star-level hidden realm boss would require a team of 10 to 20 people to defeat, while they were only a group of a few people. After this, Zhuotai decided to flee and ordered the others to retreat, saying that they could not deal with the boss. Running away was the rightest and wisest decision, but Su Yang had no intention of letting anyone go. Before the boys had time to run far, the dragon was already in front of them and blocked the exit. He then used Breath of Extermination, and the damage from this attack was so monstrous that the hunters were ready to bury themselves. Their strength and mana were almost exhausted, so any further attack from the dragon meant only one thing for them: the end. Zhuotai ordered everyone to put their valuables in the Endless Ring so as not to lose them forever, as it became clear that they would not survive. Qianlun thought differently and was not going to give up, declaring that he would kill the boss no matter what it took. After that, he summoned his undead army using the skill Cloud Legion, which gathered all the dead creatures on the battlefield, and its duration depended on the caster's mana. Soon Qianlun's entire army rushed towards the Black Dragon, and the necromancer was confident that he would now definitely be able to achieve victory. However, for Su Yan, who had just raised Athos's level to 100 and gained new skills and strength, it was not difficult to destroy them. As a result, Qianlun's powerful army was instantly routed and destroyed. Qianlun admitted his defeat but stated that this was not their last meeting and he would definitely return soon. Su Yang didn't take his words seriously and decided to try out his new skill. After this, everything was enveloped in a bright flame, which burned the body of everyone who was inside it. However, after some time, the guys noticed something strange. Their health dropped to 0, but the process of rebirth never began, and Qianlun felt his body begin to decompose. But this was not strange at all, because by using his skill, the Black Dragon decided to get rid of him completely. In the end, Su Yang received about 10 million experience for killing the strongest hunters. Moreover, he got rid of Qianlun forever, and all information about him disappeared from the heavenly pavilion. This caused real horror among the others, because they did not understand why the dragon destroyed Qianlun, but decided to leave them alive. Meanwhile, Su Yang was resting at home after a long battle, sitting on the sofa and drinking soda. At the same time, he looked through his inventory and admired the new items he had managed to obtain. The one he liked the most was the star-level dagger, Shadow Bloodthirst, which had outstanding characteristics. The young man couldn't help but rejoice at how lucky he was this time, because in the last battle he only received diamond-level items, and now he already received star-level ones. Moreover, he raised his level to 40, which means it is time for the second transformation. The system also informed him that Qianlun would not be reborn again. And besides, the young man did the right thing, because if the master was killed when he was acting as the boss, then both the boss and the master himself would die. The young man also wanted to know what the situation was with the Black Dragon during his tenure, because star-level bosses are called true spiritual beings and have their own consciousness. The system explained to him that bosses in this system have direct influence on their consciousness regardless of level, and when the owner is absent, the boss will act in accordance with the established rules and patterns of behavior. On top of all this, if the host kills the first-level boss, he will automatically switch to another boss, a higher level with stronger abilities. The young man, having received the dragon's heart, intended to kill him, because he had in his hands the blood soul of a heroic spirit, which belonged to a hero who slays dragons, someone who possessed power far greater than a level 5 professional. Therefore, Su Yang's next goal was to kill the Black Dragon in order to become a powerful hero like him. The young man decided to head to the temple for the next transformation, where Bai Ling was already waiting for him. Su Yang was surprised when he saw her and asked how she knew that he was going to the temple. Bai Ling explained to him that the Transfiguration statue had just released a guiding light, which was a signal that an important person of the temple was about to arrive. And in the entire Eastern Spirit City, there was only one such person. However, Su Yang didn't come here to find out about this, but to go through the 5-star quest and the second transformation again. Bai Ling noted that Su Yang could indeed be considered a brave man, since not everyone would dare to take on a 5-star quest. She also brought him the silver-tier dungeon map he asked for, saying that in addition to silver dungeons, it also contained information on bronze and gold-tier dungeons. Before he left, Bai Ling also asked him to be vigilant, as there had been an incident in the dungeon not long ago and the difficulty had increased, causing many professionals to go missing. In addition, low-level wilderness areas have become overcrowded in recent times, often leading to bloody conflicts due to high competition. At first, Su Yang didn't take the words about low-level dungeons as a problem, until he encountered one himself. In the end, after going through about 8 dungeons in a row, all of them were already captured by someone else. Su Yang tried to find other dungeons, but it was all in vain because everything was occupied. However, after taking a closer look, he saw Xiao Qian there, and opposite her stood Wang Fei, proving something. The young man decided that he could not leave this dungeon, and besides, they were already acquainted, so the negotiations should go quite easily. Wang Fei's henchmen claimed that the dungeon belonged to them since their leader saw it first, but they could take Xiao Qian along as a maid, after which Helan, the level 61 third transformation swordmaster who was with Xiao Qian, pointed her sword at them and told them to watch their words. Meanwhile, Li Zhen, a level 63rd transformation martial artist from the Hunchback Mountain Pavilion Guild, also told Helan to watch himself. Then a small conflict arose between them. They exchanged a few harsh words and were about to start a fight. However, Helan was well aware of her situation, and that if they entered into battle now, they would certainly lose. At this moment, Su Yang approached them and said that if, according to Li Zhen, the one with the bigger fists was right, then he was ready to go first. The sudden appearance of the young man surprised the others, and few knew who he was, considering him an ordinary upstart. Li Zhen asked him if he was aware of the entire situation, and also that he was currently threatening a third transformation hunter. Su Yang ignored his words and greeted Xiao Qian instead. Helan, having learned that the young man was Xiao Qian's classmate, and therefore of the same level of transformation, also did not understand where he got so much confidence to provoke Li Chen. Meanwhile, the young man told Helan that he came here to complete the second transformation quest, and that it required silver-level dungeons. His words greatly surprised the others, but Wang Fei thought that he was just trying to appear cool, and asked him to reveal his personal information so that everyone could see his level. Su Yang, upon learning that Wang Fei was at level 10, decided to teach him a lesson by using death punishment, which affects all hunters below level 10. He defeated Wang Fei in an instant, and the peculiarity of this skill is that the player's level drops by 2, and hunters below level 2 will no longer be able to resurrect. This surprised the others, and no one understood what had happened. Moreover, no one wanted to let the young man get away with it, so Li Zhen immediately rushed at him with his fists. However, no matter how strong Li Zhen was, it would not be easy for him to resist Su Yang. Moreover, Su Yang said that Helan could also join them if he wanted. This made Helan very angry, So she wanted to teach the young man a lesson for being so arrogant and provoking two third transformation hunters at once. As a result, Li Jun and Heilan decided to join forces to teach the young man a lesson. But no matter how hard Li Jun tried, Su Yang's agility allowed him to easily dodge all of his attacks. Not only did the young man manage to dodge all of his attacks, including the super powerful one, he also counterattacked him. Heilan tried to attack him from behind, thinking that now was the best time to strike. But it was no use. Li Jun lost his temper and could no longer control the anger that enveloped him. However, no matter how loud his statements were, it was not difficult for Su Yang to defeat him. Realizing how strong the young man really was, Heilan decided to retreat. Su Yang said that he didn't want to fight her. After all, they were guild friends, so it would be somehow ugly. Neither Heilan nor Xiao Tian thought that the person right in front of them was the same Su Yang who had recently joined their guild. After that, Su Yang entered the dungeon, asking to tell the guild leader that it now belonged only to him. It was a dungeon called the Cave of Pain, which contained level 35 goblins. However, such monsters did not pose a threat to the young man, and it was easy for him to deal with them. While wandering around the dungeon, he came across not only goblin archers, but also goblin butchers. And the second one was preparing a sneak attack, and the young man almost fell into a trap. In previous battles, the young man relied mainly on his abilities to defeat his enemies, but if he faced a stronger opponent, he would have to rely on his skills. However, this was also a unique opportunity for him to try out his new skill, Demon Blade, on monsters. Su Yang didn't have to wait long before the goblins decided to attack him from behind, and in an instant, he activated the skill Demon Blade Shield, repelling their attacks. Finally, he finished them off with the same skill, but this time using a hammer. The archers also attacked him from behind, but the young man used the skill Demon Blade Crossbow and managed to kill them all. On his way to the boss's room, Su Yang killed the goblins one after another, receiving very little experience from them compared to what he had earned in the dragon's body. After some time, he finally reached the dungeon boss, a level 40 giant ice tiger. But no matter how strong the boss was, he was still unable to defeat the young man. As a result, the young man killed the boss and received some experience from him, and also successfully cleared the dungeon. But it didn't end with just one silver dungeon because he needed to go to another one. After leaving the dungeon, he saw Heilan and Xiao Tian hiding near the entrance, but the girls assured him that they were just passing by. Heilan herself was surprised at how the young man was able to clear the dungeon alone, and in less than 5 minutes. After some time, the young man found another dungeon, in which the boss was a blood-boiling orc, and having defeated him, Su Yang completed a 5-star quest. In addition, since the young man had perfectly completed the quest to overcome the 5-star threshold, a hidden mission was unlocked. The first phase of the secret quest was to find the lost rusty key. For successful completion, all the attributes of the young man will be improved by 5%. And he will also receive a legendary skill book for warrior mages. Since secret missions only became available after completing 5-star quests, and the rewards for them were quite valuable, Su Yang simply couldn't refuse them. The description said that the young man needed to go to a place in the wild nature of Tianling City, where there was a terrible beast that was hiding something. Su Yang decided that this was a good way to test his new weapon. However, to use a weapon of such a high grade, not only was a full set of limitless gems required, but also a grandmaster blacksmith to craft them. Meanwhile, in Tianling, there is a branch of the Heavenly Pavilion, which sells not only dungeon clearing strategies, but also other important information, which is where the young man wanted to go. Moreover, the Sky Pavilion was one of the members of the X Alliance, so Su Yang was curious to see how they would react when they saw the Black X Alliance membership card on him. Arriving at the location where Alliance X was located, the young man was surprised to see how many people wanted to purchase the strategies, and this also testified to the merits of the strategy group. There were indeed quite a few people, and everyone wanted to buy a strategy and go to the dungeon as soon as possible. Among the hunters, Su Yang also saw Zhuo Tai and Liu Zi and was slightly surprised because he didn't think that they would cross paths so soon. While Zhuo Tai continued to remain calm and tried to keep the situation under control, Liu Zi did not hide his emotions after his recent defeat. Meanwhile, Liu Zi kicked a tree stump, which flew right towards Su Yang, but he managed to catch it and told him to behave more decently. Liu Zi didn't like this attitude towards him, and he wanted to remind Su Yang of the difference between a beginner and a professional hunter. Things could have come to a fight, but at that moment, Zhuo Tai intervened and told Liu Qi to think about his reputation first, rather than doing something thoughtless. The young man asked Zhuo Tai if the famous Heavenly Pavilion really treated all its customers like this, to which he apologized and said that they were a high-level strategy group and that they did not sell strategies for completing dungeons of his level. Suyan had something to say in response to this, and he took out his Black Alliance X membership card to show them that he was not just a simple newbie. Liu Su didn't quite understand what kind of card it was and simply knocked it out of the young man's hands, saying that it looked ridiculous. At that moment, the chief manager approached them, and the card fell at his feet. The first city's chief manager, Yunfen City, was a level 120 hunter, Jia Yue. He was somewhat outraged by Liu Qi's behavior, for which he gave him a dressing down, despite the fact that they were brothers. Jia Yue meanwhile walked up to Su Yang and apologized for all the inconveniences his subordinates had caused him. He also noted that despite his age, the young man already had a black membership card of the X Alliance, and asked him if he had managed to complete the 5-star transformation quest and receive the special privileges of the temple. Realizing that this was indeed the case, Jia Yue ordered Zhuotai and Liu Cu to treat the youth appropriately. After this, Jia Yue left, taking Liu Cu with him to tell him about the next dungeon, and Zhuotai asked the young man how he could help him. Su Yang said that he wanted to know where the master-level blacksmith was in Tianling City, and also whether there were any precious stones here. Zhuotai explained to the young man that information and gems were not a problem, but it would cost a lot of money. But after Su Yang showed him his savings, the issue of finances was closed. After this, the young man received a map with the location of the Old Wolf's master-level forge, which was located in a very inconspicuous place. Meanwhile, the young man also overheard a conversation between other hunters about how the research group was once again going to the Black Dragon's lair. Su Yang was surprised by how strong the research team's fighting spirit was, because even after Chen Lun's death, they still continued to immediately explore the lair. Meanwhile, the young man went to the forge to find a master of his craft named Gu Yan. When he entered, he saw Gu Yan, and next to him were 2 girls, Mu Rongshui, a level 95 hunter, and An Yu, a level 92 hunter, both of whom were from the Yu Yun Guild. The young man found out which guild the girls were from, and calling them sisters, asked them if they were also here to have equipment made for them. This made An Yu seem to burst into joy, and she suddenly jumped up to the young man, bombarding him with questions about how he was doing on the personal front. Rongshu stopped her and told Su Yang that it seemed like it was too early for him to come here at his level, and suggested that they go to a regular blacksmith shop on Commercial Street. Su Yang decided not to spend much time explaining, but to immediately show his equipment so that the others would have no questions about whether he had the right to be here. Gu Yan was incredibly surprised when he saw the weapon the young man wielded, saying that he hadn't seen one like that in a long time. Su Yang then handed over his blade to him, to which Gu Xiang declared with all confidence that he would put all his life's work into it and would not disappoint him. After that, Gu Yan started working. A bright glow appeared around him, a special effect of enhancing star-level weapons that fascinated everyone. After several hours of painstaking work, Gu Yan finally completed his creation, and it was truly amazing. Moreover, Gu Yang said that he had put a lot of effort into this weapon, and if it were a normal case, he would have asked for 1 billion. But today he felt a surge of strength, so he would not charge for it. The young man was pleasantly surprised and noted that he had not even thought of using his services for free. Moreover, money was not a problem, while finding a good blacksmith was quite a task. In the end, Su Yang offered Gu Yang 1 billion and said that he would visit him often, and the blacksmith decided not to refuse this offer, saying that he was looking forward to his next visit. At this time, An Yu did not hold back her admiration for the young man, and did not hide the fact that she had truly fallen in love with him, while Rongshui did not understand what was going on and whether Su Yang was really an S-rank hunter. After that, Su Yang went to the outskirts of Tianling City, where there was a wild spirit mountain range which was recommended for hunters of at least level 40 to enter. The young man came to this place in order to complete the second quest necessary for the second transformation, and with his current strength, he could easily compete with the master of the 4th transformation. Armed and prepared, the young man set off to complete the second quest. There he fought against level 45 bats as well as the hated level 44 soldiers. Su Yang also drank an elixir that increased all of his attributes by 100, but it consumed even more mana, 60% faster than usual. As a result, defeating the monsters was no problem for him, and using only the basic warrior skill Double Strike, enhanced by a star-level weapon, he easily dealt with them. Moreover, the young man did not really want to go through the cave, so he decided to blow everything up in order to break through the area in one fell swoop. Since it was the terrifying Beast Cave and considering the quest plan, the young man guessed that its level would be at least 50, which made him curious about how long it would take him to clear this cave. Moving further through the cave, the young man came across an interesting place where he saw the main boss. It was a level 55 mutated beast that devoured an unknown piece of flesh, belonging to the undead race, but its health, skills, and stats were hidden, which made the young man wary. Su Yang realized that he needed to obtain a higher level skill book for clairvoyance, but first he had to defeat the boss. The young man decided not to underestimate the enemy, so he wanted to finish everything with one blow. And suddenly attacking the monster, he placed the ghost mark on it, which increased the damage dealt by 300% if the attack was carried out unnoticed. However, he was unable to finish off the boss with one blow, and the first blow only made the monster even more angry. However, no matter how scary the boss seemed, Su Yang was still a head stronger. And as if in an instant, Su Yang managed to defeat the mutated beast and received a couple of interesting items from it. One of these items was an ancient key, from the description of which the young man understood that it was necessary to open a certain unknown door. The second item was an unknown, rotting piece of flesh. Once powerful, but now its power had dissipated, and it had become a symbol of decay, the origin of which could not be determined. Su Yang noted that the quest description mentioned a key, but he didn't understand what kind of piece of flesh it was, but from the description it was clear that its previous owner was incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, the young man decided to put aside all new subjects for now and return to the task of the second transformation. The young man successfully completed a 5-star quest once again, and all of his attributes increased by 25%. In addition, he received an exclusive passive skill, Double Spirit Enhancement, which increased his spirit and strength attributes by 10%. Now, all of his attributes have crossed the 400 mark, and his spirit attribute has approached 600. In addition, he has received the legendary skill, Blade of Double Destruction, which combines the blade with the weapon to carry out a powerful attack that deals 200% damage from the strength and spirit attributes. Meanwhile, Bai Ling approached him and congratulated him on completing his second 5-star transformation, and also told him that he would now receive 1.5 million monthly, and would also receive a discount of up to 30% in the X Alliance. Bai Ling also asked him what he would do next, to which the young man replied that he would take a short break for now, as he had become a little tired over the past few days. However, he didn't plan to lie on his bed all day, but wanted to visit the Heavenly Pavilion and buy some things to prepare for killing the dragon. Meanwhile, Jia Yue gathered Chuotai and Laozi to tell them about the next expedition to the dragon's lair. This time, about 30 hunters will join the research group. Moreover, the headquarters has already prepared countermeasures and supplied them with life rings that will activate the resurrection of the guys. Jia Yu also noted that he relied on them, and if he had a little more time, he would gladly spend it with them to stretch his decrepit bones. However, their conversation was interrupted by a girl who suddenly burst in and said that it was not their turn to attack the dragon's lair. It was Miss Luo Ling Er, a level 130 Beastmaster and also the daughter of the owner of the Heavenly Pavilion. Jia Yu immediately bowed his head to her and apologized, saying that they didn't know about her plans to visit them, so they greeted her in such an inappropriate manner. Linger noted that she had not informed anyone of her intention to visit in order to prevent news from leaking, and from now on she forbids anyone from entering the Black Dragon Fortress without her permission. To which Jia Yue asked her if someone had allowed her to do this, and the girl took his question as an attempt to challenge her father. However, Jia Yue apologized and said that he was just curious, after which Ling Er left and ordered all the known information about the Black Dragon to be prepared for her, as well as a restroom. Liu Su was still stunned by the appearance of Lin Er, as it was the first time he saw the daughter of the pavilion owner, as well as the World Beast Association. The World Animal Association, in turn, was the largest association that specialized in collecting exotic animals, and thanks to her unprecedented talent, the girl joined it at a very young age. And today, Lin Er has come to defeat the Black Dragon, and if everything goes well, she will become the best beast master on the entire continent. The first thing Jia Yue ordered was to bring Ling Er the Dragon Basic Training Manual, but Zhuo Tai and Liu Si discovered that someone had already bought it, and that someone was Su Yang. Jia Yuk noted that this seemed like a simple coincidence, as the young man had no way of knowing about the lady's arrival, and yet he wondered why Su Yang needed guidance. Zhuo Tai suggested asking him to return the book, but Jia Yue said that would only create a stir, so they should find other sources of information. Meanwhile, Su Yang was already studying the manual and was quite satisfied with his new purchase, for the contents of the book justified its cost of 5.1 million gold. After some time, He finally found the page with the black dragon and was immediately surprised because nowhere was there any mention of the dragon's talent in the form of reducing damage by 80%. Considering the professionalism of the Heavenly Pavilion, Su Yung began to wonder if the research team had not been able to discern the further characteristics of the black dragon, and they did not know all the information. The manual said that during the research, a dragon was discovered in the northwest region of Luoxu City, Anbei City District, which was in the juvenile stage, which corresponds to the Diamond period. A dragon in its teenage years, which corresponds to the period of the Shining Moon, was discovered in the central area of Ye City, Linjiang City District, in Longmai Mountain, and the last unconquered kingdom was located in the southeastern region of Yunfeng City, Tianling City District. The well-known lair of the Black Dragon, which was in its adult stage, which corresponds to the period of the scorching sun. Taking a closer look, the young man learned that the Black Dragon, while in its juvenile stage, accidentally absorbed an unknown piece of flesh, which led to its ascension. This gave Su Yung the idea that he could use the previously obtained unknown flesh for his own purposes to become even stronger. And then even the fifth transformation hunters would not be his rivals. At the same time, the system informed the young man that by killing the dragon, he would be able to get it as a pet, which surprised and at the same time pleased him. Meanwhile, a new message came into the guild chat, where the other members were discussing a secret diamond-level kingdom located in the forest, and the young man was thinking about joining them. As soon as Su Yung wrote something in the guild chat, the others immediately began to vigorously discuss him. However, it was not only the Phantom Cloud Guild that was planning to head into the forest, but also the guys from the Spirit Hunters Guild. More precisely, they wanted to go into the dungeon in order to kill the members of the Phantom Cloud Guild there, claiming that this way they could even the score. The secret realm was called the Giant Deep Forest, and the recommended level to enter was 90. There were quite a few people who wanted to try it, despite the fact that this dungeon was similar in level to the Black Dragon's lair and its difficulty was also high. Moreover, it was not just a dungeon, but a trial secret realm. A special task carried out by the temple, and it was opened only once a year, and only guilds above rank A and with the fifth transformation were able to participate in it. And the guild that entered the top 3 would receive very valuable rewards and resources. In addition, it was also a great chance to show off. And as the only A-rank guilds in Tianling, Phantom Cloud and Spirit Hunters intended to crush each other. Initially, the Spirit Hunters were an order of magnitude stronger, but after their defeat in the Black Dragon's lair, the drop in levels and the loss of equipment, they found themselves at a disadvantage. However, as soon as they arrived, Lei Shan immediately ordered the others to leave, saying that he and Phantom Cloud would handle everything themselves. Su Yung had no intention of leaving, and one of the Spirit Hunters didn't like this. However, he decided not to bother with him, and to clearly demonstrate the difference in strength so that the others would understand that it was better not to mess with him again. Not only was he able to knock him down by simply grabbing his hand, but he also sent him on a long journey, throwing him so hard that he destroyed more than one tree with his body. Lei Shan was disturbed by what he saw and asked Su Yung who he was and why he harmed that guy. The young man replied that the guy wanted to harm him, and Lei Shan decided to turn a blind eye to this, believing Su Yung's words. Zhao Ming asked the chief why he ignored what happened, to which Lei Shan explained to him that the guy was one step away from the fourth transformation, and considering how easily Su Yung defeated him, it would be better for them not to get involved in trouble. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys arrived, and Lin Yuyun demanded that Lei Shan explain what he was planning. Lei Shan suggested that they go to the dungeon first and then discuss everything, but Lin Yuyun called him ridiculous, reminding him that their previous group outing once led to everyone's death. Lin Yuyun asked him if he had come here specifically to hinder them, since they had failed to deal with the lair themselves, causing them to lose all their equipment and levels. Her words deeply hurt Lei Shan, and he declared that in that case they would never be able to enter the secret realm. In response to his words, Rongzhui attacked him and demanded that he stop all this chatter, to which Lei Shan suggested that they decide everything before they entered the dungeon. Su Yang also decided not to stand aside and asked Lei Shan who he was to so confidently declare that they would not enter the dungeon today. Meanwhile, with them were also Zhu Yan, a level 94 demonic wind mistress, and Ji Muzi, a level 92 bard. Su Yang apologized to Lin Yuyun for not showing up at the guild yet. Lin Yuyun was surprised by how capable Su Yang was. At such a young age, he could already be assessed as an S rank. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming attacked Su Yang, starting their feud. The young man decided not to ignore the sudden attack and responded to Zhao Ming in kind. Lei Shun also wanted to intervene, but Su Yang asked him if they had come here just to create unnecessary trouble for them. The young man noted that in that case he would have to teach them a lesson, and these words greatly surprised the others. However, upon seeing him take out the scrolls, Lei Shun immediately ordered the others to immediately activate defensive magic. However, all of this was useless because Su Yang now possessed truly destructive power. Lei Shun couldn't believe his own eyes, and he couldn't even resist the youth's strength. As a result, the spirit hunters suffered another defeat and were once again left empty-handed. The members of Phantom Cloud were also surprised and couldn't believe that such a strong guy had joined their guild. Thanks to this, Ji Muzi managed to draw Su Yang, and Lin Yuyun realized that he had used the scrolls to destroy the protective formation, and then used his own abilities. The girls were extremely impressed with the young man, and already considered him the most powerful member of the guild. After that, the guys finally went to explore the dungeon. The first monster they encountered was a level 89, two-headed velociraptor. However, dealing with such a monster was a piece of cake for the holy knight Lin Yuyun. In addition to the two-headed velociraptor, the guys also encountered a giant bear, an elite monster of level 95. Su Yang decided to keep up with Lin Yuyun and entered the battle by attacking the giant bear. The young man dealt more than 100,000 damage to the monster in an instant and defeated it as if it were a low-ranking mob. Thanks to the teamwork of Su Yang and Lin Yuyun, the first batch of monsters were cleared without any difficulty. After some time, the guys reached the dungeon boss. Failed hybrid giant level 98 with a health of 4.5 million. Despite the boss's terrifying appearance, Su Yang assured everyone that they would defeat him today. Meanwhile, Zhao Tai reported to Jia Yue that according to a tip-off, the Spirit Hunter and Phantom Cloud guilds had recently clashed in a battle in the giant deep forest. Jia Yu was not surprised to learn that the Spirit Hunters had fallen, because the more people despair, the more they will commit rash acts. At this time, the Phantom Cloud Guild defeated the dungeon boss, and the final blow was dealt by Lin Yuyun. In addition, the guys completed the trial in the secret realm. Lin Yuyun thanked Su Yang for the opportunity to deal the finishing blow, and in doing so, raised her level to 100. The young man became a real hero in the eyes of the others, and almost every girl wanted to ask him at least something. While most were trying to make friends with Su Yang, the rest were already looking at the rewards they had received from the boss. Lin Yuyun suggested that Su Yang also take some reward, but the young man refused, saying that he already had everything. And Yu, meanwhile, suggested that everyone celebrate the victory over the boss and invited Su Yang to join. Su Yang wanted to go with the others, but at this moment the system alerted him of an intruder into the lair, after which the young man immediately connected to the system and only apologized to the girls that he would not be able to have dinner with them. As soon as Su Yang transformed back into his dragon form, he decided to see who had invaded this time. He was surprised to see only one person, but his appearance was frightening, and it seemed that he was not quite human. It turned out to be not a human, but a representative of the Elven race. Alcarai Lawrence, a court magician of the 140th level. His strength was significantly different from that of ordinary hunters. He didn't care who was in front of him, a priest, a demonic dog, or a bloody warrior. He killed them without hesitation. Lawrence himself felt only hatred towards them, and if it weren't for the princess, he would never have entered the lair. Su Yang was surprised when Alcarai mentioned the princess, and wondered if he was talking about the elf who was locked in the cage next to him. He tried to find out something from her by waking her up and asking if she was an elven princess. The elf was extremely surprised that the dragon could speak, and did not understand why he was asking her about it. Had he really just kidnapped her? Since she remained silent, Su Yang decided to scare her a little, and after that the elf spoke up. Introducing herself as Lilith Savaraya, the sixth daughter of Queen Savaraya, Su Yang remembered that the countries of the elves, dragons, and giants were all in the SSS class space, and among the three clans, only the elves were friendly with humans, and the ruler of the elves was called Savaraya, a very powerful elf. He also showed her that right now, one of her fellow tribesmen was trying to save her. However, Lilith was confused, not understanding why he had come to save her. Lilith stated that she would rather sit in a cage for the rest of her life than be saved by Alcarai, saying that he and his family were the true scum of society, and that she would never forget their actions. She told Su Yan that Alcarai was a real monster who had tried to get close to her from the very beginning in order to take advantage of her trust, but she came to her senses in time. In addition, the Lawrence family is one of the most powerful in the Elven country, and even the queen has a hard time resisting their influence, and Lilith is the least favored of the heirs. Su Yang warned Lilith that he was going to give her to Alkarai, noting that he was of little interest in what was happening there, because otherwise he himself could find himself on the brink of life and death. However, Lilith asked him not to do this, promising to tell him everything she knew. Lilith revealed that members of the Lawrence family are born with powerful spiritual powers and have an excellent predisposition to magic. But they have a serious weakness. Their bodies are very fragile, even if their spiritual strength is equal to 5 to 6 transformations. Their physical strength barely reaches 1 transformation. For this reason, the Lawrence family had been covering their bodies with a powerful mana barrier for a long time. Lilith had lost all hope of salvation and was already preparing to accept her fate. Su Yang thought about consuming the unknown piece of rotten meat to advance to the next stage and become even stronger. However, even after absorption, the dragon will move into a new period, providing only external protection. It cannot be called complete. Meanwhile, Su Yang was wondering if he could use his weapon. Lilith wanted to ask to be released, but turning around, she saw that the dragon had suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, Su Yang's guess was confirmed. He was indeed able to use his equipment in the form of a dragon. Thanks to the equipment Shadow Kill and Shadow Body, his stats increased significantly, and the attributes of the equipment, weapons, and his own skills were also transferred to the dragon. Alkarai was looking forward to meeting Athos so that he could rescue the princess and marry her as soon as possible. He didn't care whether she survived or not. But suddenly, when Alkarai did not expect it, a black dragon appeared above him. With just one blow, he had badly damaged Alkarai, leaving him with only 6% health. In the blink of an eye, Alkarai was defeated and incinerated by the black dragon. By killing Alkarai, Su Yang obtained the first forbidden curse, Thunder Delusion, a spell that activates the movement of heaven and earth, capable of inflicting devastating damage to all enemies. Moreover, he obtained the legendary attribute Twilight Wolf Summoning Stone, which once used would summon 2 rank 6 wolves to fight by the owner's side. In addition, he received another legendary attribute, Spell Scroll, Blessing of the Immortal, which allows him to resist attacks from 6th tier enemies, as well as several pieces of Alkarai equipment. Meanwhile, Lilith was restless. She was worried about the dragon, thinking what would happen if he lost. However, as soon as she thought about the dragon, it suddenly appeared right in front of her and slightly frightened her. Su Yang told Lilith that after his surprise attack, Alkarai was burned to the ground so she could rest easy. This worried Lilith even more, because Alkarai had incredibly powerful defenses. But even so, the dragon was able to kill him. Meanwhile, Su Yang asked her why she didn't have powerful abilities like the other members of the Elven royal families. Lilith told him that since she carried the curse placed on the elves by the giant king, it not only blocked her powers, but also significantly shortened her lifespan. This is because in every generation of elves there is someone who will carry this curse, and this time she was the victim, so no one in the royal family takes her seriously. Su Yang was surprised at how hard Lilith's life was, and one could even say that he slightly changed her fate by deciding to let her go. He said that now Lilith is free, at least she is not in a cage, and in addition she can live in his lair for now. Lilith didn't quite understand what had happened, and why the dragon had suddenly become kinder, and she wanted him to explain everything to her. However, immediately after this, Su Yang left the dragon's body, and it fell asleep. Returning home, the young man was incredibly surprised because during his absence he had received more than 99 messages. All of these messages were from guild members, and choosing not to reply to everyone, Su Yang only wrote to Lin Yuyun and apologized for leaving so quickly. Lin Yuyun replied that it was okay because everyone had urgent matters, but she hoped that next time they would definitely spend time together. She also sent him a photo of their celebration, and Su Yang was slightly surprised at how lively it was, and that it seemed like he would be able to get along with Lin Yuyun more easily than the others. The next day, Su Yang went to the temple again for a quest, where he also met Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian noted that she had heard about how she and Lin Yuyun had gone to the Diamond Level's secret realm. After Su Yang replied that it was true and he had reached level 60 yesterday, Xiao Qian felt uneasy. She thought that they were now from different worlds and would stop communicating. However, Su Yang praised her, saying that reaching level 20 was also very difficult, and that there was potential in her profession, and he believed that she would have a bright future. These words truly ignited a spark of hope and confidence within Xiao Qian that she could achieve great results. After some time, Su Yang finally received a new 5-star quest where he had to kill the demon spirit cannibal, an incredibly strong platinum level 60 boss. Bailing also warned the young man to be careful, as there was talk of a red moon appearing. She told him that the red moon was a special phenomenon in which the monsters of the secret realm became extremely wild and dangerous. And in the dilapidated mansion, the largest number of monsters succumbed to its influence. Bailing noted that there is no specific pattern to the occurrence of the red moon, and it only becomes known for sure early in the morning. Su Yang thanked Bailing for her concern, but he did not take her warning seriously because he was confident in his own strength. The quest had to be completed in the secret kingdom of the half-ruined mansion of the 60th level, which once belonged to a gardener. And, according to legend, the nobleman was driven mad by a curse and, having gone mad, in one night took the lives of everyone who lived in the mansion. Bailing's fears were not in vain. The blood moon had indeed risen. The guard wanted to warn that a particularly dangerous phenomenon had begun, but before he could do anything, someone had already entered, despite the red moon. That someone was Su Yang, whom the guard didn't notice because he was very drunk. The young man fought with the ghost boys, and at first glance they seemed quite weak to him. But there was one but. Due to the influence of the red moon, monsters suddenly went crazy and their levels were raised. The monsters were significantly different from their former selves. They became faster, stronger, and much more dangerous. Suddenly, the demon blade activated on its own, as if a defense against attacks had been activated. The system then informed the young man that only 10 points had been taken away from his 100, and when the points reached 0, the system would go into a state of madness. Su Yang didn't quite understand what this meant, but one thing was clear. He had underestimated the effect of the red moon, and didn't even think that the attack power and defense of the monsters would be doubled. Now the young man needs to be much more serious and remain vigilant, so as not to fall into the clutches of monsters. After some time, Su Yang defeated a few more monsters, and his points dropped to 60, and his mana reserve was about 20%. Su Yang was surprised at how difficult this quest was, since he hadn't even gotten close to the boss yet and had already lost a lot of strength. Moreover, another level 82 elite monster, a giant corpse, suddenly appeared in front of him. Initially, the young man wanted to use only his skills, but seeing the threat in front of him, he decided to play his trump cards. He summoned the very same wolves he had received after killing Alkarai, and they instantly dealt with the monster. Fortunately, the spirits had no problem recognizing their master, otherwise Su Yang would have had a hard time considering both wolves were level 125. After some time, Su Yang finally found the room with the boss and was in anticipation of what awaited him there. As soon as the young man opened the door, he was very surprised because some kind of scene was playing out in front of him. And in the center of this very scene was the red moon erosion. A cannibal, the boss of the immortal species of the 90th level. However, no matter how strong the boss was, for Su Yang's moonwolves, he was just easy prey. Su Yang dealt the final blow, and for killing the cannibal, he received about 100,000 experience, as well as platinum rank equipment. Ring of Will-o'-the-Wisp, Crystal Core, and Cannibal's Resentment. The Crystal Core was an item that contained a large amount of mana, which could be used in combination with pills or to enhance attributes, increasing them by as much as 80 points. Platinum gear was indeed a good reward, but until the young man reached level 80, he could not equip it. Meanwhile, a group was already standing next to the portal to the mansion, in which Lin was also present. Zhuotai was with her, and none of the boys knew who had gotten inside the mansion, and who had the courage to do so. Lin didn't understand why nothing was happening after all. The power of the dilapidated mansion under the influence of the red moon had reached the diamond level, and even she had to be careful, not to mention the others. But suddenly the portal began to open, and everyone froze in anticipation of who would come out of it. Everyone thought that some unimaginably strong hunter would appear, but when they saw Su Yang, they were quite shocked. The young man was also surprised to see them, and began to think that they had managed to discover his true body after all. Su Yang's appearance really shocked Zhuotai and Liuzi, because they certainly didn't expect to see him here. Su Yang first asked them why they were here, noting that a secret kingdom didn't need that many people, and received a similar question in response. The first thing the guard got excited about was saying that if the young man had died inside the secret kingdom, it was scary to imagine what kind of punishment would have awaited him. However, Lin intervened and told the guard to leave, and asked Su Yang if he had really managed to handle it on his own. After Su Yang confidently stated that he did it himself, Ling acknowledged his abilities and demanded the crystal he got from the boss, offering to name a price. In response, Su Yang just laughed and asked her who she was to demand something so brazenly. The young man had no idea that right in front of him was the youngest genius of the association, and the daughter of the owner of the heavenly pavilion. One of Lin servants was about to teach the young man a lesson, but she quickly stopped her. Su-yang realized that he was in a very difficult situation and had just made it even worse. Linger summoned her level 90 falcon and said that if the youth could stand against him for 3 minutes, she would pretend that nothing had happened. This was quite unexpected, causing Su-yang to be slightly confused and unable to concentrate at first. Liu Ci noted that now the guy was definitely finished. Jotai was sure that he would cope with the falcon, because clearing the secret kingdom during the peak of the red moon is a much more difficult task. The falcon was quite agile, and Su-yang had no choice but to show off his power. The first thing he did was to play along with the falcon so that it would attack him, and it would look like he had lost. However, at that very moment, he pierced the spirit with his blade and killed him. This also surprised Lin Er because she didn't think that the young man would dare to kill her spirit. Linger was angry and a monstrous aura of power emanated from her. The girl was about to teach Su-yang a lesson, but Jotai stopped her in time, saying that the young man had a special status, being an important person in the temple, as well as a member of the X-Alliance. Linger was surprised that Su-yang had the same status and was also an important person. Moreover, he also took on 5-star quests. Moreover, she herself had a hard time during the first 3 transformations, and even needed help from the Heavenly Pavilion, while Su-yang had gone through it all alone. This hurt and angered Lin Er, but she did not want to stay here any longer and ordered everyone to return. The young man planned to go and kill the Earth Dragon that was in the Stone Abyss, and finally complete the 5-star quest for the 3rd transformation. Meanwhile, Lin Er and the others arrived at the place where the dragon was located. The girl was eager to defeat the monster because back then in the mansion, Su-yang had passed her by, but she did not want to allow this to happen again. However, not everything was as smooth as she thought. And then she was informed that someone had also come here, and that someone was none other than Su-yang, who had come to kill the dragon. As soon as Lin Er saw him again, she was beside herself with rage. Su-yang asked her what brought her to this low-level wild boss area. Was she really itching to torture newbies? Jotai told the young man that Ling Er was preparing to subjugate the Black Flame Wing, and that she only needed this Earth Dragon for practice, and asked him not to interfere. But the young man said that this dragon was his goal. Lin Er said that in that case, let him do as he saw fit, and warned him that once she subdued the Black Flame Wing, even the temple would not be able to protect him. Finally, the young man only told her not to brag about what she had not yet done, and entered the portal. In fact, Lin Er's statement that she wanted to subjugate the Black Dragon made Su-yang wary, because with her strength and the support of the research team, she could actually pull it off. However, his main goal now is the Earth Dragon. The Rocky Abyss Earth Dragon was a level 61 wild boss, and although the youth couldn't use the Moonwolves and Demon Blade, he wanted to finish it off with a star-level weapon. Su-yang dealt him a lot of damage, and the dragon immediately woke up. Moreover, despite its size, the dragon was quite agile and could even harm the young man if he had not dodged. But, be that as it may, Su-yang was currently at a fairly high level, and defeating such a boss alone was not difficult for him. As a result, after just a couple of attacks, he left the boss with only half his health. However, everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance, and as soon as the boss had half his health left, he immediately entered a state of rage. Now Su-yang had problems because the dragon still didn't stop, and he didn't know how to stop it himself. While running around the area, the young man came across a small clue in the form of a granite wall and decided to lure the boss there. The dragon crashed into the wall, which stunned him and increased the damage dealt to him by as much as 20%. On the other side of the portal, the rest of the guys were still waiting for him. They were interested to know if he could handle the dragon. And as soon as the system reported that Su-yang had single-handedly defeated the Rocky Abyss Earth Dragon in just 20 minutes and 18 seconds, thus taking first place in the rankings, everyone was shocked. Meanwhile, Su-yang was already leaving the portal, and everyone was in anticipation of what kind of person he would appear from there. Seeing that the youth was wearing the armor of the Rocky Abyss Earth Dragon, the guys were surprised and the armor looked quite funny on Su-yang. Liu Ci didn't even try to hide his emotions, which didn't surprise Su-yang. The young man forgot to empty his inventory and didn't notice how it suddenly became full, and as luck would have it, the dragon's armor had good characteristics but looked ridiculous. Meanwhile, Lin Er said that she acknowledged his small abilities, but she saw no reason to be proud, because he was just an earth dragon, which was far from her goal. In response to this, Su-yang declared that he would subdue the Earth Dragon much sooner than she did, which angered her even more. However, he was full of confidence and told Ling Er to remember his name, because he was not only a VIP in the temple, but also the one who would subdue the Black Dragon. Su-yang himself planned to go on a secret quest. According to legend, in the deepest part of the Sleeping Mountains, there's an underground prison that no one dares to approach, where once was the secret laboratory of a great magician who studied the power and glory that comes from blood. Su Yang said goodbye to Ling Er, wished her good luck, and headed to Sleeping Mountain. Ling Er was angered by the young man's impudent behavior and ordered Zhuo Tai and Liu Tzu to keep an eye on him and to immediately inform her as soon as he was ready for the next stage of his career advancement. Meanwhile, the young man was finally able to hide the armor and now did not look so ridiculous. The armor itself is incredibly strong for its rank, and it should last the young man until his 4th transformation. And if it didn't look so ugly, everything would be much better. However, Su Yang headed to the Sleeping Mountains, where the eternal fog reigns, and it is even said that countless living beings are buried here. And some researchers once went here to find out the truth about it. But as a result, no one ever saw them again, and the recommended level for walking in these mountains started at 70. The fog was so thick that the young man could hardly make out the surroundings, and it was also quite gloomy. Cold and quiet, just like in a cemetery. Su Yang decided to look at the map to see where this dungeon was, and when he saw how far it was, he was stunned. Moreover, he also shouldn't let his guard down, because there were monsters secretly hiding in the fog, waiting for the moment to attack. The young man felt the presence of the monster and was about to strike him down, when suddenly someone did it instead of him. That someone was Zhao Yan, a level 75 Thunder Swordmaster, and seeing that a youth with such a low level had gone to the Sleeping Mountains, she was quite surprised. Su Yang thanked her for her help and said that he came here to complete a mission, which surprised Zhao Yan, who asked what kind of quest could be done in the Sleeping Mountains at level 60. Zhao Yan told him that she had also come here to collect materials for the 4th transformation quest and invited him to join her. However, the young man said that his assignment did not involve team play, so he was forced to refuse. In reality, Su Yang just wanted to use his abilities without any problems, and without anyone else seeing his true power. Moreover, he wanted to head to the dungeon as quickly as possible, and for that purpose he summoned the Moonwolves using their high-speed dash. The young man was surprised when he saw the red light coming from the soul summoning stone, and began to think that the object was under the influence of the red moon, which he wanted to ask about later at the temple. Perhaps it was a time bomb. After a short time, he reached the door of the dungeon and entered inside. Su Yan didn't like it inside from the very beginning, because the smell in the dungeon wasn't the most favorable. There were a lot of human corpses around, and it looked like they died instantly, and something sucked the blood out of them. But be that as it may, the young man came here not to look at what happened to the dead, but to find the one who did all this. Walking a little further, the young man saw a level 75 boss, a dead mage possessed by a zombie. Previously, he was a mad mage who once sought the glory of blood, but for some special reason, he inevitably died. But even after death, his evil intentions did not dissipate, which is why he kills anyone who breaks into his place. However, even though the monster was quite terrifying and powerful, it did not pose any threat to Su Yang. As a result, the young man easily defeated him and received the Mad Magician's experiment notebook from the monster. After reading his notes, Su Yang realized that he was simply a crazy mage who wanted to become incredibly strong and was willing to sacrifice everything for that. Su Yang also received the Blood Blessing Ritual as a reward, a special ritual described in a mystical book that allows a person to gain power from blood and restore the glory of their lineage. In order to use the ritual, one must stand in the Blood Blessing spell circle, drink the blood of a powerful creature, and begin the ritual. This made Su Yang think that the madman most likely died because he used the blood of ordinary people, while the youth had the blood of an earth dragon with him. However, when it comes to powerful creatures, there is hardly anyone who can compare to the Wing of the Black Flame. Athos, which gave the young man a bold thought. So the young man decided to contact the system and asked if he could connect to the boss when there were no strangers in his lair. And fortunately for him, it was possible. Su Yang decided not to delay and immediately began connecting to the dragon's body. Meanwhile, Lilith continued to sit in the lair, waiting for the dragon to help her get out. But he continued to sleep. But as soon as Lilith thought about this, the dragon immediately woke up, which slightly frightened her. However, it didn't end there. Lilith was shocked when she saw the dragon pierce its own belly with its own hands. Su Yang did this in order to check what kind of blood was flowing inside the dragon, and was pleasantly surprised to find out that it was golden blood. Immediately after this, Su Yang left the dragon's body and it fell asleep again, without answering Lilith's questions. Returning back, the young man was glad that there were no intruders nearby, but even if there had been, the Moonwolves would have dealt with them in an instant. After preparing, Su Yang stood in the spell circle, and then, following the quest description, he needed to drink the life force and blood of a powerful creature. Throwing all doubts aside, the young man immediately drank the blood of the black dragon. After that, something strange started to happen. Su Yang's body seemed to be screaming in pain, and everything inside was turning inside out. It was an indescribable feeling, as if the body was immersed in lava, from which everything seemed to melt. The blood clung to him as if trying to absorb him, merging into one. The wolves suspected something was wrong, but the young man assured them that everything was fine and that it was just part of the ritual that he needed to endure in order to become stronger. After some time, the weaving of the so-called cocoon was completed, and Su Yang was covered in blood. In an instant, the cocoon of blood began to crumble, and the young man seemed to be reborn. Su Yang felt as if he had been completely reborn again, and could now match the strength of a level 5 strong fighter. After completing the ritual, all of Su Yan's stats increased by 50%, and he also received a new skill, True Black Fire, the destructive power of black flame that Athos wields, allowing him to instantly burn everything in his path. As a boss, Su Yang didn't feel anything special, but now everything seemed to have turned upside down. Meanwhile, he decided to immediately test his new skill, but he went a little overboard with the force. As a result, Su Yang destroyed the dungeon, and along with it, buried the secret of the blood blessing ritual, and now it cannot be used again. The young man was about to head back to the temple to undergo the transformation, but suddenly he heard a voice asking for help. It was the voice of Zhao Yan, who was suddenly attacked by a group of ill-wishers. While wandering around the mountain, she came across Chen Jin, Zhao Si, Wang Xiao'er, and Lei Pu, and their levels were all above 90. Zhao Yan asked them if they weren't afraid that the Temple Guild would punish them for what they did. However, Lei Pu said that they didn't care about the laws because they had been wandering through the wilds for almost a month, and now they had gotten their hands on a fat prey, and a beauty at that, and they couldn't miss such a chance. Zhao Yan understood what they were getting at, and was not willing to endure such humiliation, preferring to kill herself. But suddenly someone cut off Lei Pu's hand, and he didn't even have time to react or understand who it was. And it was none other than Su Yang who heard the voice of Zhao Yan, who had also heard about a certain bandit gang attacking solo hunters. However, the bandits did not consider him a threat, and wanted to get rid of him immediately. Even though Zhao Yan told Su Yang to leave because they weren't his rivals, the young man insisted on his own and wanted to teach the impudent people a lesson. Previously, the young man would have needed to use the legendary artifact to fight the 4 fourth transformation hunters. But now, everything was different. Now, even level 90 hunters weren't a problem for him, at least not those. As a result, the young man instantly defeated 4 hunters with the 4th transformation and saved Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan was surprised by Su Yang's strength and thanked him, promising to keep everything she saw a secret. The girl was even more surprised when she learned that the young man's name was Su Yang. Zhao Yan told Su Yang that Yu Yun had been going out with the girls yesterday, and An Yu had gotten so drunk that she had started telling everyone about his exploits. Su Yang was surprised at how talkative An Yu actually was, but he still wished Zhao Yan good luck while heading into the city himself. After returning to the city, Su Yang went to the temple to complete the transformation stage. The young man not only increased his transformation level, but also his profession level, and now he is a mysterious warrior mage. Moreover, a new level limit of 80 has been opened for him. In addition, he still has 7.2 million reserve experience. Su Yang gained the skill Legendary Level All Spell Destruction, which allows him to neutralize magical attacks and deal double damage in response, as well as the epic skill Armor of Magic. In addition, he received the skill book he had been yearning for. The youth had become so strong that now, given his current stats, the damage of physical attacks increased by 248%, and the damage of magical attacks by 159%, and he could easily crush the Earth Dragon right now. Bailing also congratulated the young man on becoming even stronger again, but she looked upset. She told Su Yang that the temple in the eastern city only provided services up to the 3rd transformation, and now he needed to go to the city of heaven to further develop, which made her sad. But suddenly the statue began to glow in a special way, and something strange began to happen. The statue's beam pierced Bailing's body as if it was a blessing from a divine statue. What was happening reminded Su Yang of that very scene of the blood blessing ritual. Only one was sinister and mysterious, and the other was holy and bright. After completing the blessing ritual, Bailing became a priestess of the Temple of 5 Transformations and was immediately sent to serve in the City of Heaven. Now, with renewed strength and as a priestess of the City of Heaven Temple, Bailing will stay with Su Yang, continuing to watch him become the strongest. At the same time, the rest of the hunters rebelled, because they also wanted to take the transformation quest. but they could not enter the room where the statue was located. However, after a while, Su Yang came out from there holding Bai Ling in his arms, which raised many questions from the others. One of the hunters began to threaten the young man, saying that if he did not tell what had happened between them, he would pay dearly for it. However, as soon as he sensed Su Yang's terrifying aura, he immediately retreated. Meanwhile, Su Yang was approached by the former temple guide, now a new priestess after Bai Ling was sent to the City of Heaven. The girl was very upset that she would hardly be able to meet him and Bai Ling again, but Su Yang replied that this was not the case because he would definitely return. For her, this was the most joyful news, as well as hope that she still had a chance to get to know the young man better. Meanwhile, Su Yang carried Bai Ling to the temple in the City of Heaven, since she was still unconscious. There he met a former priest of the temple who assured him that everything would be fine, and as soon as Bai Ling woke up, she would replace him in the City of Heaven. And since Su Yan's base would now be in the City of Heaven, he began to think about buying a home there, as well as resolving issues with his grandparents. After which he sent them a letter and told them where he was and what he was doing now, and in addition sent them some money. The young man himself was already inspecting his new cottage with a beautiful view of the sea, which cost him almost 10 million. Moreover, since such a large house is very difficult to maintain, the young man acquired several maids who had to take care of the house on a daily basis. For the first time in a long time, the young man understood what rest was when you had a lot of money. This kind of life really made Su Yang happy, and he enjoyed every moment, because before he could not even imagine that he would live like this now. Meanwhile, Bai Ling finally woke up and didn't immediately understand where she was. There was a priest next to her at that time, who told her everything and also noted that the divine statue had not given prophecies for many years. And this time the appearance of the spirit seemed to be connected with a new hero, and asked her what she thought of the young man. Bai Ling said that he is like a heroic man who always performs miracles, and he not only has exceptional courage and strength, but also a kind and steadfast heart. So she is confident that he will bring new light to this world. The old priest trusted Bai Ling, saying that she was good enough at understanding people that he could safely entrust the City of Heaven to her, but he was worried that the red moon had not dispersed for many days. This meant only one thing, at that very event that Bai Ling forgot to warn Su Yang about. Immediately after that, Bai Ling ran to find Su Yang to tell him about the red moon's invasion. Meanwhile, the young man was about to go to bed when he suddenly heard someone screaming. Running out into the street, he saw one of the maids pointing her finger at the sky in horror, saying that there was a monster there. And it wasn't a hallucination or anything like that. The system immediately notified the young man that a rare event, Red Moon Invasion, had been activated, and now he needed to defeat the invading monsters. Moreover, the first monster he encountered was the Giant Axe Hands monster, a boss from the demon clan whose level was unknown. But the strangeness didn't end there. Suddenly, Su Yang noticed Ling Er appear, declaring that he was the target of the event that night. Lin Er told him to leave, saying that this time she would be the one to eliminate the Red Moon's invasion. The young man didn't understand what was going on and asked Ling Er to explain what the Red Moon invasion was, but she replied that she didn't have to tell him, and it would be better to ask someone else. Then Lin Er released her spirit to fight the monsters. After that, a battle between the monster and the spirit began, and it seemed like they were about to destroy everything around them, which did not make Su Yang happy at all. Meanwhile, Bai Ling still found Su Yang and ran to him to tell him everything. Bai Ling told him that after the Red Moon appeared, monsters from an unknown space called the Scarlet Withering would appear for a certain period of time. Monsters invade the areas where the heroes are located in order to kill them, and only they can destroy these monsters. This is what the Red Moon Invasion is. Furthermore, heroes killed by the Scarlet Withering cannot be resurrected, and according to stories from the temple so far, all such invasions have occurred after the hero has reached the third transformation. However, as a third transformation, this event was too crazy, and Bai Ling noted that perhaps Ling Er wanted to get the Red Moon Crystal to be her equal. Su Yang realized that the monsters that were originally at the third transformation level had suddenly risen to the fifth, which was absolutely impossible under normal circumstances, unless their level changed dynamically. Meanwhile, Lin Er was unable to resist the monster, and she was in a very disadvantageous position. The young man decided not to stand aside and also joined the battle, declaring that he could deal with the monster alone. After that, Su Yang released his energy and prepared to deal a crushing blow to the boss. However, the boss was also no slouch, and skillfully fought off all of the young man's annoying attacks. However, it did not help, and the young man was able to deliver a powerful blow, leaving him with about 40% health. Lin Er couldn't believe what she saw. The young man was able to leave the boss with less than half of his health with just one blow. Su Yang's guess that the monster's strength changed depending on the current target was also confirmed, and right now he was fighting against a boss that was only in its third transformation. This in turn meant only one thing. Now for the young man it was just a monster and not a demonic boss. However, just 2 or 3 blows were not enough, and after the last blow the boss went into a rage. But even being furious, it did not help him defeat the young man, because his strength was many times greater than his. Bailing was amazed at how quickly Su Yang was able to defeat the boss without even blinking an eye. Lin Er was also happy for him, but not from the bottom of her heart, and she also became curious about what kind of person this Su Yang really was. However, she planned to deal with this later, and immediately after the death of the boss, she left, only saying at the end that next time she would show him what she was capable of. Meanwhile, Su Yang took out the red moon crystal and asked Bai Ling what was unique about it. However, before Bai Ling could say anything, something strange happened, as if the crystal had activated on its own. Following this, the young man fell to his knees and could not move. His body seemed not to obey him. Su Yang lost consciousness and woke up on the bed next to Bai Ling, which made him very confused and scared. But she explained to him that she had only performed the purification ritual. Bai Ling told him that according to Article 992 of the Temple Rules, when a hero fights a Scarlet Wither, he will be infected by its scarlet power, and accumulating too much of that power could cause him to turn into a Scarlet Wither himself. Therefore, after the battle with the Scarlet Withering, the priest is obliged to free the hero from its influence. However, such a ritual requires close contact between two people, but there is no other choice. Moreover, this also has consequences for the priest. However, the priest's body is special, and with the help of the divine statue is able to independently cleanse itself from the infection of the scarlet power. But this requires at least a day or two. Su Yang pointed out that she should not take such a risk under any circumstances, because if something happened to her because of him, it would be on his conscience. This made Bai Ling quite confused, and in the meantime she decided to change the topic of conversation and tell the young man about the privileges of the third level of the 5-star transformation. Starting from the third transformation, the hero becomes a VIP member of the temple and can enjoy some privileges, such as an increased monthly allowance of 1 billion instead of 50 million. In addition, the discount on the purchase of goods increases from 30% to 50%, available with the Black Card of Alliance X, and moreover, the young man gets the right to join the S-Class Guild. But that's not all. The most important thing is opening access to the Red Moon Crystal Core, exchange point opened by the temple where you can exchange Red Moon Crystal cores for various items. Moreover, he can exchange the cores for various forbidden spells and artifacts, and to see the items available for exchange, one only needs to place his hand on the divine statue. Su Yang decided not to waste time and immediately look at what items were available for him to exchange. Opening the exchange point, the young man saw that he had access to the first order spell for 300 cores, the second order spell for 900 cores, and the semi-artifact longsword Song of Day and Water for a whopping 4,000 cores. In addition, another half artifact, the spellbook Heart of the Ocean, was available for 4,000 cores, and finally, a full-fledged artifact, the Eternally Golden Spear, for a whole 10,000 cores. Su Yang was surprised not only by the items that were put up for exchange, but also by their prices, because even the lowest item was worth around 300, while he only had 3 such cores. Meanwhile, Bai Ling was forced to return to the temple and warned Su Yang that an important foreign guest would be arriving in the City of Heaven today. At the same time, a portal appeared in the center of Longxia, from which that same foreign guest emerged. This guest turned out to be Mingzi Zhenxi, a level 128 Beastmaster from the Flower Realm, and also the daughter of the Mingzi family. Elderly Lao, the consul for external relations of Longxia, came out to meet such an important person. Li Lao hinted to one of Zhenxi's servants named Wu Zi that she should think twice about her decision regarding her intention to tame the most ruthless black dragon. To this, Wu Zi replied that if Ling Er failed, it did not mean that Zhenxi would not succeed. Meanwhile, Zhenxi intervened and said that they had already become friends just after meeting for the first time. Li Lao himself was surprised at how naive the daughter of the Mingji family really was, and how completely different she was from her father. However, Li Lao told Zhenxi that the Black Dragon's lair was outside the City of Heaven, in the City of Eternal Winds, and the teleportation point was right in front of them. Afterwards, Li Lao wished them good luck, saying that unfortunately he would not be able to accompany them due to government duties. Hearing Gensi's boys whispering behind her back about how strange Li Lao and the people from Longsha were, the girl told them to stop such talk and show respect. Lin who came to look at her from the outside, could not miss such a visit either, but what worried her most was Su Yang. Zhuotai reported to Luoliner that they had conducted a small investigation, during which they found out that Su Yang had again become several times stronger, but he had no support. Even in the guild, he had only gone into the dungeon once. After learning how amazing Su Yang had become, Ling Er became even more angry and was sure that he was hiding something. Meanwhile, Zhenxi went into the portal and, before entering, looked at Lin and waved her hand. This surprised Ling and Zhuotai because they had used items to hide, and even so, Zhenxi was able to see them. Meanwhile, Ling said that she had changed her mind and told Zhuotai to immediately gather all the people and meet at the entrance of the Black Dragon's lair in half an hour to prepare to take over the secret realm. Su Yang, meanwhile, continued to enjoy his carefree days surrounded by maids. However, upon receiving a system alert about an intrusion into the lair, he immediately connected to the boss, and his sudden disappearance greatly frightened the maids. This time it was the S-Rank Guild, the research group, whose leader was Lin Er. Returning to the dragon's body, the first thing Su Yang saw was two elite monsters he had never seen before, and they confidently declared that they would deal with the invaders themselves. Meanwhile, Lilith explained to him that on the day he suddenly went berserk and started hurting himself, the two licked his blood and thus mutated. However, only they were able to successfully mutate, while the rest turned into a useless bunch of monsters. Su Yang was quite surprised by this situation, and ordered the two mutated ones to head towards the invaders, and if possible, detain them or eliminate them. At the same time, Lilith looked unhappy, but did not reveal the reason for this. This was because this time the group of heroes was incredibly powerful, and perhaps they would be able to defeat the Black Dragon, which was what was bothering Lilith. Meanwhile, Lin and the others continued to kill the monsters one after another, breaking through to the dragon. After some time, those same two elite mutated monsters appeared to them. But even so, Lin ordered no one to retreat. Even though the monsters were very different from the previous ones, Lin was confident in her strength and believed that today was the day they would slay the dragon. As a result, with the combined efforts of the team, the monsters were defeated instantly like low-ranking mobs. Lin also decided to try to tame the fallen monster and make it part of her army. The monster tried to resist Lin pressure, but it was to no avail. As a result, one of the monsters succumbed to the girl's charms, becoming her servant. Su Yang was not happy with this outcome and decided to resort to extreme measures and eat that piece of flesh. Even though the taste was a little peculiar, he had no other choice, or he would lose. Immediately after that, his body began to change, and a beam from the sky pierced him, as if endowing him with an unknown power. Now it was not just a dungeon boss, Black Flame Wing, Black Dragon Athos, but Athos had risen to the level of the Shining Moon, becoming the level 150 boss, Black Flame Wing, Black Dragon Athos. This sudden change caused great shock and surprise among the heroes, and they did not understand what to do next. Seeing that the dragon had mutated and was now about to strike them, the heroes immediately began to erect a shield. However, despite the fact that they were high-ranking heroes, they were no match for a level 150 boss, and with one attack he managed to kill 10 people, leaving 6 more on the brink of death. But this time the heroes were prepared, and Zhuotai decided to use the Emerald Circle of Life, which restores full health after death, but can only be used once. After that, he restored the health of the rest of the heroes and told them to prepare for battle. Then all the heroes attacked the dragon again at once, inflicting a colossal amount of damage on him. But even so, the dragon confidently stood on his own 2 feet. To him, their attacks looked more like mosquito bites, so he decided to swat them away. Lin couldn't believe what was happening and that her group had lost so easily to the dragon. Meanwhile, Zhuotai told Ling to leave here as quickly as possible while they delayed him. For against a monster of the Shining Moon level, they had no chance or even a hint of success. Lin didn't want to admit it, but Zhuotai was right and she decided to listen to him. However, Zhuotai and the others were unable to stop the dragon, as it instantly incinerated them with its flames. Moreover, Lin was unable to escape either, because as soon as Su Yang dealt with the others, he headed towards her. Ling thought that she would be able to escape and return safely, find a next-level dragon and tame it. But in the end, she ended up in the clutches of a black dragon. The dragon wanted to swallow her, saying that she would pay for her stupidity and naivety with her own life. However, he was unable to eat it because Ling was so frightened that she began to sob uncontrollably. Su Yang noted that he understood her desire to win, but he could not let her go, so he gave her a quick death. Meanwhile, Su Yang's experience amount was around 32 million, and his level had been raised from 72 to 79. Meanwhile, with Ling Ear, he received the Shining Moon level Whispering Dong Ring. The ring had no restrictions, and granted the wearer a number of effects and enhancements. In addition, he received a first-tier spell scroll, Wind God's Fury, a scroll that would tear to shreds anyone who dared challenge him. Lilith was also glad that the dragon had defeated the invaders again, and was waiting for the moment when she would finally receive the promised true freedom. Su Yang, meanwhile, left the dragon's body and returned to his house, frightening the maids with his sudden appearance. Besides, if before he just lay down on the bed and rested, now he had people who could take care of him. Meanwhile, the heroes were angry because they lost to the dragon again, and the dungeon level suddenly changed. Chotai told everyone to stop complaining and asked if any of them had seen Ling Er. Meanwhile, Lin Er hid from other people's eyes and was upset because all her work had gone down the drain. It was difficult for the girl to accept defeat because she was ready to tame the black dragon, but in the end she lost and hardly had the right to continue to be called a brilliant master of beasts. Seeing Chotai, Linger became frightened and ordered him to go back and tell Jia Yue everything. Chotai tried to console her, saying that no one expected such an outcome, and that the dragon suddenly increased its level, and it was not at all shameful to lose to a boss of such a level, and also suggested that she choose another target to tame. This made Linger think that neither Gensi nor Su Yang would be able to defeat the black dragon of the Shining Moon, so if she could tame the other dragons before them, she would remain the first genius beast master in Longxia. After all, besides the black dragon in Longxia, there's also a red and even a silver dragon. Of these, the red one is a little weaker, the silver one is stronger, but they are both star level, and if Lin Er can tame the silver one, she will be the first one to do so. After that, Lin Er came out to the other heroes and declared that all the lost items would be compensated, and told everyone not to despair. However, it didn't end there because suddenly Gensi, the one Ling Er wanted to see the least, came to them. Gensi tried to befriend her while Ling Er decided to just leave, not wanting to get closer. Wuzi laughed, saying that Ling Er must have failed at taming the dragon, for which she was immediately hit on the head by Gensi, who told her not to gloat. Meanwhile, Gensi also asked to open the dungeon so she could go and tame the dragon. But when she saw that the dungeon was a Shining Moon level, Wuzi was shocked, as it was previously said that this was a star-level dungeon. They immediately reported this to Li Lao and demanded an explanation, to which he suggested that they rest in the City of Heaven and discuss everything later. Li Lao himself did not understand why the dungeon had risen from the diamond level to the Shining Moon, because this had never happened before. The next day, Su Yang went to the portal to the dragon's lair to challenge him. After all, despite the fact that the strongest heroes could not defeat the boss, the young man was confident that he could handle it. Entering the dungeon, he was slightly surprised because for the first time he saw it from the hero's side, and not from the height of the dragon's fortress. The first thing Su Yang did was demonstrate his strength. An energy reminiscent of Athos' aura emanated from him, which surprised the local monsters. The young man decided to focus on the dragon, and to keep the small monsters from interfering, he summoned the moon wolves and ordered them to deal with them. Su Yang himself decided to possess the boss and start the battle while in his body. When he appeared before the moon wolves, they were frightened, not knowing what to do, because they would hardly defeat the dragon. What amazed them even more was that the dragon suddenly pierced its own body. One day, the young man realized that the dragon's talent for reducing damage did not work on him, and if his health was greatly reduced, it could affect critical equipment. Meanwhile, he ordered the black dragon to stay put, suppress the health recovery, and ordered the other monsters not to move. After this, Su Yang left the dragon body and returned to human form. He then attacked the dragon, confident that he could finally defeat it now. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, and after 2 hours of hard fighting, the boss's health dropped to only 19%. It was a long battle, but the young man was not going to give up and wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. Suddenly, Lilith woke up from a scream that resembled the roar of a black dragon. Moreover, the monsters from the dungeon began to disappear as if dissolving, and the dragon's aura disappeared along with them. This marked the end of the black dragon Athos, who fell at the hands of Su Yang. The young man couldn't believe that it was all over because for killing the dragon, he received more than 1 billion experience. His level increased from 79 to 80, and there were still 53 million experience left in reserve. In addition, he received an incredibly powerful black dragon weapon that instilled fear with its very appearance. It was a unique dragon bone greatsword, Athos Devourer, which had a number of properties, uniqueness, and no limitations. Su Yang immediately decided to test it, and with just one swing, he destroyed a significant part of the dungeon. In addition, for completing the quest to destroy the dragon, he received its heart, which increases spirit by 50%, strength by 100%, and allows him to ignore the racial abilities of dragons, increasing damage to them by 500%. Moreover, now the black dragon Athos will fight on the side of the young man, you just have to call him. Thus, Su Yang gained not only incredible strength, but also a powerful ally. Immediately after that, he went to the top of the dragon fortress to meet Lilith. He extended his hands to her, saying that he had come to save her, which left Lilith confused. She couldn't believe that someone had managed to subdue the black dragon because she considered it impossible. The elf believed that black dragons were the strongest and most cruel, and even death could not force them to submit. In the past, the strongest elves tried to tame the black dragon but failed, while the young man before her succeeded. Lilith wasn't entirely sure that the young man could be trusted, but she still had no other choice. This ended the dungeon, the lair of the black dragon. Athos fell, and the kidnapped elf Lilith was freed. Meanwhile, in the wasteland beyond the black dragon's secret realm, a group of hunters fought. And seeing that the boss himself appeared right in front of them, the guys were shocked and immediately started running. Meanwhile, Su Yang suggested that Lilith go to the city government residence to help her return to the land of the elves, but she refused. Lilith asked if she could go with him, but she did not reveal the reason, not wanting to tell that she had sworn to marry the savior. The elf also wanted to know how he managed to subdue the black dragon, but the young man avoided answering, calling it a secret. However, he decided not to rush back to the city, but instead to disturb the hunters and local residents a little. Hearing the roar of the black dragon, the boys became alarmed and went to the lair, thinking that it was trying to escape. Seeing the dungeon boss come out, Jia Yue and Wei Ming were shocked. Wei Ming asked if the young man had really tamed the dragon, as it was beyond the realm of possibility. Su Yang didn't hesitate to demonstrate the dragon's roar and how it obeyed his orders. Wei Ming was even more surprised to see the elf princess, who could only be saved by defeating the dragon, and with an extremely low probability. He was stunned and did not understand how strong the young man was, since he was able to do what no one else had ever been able to do. He wanted to come closer, but he tripped over a stone, and it looked like he bowed his head to it. Su Yang extended his hand to him, and at the same time received a notification from the system about the new boss of the next stage. Wei Ming even thought that the young man was the head of the Global Beast Conqueror Association and apologized, introducing himself as the mayor of the City of Heaven. Su Yang didn't quite understand what was going on when Zhen Si intervened in the conversation. She also greeted the young man, introducing herself as a beast conqueror from the Land of Flowers, and asked about his experience. However, the young man replied that he was not a beast conqueror, which surprised everyone present even more. He added that he had his own secrets that he was not going to share, and asked Wei Ming to warn the city's residents. Wei Ming was pleasantly surprised that the young man thought about the safety of ordinary people even after taming the dragon. Meanwhile, Zhenxi asked if she could tell this teacher of hers about everything, but he did not immediately understand what she was talking about. Wei Ming explained that Zhenxi was a member of the Global Beast Conqueror Alliance, and her teacher was one of the 9 leaders. The young man was surprised but did not want to meet the leader of the union yet, and flew away on the dragon. As soon as he arrived in the city, Lin Er noticed him, and couldn't hold back her tears of envy, but she wasn't going to give up. Wei Ming meanwhile announced that the black dragon's lair had been cleared, the dragon had been tamed, and there was no need to fear it. The first thing Su Yang did was go home, and as soon as one of the maids saw the dragon, she was shocked. The young man was glad that despite her origins, Lilith turned out to be modest and sweet, without a princess complex. Finally, after returning home, he immediately moved on to the new boss. It was the Demon Abyss boss, the divine-level original Sin Lord. The young man was surprised, because he didn't know what a divine level was, since according to the system above the 5th transformation, each one is equal to 50 levels. There are also the 6th, 7th, and 8th transformations, called the Starlight, Shining Moon, and Scorching Sun levels, which together form the legendary stage. Only by passing the so-called Test of God can one obtain the status of a demigod, and then, by overcoming the long path to God, reach the divine level. Su Yang was excited to see how strong his boss would become, and decided not to waste any time. Having connected to the boss, the young man immediately understood the difference between him and the black dragon, because his characteristics were several times higher, and he also had resistance to physical, fire, water damage, and the elements of darkness and light. In addition, he possessed a number of special talents, such as immortality, and the ability to resurrect any demons in the abyss. The demon abyss is not an ordinary dungeon in a secret realm, but a huge astral crack, similar to the Elven or Dragon Kingdom. But unlike them, it is connected to the human world like a secret dungeon. Moreover, in each country there is a portal to enter the demon abyss. Starting from the first level, you can fight endlessly, getting experience and rewards for killing demons. But at the same time, the difficulty of the abyss is extremely high, and the average level of demons at the first level is 40, and the human record for exploring the abyss is 386 levels. Su Yang was a little shocked that this record was set by the combined SSS-ranked guilds, Circle of Mages and Night Sanctuary, and didn't understand how he would move on to the next boss if even they couldn't do it. Looking more closely, he noticed 4 thrones nearby, of which only one glowed in a special way, while the other 3 did not. The young man decided that this was the right moment to use his talent for resurrecting demons. So he resurrected the boss of the 7 deadly sins of the Scorching Sun level, gluttony named Beelzebub. Su Yang was a little disappointed that the demon was only at the level of the Scorching Sun, because he had hoped for at least the strength of a demigod. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, because Beelzebub had a special talent of eternal hunger. Devouring everything non-demonic, he became stronger and could reach the divine level. Suddenly, the young man heard a knock at the door and ordered Beelzebub to return to the throne and await further orders. Beelzebub felt himself chosen because lust and greed were dead, and the Lord resurrected him because he wanted to prove his loyalty. Su Yang, meanwhile, severed the connection with the boss and returned to his human body again. At this moment, one of the maids came to him and said that Wei Ming wanted to talk to him personally. Su Yang didn't understand why Wei Ming had come, but he explained that the young man's feat had caused a real sensation among the beast conquerors. This is because black dragons are the strongest and most brutal species, and their domestication was a real breakthrough in the history of animal subjugation. At the same time, many beast conquerors doubted this because they had not seen everything in person. So the Beast Conquerors Association announced that one of the leaders had already arrived in Longxia to meet with the talent. Moreover, he should arrive no later than 10 minutes later, which surprised Su Yang. Meanwhile, Luo Dashi, one of the 10 leaders of the Global Beast Conqueror Association, arrived at the teleport center of the City of Heaven. Lin Er was surprised to see Luo Dashi, and he was also surprised and said that he had heard about her attempt to tame the Black Dragon. The girl admitted that this was the case, but her strength was insufficient, and the title of Longxia's first talent no longer belonged to her. Luo Dashi advised her not to get hung up on titles because the main thing is what she is truly strong in. Linger said that there was a secret realm called the Dragon Spirit, and recently the association found a special shrine in it that was related to the Dragon Kingdom. However, the conditions for entry are extremely strict, and to do so you must have your own huge dragon, and there is only one person in the world who has succeeded in doing so. That person is Vela from the Eagle Federation. Since then, many hunters have started trying to tame dragons, including Lin Er. According to researchers, the stronger the dragon in the secret realm, the higher the chance of receiving blessings and rewards. So Ling Er wanted to tame the black dragon. However, Lin Er was not going to give up and now wanted to tame the silver dragon because despite its weakness, it surpassed the red one in potential. Luo Dashi advised her not to rush, because the secret kingdom of the silver dragon had already been secured for her family, and suggested that she go with him to meet that mysterious hunter. But Linger didn't want to see Su Yang after he tamed the dragon and made up an excuse to leave. Luo Dashi, meanwhile, headed towards Su Yang to personally take a look at his outstanding talent. But a small incident occurred. The black dragon reacted aggressively to the phoenix Luo Dashi, frightening the bird and forcing it to fly away. However, Luo Dashi managed to calm the phoenix and returned back to Su Yang and Wei Ming. He noted that true hunters are talented from birth, and despite his young age, the young man managed to subdue the black dragon. He was pleasantly surprised by Su Yang's success, and said that he should not be modest because he became the first person in the world to tame a black dragon. Luo Dashi wanted to invite him to join the association, but Su Yang replied that he probably shouldn't join since he wasn't a beast subduer. Luo Dashi almost lost consciousness from what he heard, not believing that the black dragon had not been tamed by a beast conqueror. He didn't know what to do, so he turned to his colleagues for advice and told them the whole situation. The chairperson of the association from northern Siberia, Karolina, suggested inviting the young man as an honorary participant, and the others supported her. Luo Dashi passed on an offer to the young man to join the association as an honorary member with certain privileges, and in exchange, they would like to receive lessons from him on how to tame a giant dragon. Su Yang couldn't refuse since the privileges of an SSS-ranked guild were quite tempting, although he said that he wasn't sure if his lessons would be useful. Luodashi noted that there was nothing wrong with that, since even Velia had given them lessons that had not been of any use, and they still wanted to hear the young man's personal experience. Since monster hunting became a reality and statues of job changes appeared all over the world, the Job Change Temple was founded and given a plot of land in the center of the world by the World Council. Thus, the Holy City came into being, the headquarters of the Temple of Changes of Profession, and its supreme leader is the Holy Great Priest who never left the city. The priest's origin, status, and power remain unknown, as does the Holy Great Priestess, Euphemie Vega, who appeared only once 10 years ago. The SSS-ranked guildmaster of the Circle of Mages, Orgus Stone, the strongest mage in the world who had completed the trial of the God of Nine Transformations and reached the level of a demigod, one day decided to challenge her. But even at level 300, Orgus was unable to break through her protective light shield, after which no one dared to doubt the temple's power. At this time, the statue informed Euphemie that an abnormal phenomenon had occurred in the abyss. The previously killed king of the original sin gluttony, Beelzebub, had reappeared, and the reason was unknown. Euphemie decided to see with her own eyes what was happening in the abyss and asked the statue for a blessing. Using the ability Eye of Insight, which allows her to see any place in the world regardless of distance and time, she looked into the abyss. As expected, the inside of the abyss was dark and ominous, which is not surprising for such a place. Euphemie discovered the throne room of the 7 original Sin Kings, and according to records, the maximum depth of the abyss was 386 levels. For every 100 levels, one of the kings of sin appeared. On the 100th, Beelzebub; on the 200th, Asmodeus. At level 300, there should have been Mammon, Greed, and they were all thought to be destroyed, but for some unknown reason, Beelzebub was resurrected. Euphemie wondered how this was possible. Could it be that the source of this was a magical power that even the Eye of Insight couldn't recognize? Using even more force, Euphemie was finally able to determine who was behind all of this, and was shocked to learn that it was a human. But that was not all. Suddenly, she felt the presence of someone behind her, and this someone told her to get out. It was Pride Lucifer, a god-level boss. Although Euphemie possessed great strength, she was unable to resist Lucifer and therefore decided to retreat. Lucifer herself was eagerly awaiting her meeting with the ruler. Euphemie couldn't believe what was happening and didn't expect that there could be such powerful beings among the original Sin Kings. But what struck her most was that there was a man behind this. Who was he if even the king of original sin served him? Soon a global alert was released that the world boss, the Lord of Original Sin, had appeared in the deepest part of the demon abyss. Killing him will reward you with a unique, limited divine weapon from the Confrontation of Sins series. This series of weapons is considered a must-have for the Overlord fight, and the chance of getting a trophy increases depending on the job level. Additionally, killing the world boss will unlock a new add-on, Ascension to Godhood. The expansion will also add a 10th transformation, the Divine level. After the announcement, Luodashi went to meet with the chairman, wished Su Yang good luck, and said that they would contact again. At this time, Bai Ling worriedly noted that anomalies began to occur in the world, one after another. However, Su Yang assured her that everything would be fine, as he would definitely take care of everything, so she had nothing to worry about. In addition, the largest SSS-ranked guilds would definitely start to act in the near future, and given the previous events, it would be a matter of time before he reached the Overlord, and before that, Su Yan needed to be fully prepared. By killing the original Sin Kings, one can obtain the unique limited edition artifact, Sin Resistance. And although Su Yang's Devourer is also unique and limited, it is still far behind. Meanwhile, he wondered if he could obtain the Sin Confrontation series of weapons by killing the demons inside the Lord's body. The weapons of the Sin Confrontation series have unique, limited, and divine wombs, and their power is beyond the possible. That's why the young man wanted the demons who obeyed the Lord to sacrifice themselves, and besides, he would be able to resurrect them later, although the restoration would take a long time. The young man also thought about how the strongest hunters in the world had only reached the level of demigods at the moment, and the next expansion was called Ascension to Divinity, and was related to the assassination of the Lord of Original Sin. Su Yang was curious to see if he could kill the Lord alone and thus become the first to attain divinity. After all, he was the real cheater in this world. However, for now, the young man decided to put such thoughts aside and instead complete another 5-star quest for the fourth transformation. Meanwhile, some guild leaders were summoned to the temple to discuss further actions, and among them was Orgus, the leader of the Circle of Mages Guild, a ninth transformation holder with the Elemental Destroyer profession. Besides him, Carolina, the chairwoman of the Global Association of Beast Conquerors and the owner of the ninth transformation, was also present. Tangjan, a ninth transformation hunter and the head of the Eternal Battlefield Guild, also couldn't miss the meeting. The fourth and last leader to arrive was Bouquet, the leader of the Knights Temple Guild and the owner of the ninth transformation. The appearance of the SSS rank guild leaders surprised everyone, because seeing the strongest hunters is a rare occurrence. However, not only the heads of guilds but also heads of state were present at the meeting, which caused even greater surprise. Meanwhile, Euphemy also arrived and thanked everyone who responded to the call of the temple and came to the meeting. She explained to everyone that the reason for such a sudden meeting was that the once defeated sin of gluttony, Beelzebub, had been resurrected, and most likely this was due to the appearance of the world boss, the Lord of Original Sin. Euphemia noted that, as the deity statue stated, only by killing the original Sin Kings and obtaining the Sin Confrontation series weapon would it be possible to destroy the Overlord. And to increase the chance of getting a weapon of this series, the boss must be killed by a high-level hunter, and everyone present at the meeting is just the elite of the modern world. Euphemy asked all the hunters to unite and defeat the absolute evil. Besides, the current record for passing the Demon Abyss is 386 levels, and during this time, they managed to kill 3 sins: gluttony, lust, and greed. Furthermore, it is reasonable to assume that there are another 100 levels to go through to meet the next king of the 7 original sins, meaning there are 314 levels to go through to reach the boss at the end. Meanwhile, the priestess asked Orgus and Tangjan, both level 372, how many levels they thought they could clear in the abyss. Orgus replied that he was already quite old and would be able to go through a maximum of 3 levels, no more. Tangjan noted that the deeper you go into the abyss, the greater the difference in strength between levels, and even if they joined forces, they would not be able to overcome much. Euphemy wasn't too happy with these answers because it meant that in order to reach level 700, hunters would need to level up another 100, which would take a lot of time. Boka noted that killing a sin would give enough experience to raise the average level of the party by several points, and if the kings could be re-resurrected, they would significantly shorten the time. Meanwhile, he also touched on the issue of how the artifacts from the Confrontation of Sin series that the boss can drop will be distributed, which caused tension between chapters. Boka said that there was no point in wasting time on conflicts and mistrust, because the weapon of sins was the key to defeating the ruler and one of the most important items for ascending to deity. After this, the leaders began to argue about who would receive which weapon and also discuss the risks, since the boss only drops the artifact with a certain probability. However, Euphemia didn't like the fact that the guild leaders suddenly started to suspect each other and consider each other potential enemies, so she ordered everyone to be quiet. The priestess explained that this was about ascension to divinity, so the temple would not be left out, and now their enemy was the Lord with the demons. So she asked everyone to wait for the expedition to form, after which the results would be announced. Afterwards, Tangjan asked to speak and said that if the guild became one to challenge the abyss, it would cause disputes on one hand and lead to a shortage of hands on the other. So he proposed that each country unite and form their own abyss fighting team to take turns fighting the kings, and this proposal was supported by the other guild leaders. As for the weaker countries, Tangjan stated that this was not a problem they should solve in order to defeat the sins, since ultimately it all depended on individual, guild, or national strength. Euphemia also supported Tangjan's proposal and then held a vote, with 80% of the votes being in favor. The priestess noted that given the complexity of the abyss, countries without ninth transformation specialists would not be eligible to challenge, and those remaining would be chosen randomly, with the results announced after the meeting. However, this was only the first agenda, and Carolina will tell us about the second. Carolina noted that thanks to the emergence of the secret kingdom Dragon Spirit, it became possible to get into the kingdom of dragons where powerful creatures live, giving a lot of experience. Carlin's proposal was to go to the Dragon Kingdom and earn as much experience as possible, but only the one who had subdued the dragon could enter the kingdom. Carolina confirmed this and added that until recently only Velia had been able to subdue the dragon. But now a young man from Lunxia had appeared, subdued the black dragon, and joined the association as an honored guest. Boko was slightly surprised because the young man had subdued the black dragon, which meant he was worthy of becoming a full member of the association, and perhaps its head. So he asked Carlina why she had accepted him only as a guest. Carolina explained that everything is not so simple because, in fact, the young man is not a beast conqueror. His profession is a warrior magician. What they heard shocked the others because, even for a beast conqueror, taming a dragon is an extremely difficult task. But here, a warrior mage did it. Orgus stated that this was impossible since he himself had tried to force the giant dragons to obey, but to no avail. To this, Carolina asked him if he really thought that since he couldn't do it, then others wouldn't either. After that, Carolina and Orgus exchanged a few insults, and it almost came to blows, and Bouquet tried to stop them, saying that everyone was looking at them now. The rest of the room also discussed what had happened furiously, because everyone had tried to tame a dragon at least once, but to no avail. Euphemy was also starting to lose hope, and wondered if the young man would be able to do something that even the 8th and 9th transformation hunters couldn't do. Carolina told Euphemia that she could check the information about the young man through the list of association members. Looking at the boy's characteristics, Euphemia was surprised because he was only on his 3rd transformation. Carolina noted that they also planned to invite the young man to a lecture at the association so that he can share his experience. Moreover, Carolyn, as a beast tamer, did not care that the secret kingdom might not be related to the association's specialization, because she wanted all people to tame at least one beast. Orgus, meanwhile, said that he himself would go to Lunxia to meet the young man, but this aroused the suspicions of the others that he was planning something. Meanwhile, Suyang was reading the description of a new quest. This time he had to kill the Ice Witch of the Frozen City in a diamond-level dungeon. Even though it was not recommended to go through the dungeon alone, the young man didn't care, because now even the level of starlight was not an obstacle for him. After some time, Suyang reached the Frozen City, where there were also other hunters who had failed to defeat the witch. Meanwhile, a young man on a black dragon appeared in front of them, which greatly frightened those gathered. They were surprised and at the same time happy, because they had the opportunity to see that very talented young man. Besides the witch, the dungeon was also inhabited by large level 92 snow monsters, and along with them, small level 89 snow monsters. However, all of them, at the sight of the giant dragon, began to tremble and beg for mercy. This was only to Su Yang's advantage, so he decided not to waste time and immediately headed towards the witch, ordering the dragon to shorten the route. Soon the witch became angry because a stranger had invaded her chambers and, what's more, had destroyed her palace. However, neither her strength nor her anger helped, and she was eventually incinerated by the dragon in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyun and Rong Shui also wanted to pass the test, but the guys advised them to leave because there was already a brave man there who would surely cope. When the boys spoke of the brave man, they meant the very man who had managed to tame the black dragon, although they did not know his name. Rongshi pointed out that in that case, they should try next time, but Anyu asked her not to rush, saying that she wanted to see the one who tamed the dragon. Meanwhile, Tangjan and Orgus also came to meet the young man. After some time, Su Yang left the dungeon and pleasantly surprised everyone with his appearance. Lin Yuyun, Rong Shui, and An Yu were all incredibly surprised to learn that the one who tamed the black dragon was Su Yang. Su Yang was also surprised to see them, and Lin Yuyun told him that they came to help Rong Shui with the materials, but it seemed like they would have to wait for the next witch. However, the young man asked not to rush and took out from his inventory the Heart of Ice, a material dropped by the boss. Rong Shui refused to accept such a gift, saying that it would be better for the young man to keep the item for himself, and she would wait for the next boss. However, Su Yang insisted that she take the Heart of Ice, and in the end, Rong Shui agreed. Meanwhile, Orgus approached the black dragon and said that he just wanted to touch him. This greatly surprised the young man, because he did not understand who this old man was and why the dragon allowed him to do this without resistance. Orgus, meanwhile, assured them that he did not intend to cause harm, and moved them to a more secluded place. Su Yang realized that since they had moved, Orgus wanted to talk in person, and asked for their names. Orgus and Tangjan stated their names and introduced themselves as guild leaders, which greatly surprised Su Yang. The young man did not understand why such people were looking for him, a newcomer who had just completed the 4th transformation quest. Su Yang asked if they had come to talk to him about his experience in taming the dragon. Orgus didn't even try to hide his intentions, saying that he had been looking forward to it. However, Tangjan asked Orgus to remove the magical power so as not to frighten the young man without reason. Tangjan said that they heard about him from Carolina and actually came to exchange information. Orgus noted that if the young man shared his experience of taming a dragon with him, he would receive a couple of scrolls of forbidden spells as a reward. For Suyan, this offer was quite advantageous because the scrolls were his main trump card. Moreover, he won't be able to deceive Tang Jian and Orgus because they are the best hunters in the world. So he decided to raise the stakes a little. Suyang said that scrolls were good, but they were disposable, so he asked why he wasn't offered a forbidden magic skill book. Orgus asked why he needed her because he was a warrior. And how could he break the rules of professions and use magic like a mage? Tangjen said that there was nothing strange about this, because the warrior profession had two paths, and one of them was a warrior mage. Orgus then decided not to hesitate, and was ready to give the young man a skill book of the second level of forbidden spells. Lightning Destruction Technique. He also warned that such spells required high mental strength, and the young man might have to wait a long time to achieve the desired transformation. Suyang replied that he knew about it and was going to save the book for the future. After this, Orgus erected a small soundproof barrier so that no one could overhear their conversation. A few minutes later, the young man finished his story, after which Orgus immediately went to look for the giant dragon to try to tame it. Tangjen admitted that he had doubted it at first, but now he realized that the young man really knew the Black Dragon dungeon like the back of his hand and had talent. Before leaving, Tongjian gave him a second-tier warrior skill book, Maximum Destructive Strike. The young man had previously heard that Tangjian was a 9th transformation master, the Tyrant of the Extreme Path, but he didn't expect that he would be so generous in his gratitude for the information. Tangjian noted that since the young man had tamed the dragon, he would soon receive a notification about access to the secret realm of the dragon spirit, which was only open to dragon owners. Meanwhile, he added that after the incident with the world boss, the experience and drop rate in the abyss were increased, and an official decision was made to form a team of talented guys to train in the abyss. Tangjian noted that Suyang was one of those people, as all of his transformation quests were 5-star, meaning he was definitely worthy of participating. To this, the young man asked why they chose the abyss, because if the goal is training, then the location does not matter, and experience and drops are not the most important thing. Tangjian told the youth that his point was correct, and since he had completed the 3rd 5-star transformation, he had most likely already survived the Red Moon invasion. He also explained to Suyang that although several hundred years had passed since the Age of Hunters began, it was still unclear what the Red Moon was, and even the temple did not give a clear answer. As a result, all they know is that with each new 5-star transformation, the chance of encountering an invasion increases, and those killed by the Scarlet Withering die forever. Tangjian suspected that the Red Moon's goal was to eliminate the most talented hunters, so they couldn't sit still. And since the monsters in the abyss were most similar to the Scarlet Withering, they decided to go there. Suyang then wondered if the temple really had a purpose since they opened a shop where rare items could be exchanged for Red Moon crystals. However, all he knew now was that he needed to become stronger, so he returned to the temple and completed the transformation. The young man once again strengthened his characteristics and also received a legendary level active skill, Spirit of the Warrior Mage, which allows him to create a fighting spirit with 50% of his characteristics. However, no matter how loud it sounded, Suyang knew that it was not enough, and this made him a little upset, which Bai Ling noticed. But be that as it may, he tried to keep a cheerful face and insist that he was fine, telling others not to worry. Furthermore, Suyang decided to use that very plan and connect it to the boss system. The first thing he decided to do was to resurrect the Sin of Wrath, Samael. Samael was glad that the Lord resurrected him, but his joy quickly passed when he said that in the name of the king he would grant him death. Samael did not understand what was happening and why the Lord decided to kill him, because he was quite strong and had unique abilities. However, he did not want to die, so he promised to prove his loyalty and do whatever it took. Suyang explained that he had reasons to grant death and ordered him to return to the extreme darkness, promising to ensure a majestic return. The words of the Lord gave rise to optimism in Samael. He thanked him for his trust and said that he was ready to die before the next call. After that, Suyang took out the Lord's sword and killed Samael. Meanwhile, Beelzebub sensed Samael's death and was perplexed as to why the ruler personally granted him death. For killing Samael, Suyang received 13.4 billion experience, and his level instantly rose from 85 to 100, and the surplus of 7 billion went into reserve. Moreover, he also received rare items such as Samael's Flesh and Blood, which increases health by 10 million, and Samael's Broken Heart, which gives 10,000 strength. In addition, he received Samael's Demonic Horn, a powerful forging material, and Samael's Demonic Spring, which grants immunity to destruction by demonic power up to level 400. Su Yang was stunned by these items because his current strength was only 2,127, and his health was 53,175, and by using them, he would increase his parameters by thousands of times. With such a huge amount of health, even without activating the boss form, he can already be considered a full-fledged boss, and this is without taking into account other artifacts. With such strength, Su Yang would be able to defeat even the strongest black dragon without any difficulty, and this made him happy. He wanted to use the demonic horn of Samael as a material, but there was a problem. He needed a demigod-level blacksmith, and he had not met such a one yet. While thinking about how to use the Samael demonic source, the youth recalled Tang Zhan's words that the monsters from the abyss were similar to the Scarlet Withering. Su Yang thought if meeting the Scarlet Withering could lead to being infected with the Red Plague, then fighting the demons could lead to being corroded by the demon's power. This begs the question, if the abyss is like the Red Moon, maybe there's also a being like the Lord of Original Sin, hiding behind the light door of invasion. Moreover, hunters who died in the abyss can be resurrected, while those killed by the Crimson Withering cannot, which suggests that there might be someone stronger than the Overlord. However, he decided to put these thoughts aside because now his goal was to kill the ruler. Meanwhile, he got a new drop, a semi-divine artifact, Armor of the King of Wrath, which increases characteristics and has a passive skill Thirst for Destruction, increasing attributes by 1% for every 1,000 killed. In addition, the artifact had an active skill, Tormented Wrath, which took away 70% of health in order to double attributes for 10 minutes, but this was not what Su Yang wanted. Of course, the young man was glad that he received an artifact with such unusual abilities, but he still wanted to get the weapon. Su Yang was about to disconnect from the boss when suddenly the system notified him of the presence of an unconfirmed special drop. The young man was curious to see what was there, and it turned out to be an artifact from the Confrontation of Sins series. Wrathful Punishment, a demigod-level weapon with monstrous characteristics. This, in turn, could not help but please Su Yang, because this weapon is the key to killing the Overlord, and even the strongest hunters like Tang Zhan and Orgus are too weak against it. Su Yang was incredibly happy with this outcome, but suddenly one of the sins returned to its throne, which surprised him a little. It was the sin of pride, Lucifer, which was significantly different from the other sins. While the other sins craved murder and blood to prove their power, Lucifer was distinguished by masochism and similar tendencies. Su Yang didn't really understand what Lucifer meant, but as long as he was in the body of the Overlord, he needed to play his role with dignity. After this, Lucifer reported to the ruler that yesterday people tried to look into the bottom of the abyss, and she assumed that it was the great priest. This slightly surprised Su Yang, because even hunters like Tang Zhan and Orgus were taking it step by step, while Euphemia chose to take direct action, which only proved her strength. This made Su Yang think, and in the meantime, he thanked Lucifer and told her to return to her seat. The young man did not expect that such powerful people were hiding in the temple, so it was not surprising that their power had been maintained for so long, although so far it had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Orgus went to the nest of the giant silver dragon and tried to tame it using Su Yang's method, but to no avail. In one day, Orgus had already visited 3 dragon dungeons, and there were almost no such dungeons left, so he was thinking about heading to the Longjia dungeons. But suddenly a system notification appeared that the first weapon from the Confrontation of Sins series had been received. Upon seeing this notification, Orgus became furious and wanted to immediately find out who dared to break the rules established by the temple. Orgus couldn't believe that someone could defeat the king in just one day and wanted to punish the one who broke the laws of the temple. At the same time, in the Flower Kingdom, in the town of Kyoto, they were also surprised that someone had already obtained the weapon of the king of original sin. The shogun of the Flower Kingdom was Tokugawa Senyo, who discussed the topic of taming dragons with the head of the Minji family, Junichiro. But as soon as the system's announcement appeared, the conversation suddenly changed, and Senyo became curious about who dared to do this. Senyo decided not to waste time and wanted to go to the holy city to hear an explanation of what was happening. Meanwhile, the temple was also shocked by this news, but Euphemie did not close the temple, but ordered the barrier to be sealed and the passage to be opened. The news truly surprised her, because since the beginning of the Age of Hunters, the temple had helped to pacify conflicts and maintain order, and such betrayals had not happened for a long time. Gathered around the round table, everyone wanted to hear an explanation directly from Euphemia. Senyo stated that at today's meeting they were obliged to catch the thief and force him to return the artifact, asking the priestess to ensure justice. Euphemy announced that someone had broken the temple's rules, killed the king of original sin, and stolen the artifact, calling it a challenge to both other countries and the temple itself. The priestess added that if this sinner agreed to admit his mistake and return the artifact, then the merciful god would give him a chance for redemption, and she, as the third sacred priestess, swears in the name of the statue to abandon the persecution. However, in response to this, Euphemy heard only deathly silence. This made Euphemy extremely angry, and she decided not to hesitate, using force to find out who was lying and who was the real thief. Now, if anyone present tells a lie, the sacred light above him will disappear, but no light will go out. At this moment, Tangjan asked if there was anyone who had not passed the temple's inspection, hinting at Euphemia herself. Euphemia admitted that she made a mistake by not including herself on the list of suspects. But be that as it may, her light was so bright that only a fool would suspect her of lying. This only gave rise to new questions and bewilderment, because if no one present was lying, then it follows that someone else killed the king. Carolina noted that not all countries' elite military forces were present here right now, and as far as she knew, several demigod-level fighters had not shown up, which made her suspicious of them. To this, Euphemy responded that her spell not only detects lies, but even if the subject did not participate in the murder of the king, but only passed information to the killer, it would be considered treason. As a result, they were never able to find out who actually broke the rules of the temple and killed the king. After that, Euphemy stated that this event was indeed very strange. But since it happened, they could only move on, and since Gluttony had been killed, they needed to look for the next king on the 200th floor of the abyss. Meanwhile, she asked Sanyo if the Flower Kingdom would be able to continue participating in the subsequent battles. He replied that of course they would like to continue, but unfortunately their strength was not enough, as the original Sin Kings at levels above 100 were already beyond their capabilities. Euphemy noted that in that case, according to the order of the draw, the Eagle Federation would replace the Flower Kingdom to continue the march into the abyss, and also promised Sanyo compensation from the temple. Moreover, the priestess announced that from today onwards, the entrances to the abyss in various countries would be guarded by the troops of the Holy City to ensure control over entry and exit, preventing the recurrence of such incidents. Su Yang himself was surprised when the system announced that the first weapon from the Sin Confrontation series had been obtained, and was also glad that his name was not mentioned in the message. The young man understood that this incident would certainly attract the attention of influential people, which meant that he needed to be extremely careful and under no circumstances let others know that he possessed the weapon of the King of Sin. In addition, the transition to the new transformation will also have to be postponed, otherwise others will have doubts about how he raised his level so quickly. Meanwhile, he wondered if there was any suitable place to pump up his experience, where he could spend a little time to remove unnecessary suspicions from himself. Without thinking twice, the young man decided that the most suitable option would be to become a dragon hunter and destroy all existing dragons. However, he had no information about the current dragon dungeons, so he turned to Bailing for help. Bailing told him that the Silver Dragon Dungeon was located in the southwest region, Nine Rivers City, and the Red Dragon Dungeon was located in the north region, Onling City, and both dungeons were at the star level. Meanwhile, she warned him that at this moment, the first 50 people had already signed up for the Silver Dragon Dungeon from the Heavenly Pavilion. Su Yang didn't find this strange because he had assumed that Ling Er, even after failing with the Black Dragon, would still continue to try to subdue the dragon. However, due to the fact that the young man was a VIP client of the temple, he could afford to reserve a dungeon, and only 5th transformation hunters could take a place in line before him. Of course, such impudence could affect the relationship between Su Yang and the Heavenly Pavilion, but the young man didn't care. After all, no matter how strong the guys from the Heavenly Pavilion were, the young man had several aces up his sleeve that would make him a winner ahead of schedule. Now the young man had a question about how he could swallow 2 objects, since he couldn't just eat them whole and the taste wouldn't be very good. Su Yang began to fantasize about how best to prepare Samael's blood and flesh, as well as broken heart. But this didn't last long, and after some time, Su Yang decided to throw away his thoughts and just absorb Samael's flesh. The taste, of course, was not the most pleasant, but nevertheless it was necessary to become stronger. Moreover, the young man's body changed slightly again and became even more muscular. It was pure madness because now, with such a level of health and strength of almost 30,000, he could stand without wincing under blows or destroy everything with one movement of his finger. Meanwhile, the young man decided to visit Lilith to find out how she was and if everything was okay with her. Having knocked on the door, the young man did not hear an answer and decided to enter the room, where he accidentally saw Lilith, who had just come out of the shower. This made Su-young quite embarrassed, but he still said that he only wanted to know how she was doing and then left. His behavior made Lilith laugh, and she was even glad that Su-young was not at all like the people of the royal court. Meanwhile, Lin-er was angry because someone dared to occupy the dungeon she was about to go to. One of the servants of the heavenly pavilion named Tang Si informed Ling-er that the dungeon was booked by a VIP client from the temple, which made her wonder if Su-young was trying to stop her again. Meanwhile, Tang Si suggested that the lady wait in the secret realm of the Silver Dragon, and when that same VIP client came, discuss everything with him and offer something in return. However, Ling-er was so angry that she told Tang Sung to leave. Lin-er thought, if it was really Su-young who had just tamed the black dragon, then she would not be able to compete with him, and decided to ask the teacher for help. She explained the whole situation to the teacher and asked him to persuade Su-young to hand over the secret realm of the Silver Dragon to her. The teacher promised to ask him, and while waiting for the answer, Lin-er couldn't find a place for herself. However, despite her hopes, the teacher reported that the young man had refused him despite his status as the leader, and noted that he was currently at the peak of his popularity. Even the god of war rated him highly. This truly surprised and upset Lin-er. She couldn't believe that the youth had become so strong in such a short time, and that the god of war Tang Jun was supporting him. Meanwhile, Su-young went to the secret realm of the Silver Dragon. Although the boss of the realm was a 106-star level silver dragon, in the eyes of the youth, he seemed like a goblin. The youth's strength was so incredible that the dragon's attacks did not even touch him, and he could stop them with his bare hands. In the blink of an eye, the dragon was finished, as if it wasn't a boss at all. By activating the Devourer effect, the sword absorbed 10% of the silver dragon's stats, making the youth even stronger. After that, Su-young thought about the kings of original sins. Beelzebub and Samael have the gift of royal tribute, which allows them to take away characteristics and health, giving them to the ruler, but they rarely participate in battles and cannot often present tribute. This gave the young man the idea that if they could leave the abyss and appear in the real world, they would be able to actively take away characteristics and pay tribute to the ruler. However, he quickly came to his senses, realizing that such a plan was too dangerous and crazy. Therefore, instead of thinking madly, Su-young decided to head to the next secret dragon realm. Meanwhile, the system notified him that the secret realm of the red dragon in Longxia had been conquered by Zhen Si. Now 3 hunters had tamed their dragons, and Zhen Si became one of them, ahead of Ling-er. At the same time, Zhen Si was upset because she had not been able to talk to Su-young, but she believed that the opportunity would come again. Meanwhile, Ling-er was crying bitter tears, not believing that someone had beaten her to it again, and this time it was Zhen Si. Zhen Si's success also came as a surprise to Su-young, and she became his rival, so he needs to prepare carefully before opening the next secret kingdom. In addition, the news of the formation of a punitive coalition to combat the Abyss was officially announced, and the murder of Samael forced them to increase their vigilance and begin to act soon. The young man understood that Beelzebub's power would not be enough to repel the coalition's attacks, so he decided to sacrifice him himself so that he would not fall into the hands of others. Meanwhile, Beelzebub was dying of boredom in the Abyss because no one came to fight him. However, he was glad because if Carolyn had come to him again, he would certainly have died. At that moment, the Lord called him, which pleased and frightened Beelzebub. Was it really his turn to meet death like Samael? And everything happened exactly as he thought. The ruler decided to kill him. By killing Beelzebub, Su-young obtained the essence of flesh, which when consumed, permanently increases HP by 5 million and base stats by 2,000. In addition, a living body fell from the body, allowing it to bind targets weaker than the level of the scorching sun, shackling them with the help of captivity. Also dropped was Demonic Source, which protects against demonic power within a radius of 100 levels. Also, the Demonic Horn of Beelzebub is a powerful forging material that can be used by legendary blacksmiths to create artifacts. The icing on the cake was the Artifact of Resistance to the Sin of Gluttony, which increases health, resistance, and stamina. The artifact had a special feature. When equipped, 2% of the attributes of the killed object are absorbed and returned to the owner. The only downside is that the artifact can only be used at the demigod level, which means the young man does not yet have the opportunity to equip it. Meanwhile, Euphemy was glad that no serious clashes had occurred between countries and organizations, although the identity of the killer and the thief of the first weapon of sin had still not been revealed. Now the entrances to the abyss in every country were guarded, and entry was prohibited to all except members of the punitive coalition. Meanwhile, Euphemy approached the Great One to check the temple's statistics and was surprised to see that the Red Moon's damage rate had reached 14%. In addition, no one has yet been able to complete a 5-star quest after the 8th transformation, and if the defeat reaches 50% and no VIP reaches the Ascension of the Gods level, the inevitable awaits. After the release of another expansion, the main mood will remain despair. At this moment, Euphemy was shocked once again. The system announced that the second weapon of the Sin Confrontation series had been acquired. Euphemia didn't understand how this could happen, since they had posted guards and banned entry to anyone who wasn't part of the coalition. The priestess became worried and wondered if this incident was connected with the man she had seen in the abyss. Everyone was alarmed by the situation, so Euphemy decided not to delay and announced an attack on the abyss with several squads at once. At this time, Su Yang was thinking about how soon the coalition members would attack the abyss, and in the worst case, the attack could happen as early as tomorrow. The abyss consists of 700 levels. At every 100th, there is a king of one of the 7 original sins, while gluttony and anger are already under the influence of the ruler. Lust and greed have not yet been resurrected, so the coalition can penetrate up to level 500. Su Yang thought about placing the strongest sin, Lucifer's pride, into the realm of gluttony so that no one would go past level 100. Meanwhile, the coalition has already gone into the abyss to clear as many levels as possible. The coalition was joined by a knight of the temple, Manga, the level of the blazing sun, the 8th transformation, level 301, from the knightly order. The boys confidently rushed into the abyss, thinking that they would easily reach the king. However, on their way, they encountered someone much stronger than gluttony. While the others were in a stupor, Mike rushed at Lucifer without thinking that he could easily defeat her. But before Mike could get closer, Lucifer pierced his head with magic. This surprised everyone. Right before their eyes, the boss killed the knight of the 8th transformation with one blow. Orgus used the skill and obtained detailed information about Lucifer. She has a divine level of 400. Additionally, being the sin of pride, Lucifer despises all weak creatures and takes no damage from weak attacks. Upon learning this, the young man was surprised. There was no one who could resist such a monster now, and if Lucifer killed Orgus and Tang Zhan, Su Yang would be able to control them without restrictions. Therefore, Su Yang ordered Lucifer to replace Beelzebub at the 100th level of the abyss, so that anyone who dared to invade would greatly regret it. However, none of the guys gave up, despite the fact that Lucifer instantly killed a level 300 hunter. The strongest hunters tried to attack the boss at the same time, hoping to defeat her. However, they failed to even scratch Lucifer, and their attacks only made her even more angry. The guys didn't understand how this was possible, and why the boss on the 100th level of the abyss was so strong. Lucifer didn't care what they talked about, she only wanted bloodshed and death. After the second attack, the hunters were exhausted and lost all hope of victory. Tang Zhan wanted to suggest a way to defeat the boss, but he didn't take into account that Lucifer was already preparing to deliver the finishing blow. In the end, the strongest hunters were defeated, which meant one thing. The abyss became an incomprehensible place for them. Boca noted that as soon as Lucifer swung her sword, he knew that with their strength they didn't have the slightest chance. Carolina and the others agreed, but in that case they would not receive the weapon Sin Resistance and would not be able to kill the Lord. So Tang Zhan added that in this case they would not be able to complete the final stage of the Ascension to Deity of the 10th transformation. Orgus was of the same opinion and said that after the High Priestess, Lucifer was absolutely invincible. The guys thought that dark times had come, but this time, the catalyst for ascent to godhood will be Su Yang. Moreover, thanks to Lucifer's royal tribute, the young man received incredible power, and the marks on the souls of the dead allow him not only to subjugate them, but also to track their location. Meanwhile, he was slightly surprised that among all the negative emotions, there was one who thought positively. Atar Kazan, the owner of level 320 and the 9th transformation with the profession of miraculous priest. He came from the land of Shiva, which was strange not only because of its exotic coloring, but also because in the era of the advent of the hunters, it still adhered to the traditional caste system. The young man was interested in what the guy had in mind, and thanks to Lucifer and her mark, he had such an opportunity. Su Yang looked into Atar's thoughts and realized that Shiva wanted to become a world superpower, for which they needed to suppress the other strongest hunters, and most importantly, to obtain the legacy of the Ancient Devourer. Ancient Devourer. This was one of the names of that very sword of Suyang, knocked out from the black dragon Athos, a descendant of the ancient devourer. According to the description, Athos was a descendant of that very ancient devourer, but the young man thought that this was just a legend. Moreover, even elves and dragons trembled before the shadow of this creature, and the last two phrases of the description revealed the main meaning. Those who entered the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit would receive the legacy of the nameless hero and the ancient devourer. Besides Attar, his brother Amino Kazan also wanted to do this, having learned about the ancient devourer near the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit. However, now only one person from Lungxia can enter the dragon spirit realm. Previously, Attar would never have competed with Lungxia, the Eagle Federation, or the Flower Kingdom, but he was sure that after the secret kingdom, everything would change. To do this, Atar wanted to kill all the hunters, because even though they are in another dimension, they cannot return after death, and to do this, it is enough to kill the target several times. Suyan didn't like Atar's plan and decided to teach him a lesson. The young man had been eavesdropping on the other hunters' conversations for so long that he forgot about the need to free Lucifer. Looking at her, he was surprised. After a long time, she continued to stand in the same pose, paying respect. Lucifer thought differently because, due to her tendency towards masochism, she considered the ruler a sadist who was trying not to notice her and was mocking her. However, Suyang told Lucifer to come back and said that she had done a great job of dealing with the insolent people. To keep the spark of battle alive in her, he thanked her for her efforts. The young man didn't quite understand what was happening and why he was forced to play a role-playing game with a demonic boss. But he had no other choice. Meanwhile, something happened that the young man least expected. Suddenly, out of the blue, the high priestess Euphemie herself appeared before him. All because the priestess, having learned about the complete liquidation of the coalition, decided not to stand aside and went into the abyss. Using the statue's blessings, Euphemie upgraded her skill Eye of Insight to Eye of Truth, thus expanding her horizons even further. Having descended into the abyss to the ruler, she ordered him to tell who he was. However, her confidence immediately disappeared when the Lord called her name and reminded her of the fate of the coalition, which was trying to descend to the bottom of the abyss. Euphemie noted that the last time she used the Eye of Insight, the Lord was in a dormant state, but now he gave off a completely different feeling. Realizing that she was in a losing situation, she decided to retreat and reconsider her strategy with the coalition. However, Suyang was unwilling to let her go, saying that she couldn't just come and go as she pleased. The young man was also curious about what items he could obtain by killing the high priestess. But be that as it may, he was unable to kill Euphemie, since the moment his vigilance was weakened, the priestess immediately slipped away. Returning to the temple, Euphemie felt relieved, because before that she had experienced monstrous pressure from the ruler. At that moment, the priestess of paradise ran up to her, concerned by her appearance, asking if everything was okay. Euphemie decided not to talk about what happened, and asked about the matter of the invasion force heading towards the holy city. After that, she said that she would go and rest and tidy herself up, asking Raya to let her know if anyone came. Meanwhile, Suyang in the body of the Lord was observing the temple, thanks to the energy of Euphemia, which somehow miraculously established a portal between dimensions. Suyang realized that Euphemia actually didn't want to leave the holy city, but simply couldn't. Otherwise, with her strength, she might be able to compete with Lucifer. However, what interested the young man most was whether he, being in the body of dark energy, would be able to subjugate the statue and replace the data. But no matter how hard he tried, protecting the statue was on a completely different level and was beyond his power. However, Suyang did not give up and decided that if he could not subdue the statue, then he would certainly be able to subdue some priestess. And it worked. Having entered Raya's body, dark energy began to consume her, absorbing her mind. As a result, Raya fell victim to the Dark Fall, and after transforming, she became a level 130 succubus, becoming a demon priestess. Suyang didn't fully understand what had happened and who Raya really was now, but at that moment something more happened. The divine statue reacted to his actions, after which the statues all over the world activated and the system made a worldwide announcement. The original Sin Lord enslaved the temple priestess with the power of his essence. Thus the first demon priestess appeared, and the demon faction was opened. In addition, hunters who fall into the abyss and are enslaved by the power of the devil will no longer lose their minds, but instead become members of the demon faction. A feud was also started. Now murders between different factions do not entail court intervention. In addition, the Demon Abyss, the City of Demons, and a new demonic statue were opened. This caused a real shock to everyone. No one understood what was happening and why such changes suddenly occurred. The situation in the world was completely out of control, and all that was left for the hunters was to remain calm and prepare for the coming battle. Suyang was so shocked at this time that he didn't know that his fleeting experiment would trigger such a large-scale event. Moreover, a world quest was announced to kill the Lord of Original Sin. But considering that the hunters were unable to resist Lucifer, things are going badly for them. Moreover, under such circumstances, many may feel that this quest is no longer possible to complete, and then joining the ranks of demons may become a very attractive option. Through the soul mark, Suyang could sense that at least 6 or 7 top hunters were already thinking about this. Meanwhile, the young man could now use the demonic statue, thereby speeding up the leveling process several times. The young man wanted to kill the ruler and resurrect him, so that he would retain his power, but this was not the case. Because after the ruler is killed, the one who wields his power automatically becomes the ruler. Meanwhile, the defenders of the temple noticed the demon and immediately tried to destroy him. They attacked the succubus at once, hoping to destroy her completely, but in an instant she disappeared. Euphemy was at a loss, not knowing what to do next and how the Lord managed to break into the temple. Suyang, meanwhile, transferred himself and the succubus back to the abyss, but a surprise awaited him there. Having moved into the abyss, he saw a strange cloud in the sky, and at that moment he realized that he was in the city of demons itself. Among the resurrected demons, there were those who were happy about the resurrection and those who were not. So Suyang ordered Raya, as the first demon priestess, to deal with them. However, he understood that it would be difficult for one demon priestess to control them, and only strength mattered, just like the invincible Euphemia in the human world. Suyang realized that it was time to resurrect another powerful priest, and resurrected another original sin. This time it was the Queen of Envy, Livia, who felt envy and hatred towards Lucifer, and wanted to take a place next to the ruler. Now Livia is not just the queen of the original sin of envy, but a powerful demonic priestess. Meanwhile, the system informed Livia that she would soon be given knowledge of the Red Moon, as a great priestess of demons, and together with the Lord, they must resist this invasion. This greatly surprised Livia, as she had never seen anything like this before, and she decided to ask a passing demon about it. He told her that he had heard about the Red Moon, and that there were rumors that even hunters with a 5-star transformation could encounter it. Livia was confused and wondered if all this was coming from the demonic statue, wanting to ask the Lord about it in more detail. However, the Lord did not answer her call, and Livia thought that he had again fallen into hibernation, a state in which it was impossible to awaken him, no matter how hard you tried. At the same time, she was curious about when the original Sin Lord would once again reach the peak of his power and lead them into an attack on the human world. Meanwhile, the strongest hunters have once again gathered in the Holy City. Euphemia thanked everyone for taking the time to come to the meeting, as they have been meeting frequently lately due to special circumstances, for which she apologized. Orgus noted that there was no need to apologize, since everyone understood the situation perfectly well, and asked to move on to the topic of the day. After which Euphemy decided not to drag out the meeting, and announced that today they would discuss 2 important issues: changes in the demon faction, and the opening of a portal to the Elven kingdom. First of all, the priestess said that she really hoped that no matter what, none of the hunters would decide to join the demon faction, because that would undoubtedly be an act of betrayal. The hunters then began to discuss the previous battle against Lucifer, and the fact that they could not win this battle, since they could not even defeat her, let alone the ruler. However, Carolina asked the guys not to be so pessimistic, because be that as it may, there is still the path of alliance. Meanwhile, Euphemy continued, saying that the entrance to the Elven kingdom had always been one way, and humans could not enter without permission. But if they could complete the alliance quest and open the entrance, it would bring great benefits. Tangjan noted that in order to complete the quest, they first needed to defeat Lucifer, but they were unable to deal with divine-level enemies, and suggested that they seek help from the elves. Tangjan was filled with anger that he couldn't resist Lucifer, but once they defeated her, the other sins would no longer be a problem for them. The others supported his words, and Boki added that they had better establish contact with the Elven kingdom as soon as possible, because they had catastrophically little time. To which Euphemia said that she had foreseen this and had made arrangements with the elves in advance. After her words, she transferred a level 160 elf, a court mage of the 6th transformation, Alan Lawrence, to their world. Alan greeted everyone and expressed his respect, saying that he was the eldest son of the respected Lawrence family. Euphemia thanked him for agreeing to help and asked Her Majesty the Queen's opinion regarding their request. However, Alan was in no hurry to answer because, like everyone else in the Lawrence family, he was hello. Alan set his sights on Euphemia, saying that she was truly a beauty, which drew the ire of Orgus. However, Alan read out the Queen's decree, noting that the elves were happy to help humans in the fight against the Lord of Original Sin, but under their own conditions. The first condition was that no humans other than elves would be allowed to visit the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit, and the second was to send humans to search for the elven princess Lilith and return her to the kingdom of the elves. The third and final condition was that the Profession Change Temple would donate 60% of the collected Red Moon crystal cores to the Elven Temple. This caused discontent among the others. No one wanted to agree to such conditions because it was literally robbery. There was a commotion in the hall, but Euphemia immediately intervened and told everyone to be quiet. After which the priestess said that the temple had no objections to the second and third points. But the first point affected the interests of guilds from different countries, so she asked them to think it over again. Alan noted that in order to enter the secret realm of the dragon spirit, one must tame a dragon, to which Euphemia responded that Lunxia, the Eagle Federation, the Flower Kingdom, and the Shiva country already have dragon tamers. Smiling slyly, Alan went to meet them, but again put forward the condition that everyone would be able to enter the kingdom except the one who subdued the black dragon, and he must be delivered to the kingdom of the elves. This time, Tangjan no longer ignored Alan's brazen statements and asked if this demand was directed at Longxia. Alan replied that this was not the case, since elves would not harm humans, and stated that he was not obliged to explain the reasons for such demands. Tokugawa turned to Tangjan, saying that although he also did not understand why the elves did this, they certainly had their reasons, and besides, it was a worthy price to pay for an ally like the elves. Attar also tried to convince Tangjan, saying that sometimes you have to make concessions and lose something in order to gain something more. However, Tangjan was filled with anger and wanted to take it out on someone, choosing Tokugawa as his target. Tangjan struck Tokugawa, causing surprise and bewilderment among the others. Attar wanted to stand up for Tokugawa and attacked Tangjan, but he instantly knocked him to the ground, after which Tangjan declared that no one had the right to teach them, the people of Longxia, how to act and what to do. He also noted that although he did not fully understand the intentions of the Elven Kingdom, this concerns all of humanity, and the Longxia are ready to take responsibility and make concessions. In conclusion, Tangjan said that their conqueror would not go to the secret realm of the dragon spirit, but at the same time, they would never hand him over to the Elven Kingdom. Su Yang was watching all this, and upon hearing that Attar wanted to challenge Tangjan and then their black dragon conqueror, he became very angry. The young man considered such behavior unacceptable, declaring that anyone who dared to challenge the monarch's authority should be severely punished and deserved a much more powerful blow than the one dealt by Tangjan. However, he began to think that something was wrong here. He could still understand the position of Shiva and the Flower Kingdom, but he was haunted by why the Elven Kingdom had suddenly turned so sharply against them. That's why Su Yang decided to find out about this from Lilith. But the elf said that the other elves didn't care about Alkarai's death, because his death was even to their advantage. Lilith explained that even among the elves there is no unity for power, and although everyone is nice and polite in appearance, behind their backs they only plot and think how to put a pig on each other. The young man realized that since Alkarai's death had nothing to do with it, it was the black dragon itself, or rather the elves were afraid of the one who had once brought boundless horror, the Ancient Devourer. Due to their fear of the Ancient Devourer, they are hostile and wary of all black dragons, and their high demands are understandable. In the secret realm of the dragon spirit, there is the legacy of the Ancient Devourer and the Nameless Hero, and to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, the elves wanted to restrict access to outsiders. However, Su Yang had a completely different opinion and was unwilling to allow the elves to carry out their plans. Meanwhile, he said that one of the elves' demands was to find and return Lilith, but the elf said that she would never return to the Elven Kingdom. Su Yang understood everything without her, because given that she was burdened with the curse of the royal family, the court was clearly not looking for her with good intentions. The only problem is that Lilith has already shown herself to everyone when he subdued the Black Dragon, and if the Elven Kingdom shows her portrait, then sooner or later everyone will find out the truth. Meanwhile, he received a message from Tong Zhan, who came to talk about something important. Tangjan asked the young man to remain calm and said that he might not be able to enter the dragon spirit's secret realm this time. Su Yang was at a loss and did not understand why, after all, he had subdued the black dragon, but still they would not let him into the kingdom. Tangshan noted that he refused the elves' conditions, because despite the slowing down of the advancement into the abyss, and for the common good, neither he nor the Longxia state would agree to give the young man to the elves. He also asked Su Yang not to worry, saying that Longxia would definitely compensate him for the damage. In conclusion, he thanked Su Yang for his understanding and asked him not to make any rash decisions. The young man wondered if the two ninth transformation hunters from the Flower Kingdom and the land of Shiva were ready to accept the surprise he had prepared in the secret kingdom. Meanwhile, Gensai was upset that Su Yang couldn't go to the secret realm, as she wanted to take the opportunity to communicate with him. The Red Dragon thought differently. He was glad that the young man would not come, because he did not want to fight with such a wild guy. In the land of Shiva, they were planning something terrible and wanted to take the chance to get rid of the rest of the dragon slayers. The next day, another elf headed towards the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit. Eric, the third prince of the Elven kingdom, a level 220 elf dragon knight with the 7th transformation. However, no matter how noble the elves may seem, it is still better for girls to stay away from them, for their own good. At the same time, all the dragon conquerors gathered, and the opening of the entrance to the secret kingdom of the dragon spirit began. A truly significant moment. However, everything was not as simple as it seemed, because Su Yang's surprise was waiting for its moment. Suddenly, Atar noticed Orgus in the sky, who was about to use magic against him. He didn't understand what was happening and why Orgus decided to suddenly attack him. Orgus probably didn't understand the reasons either, since at that moment he was under Su Yan's control. Meanwhile, the young man ordered the black dragon to follow its nature, to devour everything in its path. Tokugawa declared that Orgus had gone mad and that they must be stopped immediately. However, in addition to Orgus, Su Yang also controlled the mind of Atar, who attacked Tokugawa. Su Yang activated forced suggestion, the duration of which was only 1 minute, but it was enough to cause chaos. And indeed, a battle broke out between the two hunters, during which they destroyed a considerable part of the surrounding area. Once Orgus got out of Su Yang's control, he was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. No one understood what had happened and why they suddenly began to attack each other, wondering who had the power to control them. Atar noted that his instincts as a priest of the divine sign were not wrong, and someone was secretly controlling them. However, in an instant, this ceased to be important for the boys because they had just seen a black dragon fly into the secret kingdom. Tokugawa suggested that it was Su Yang who controlled them and forced them to fight each other. But Atar called his assumption crazy and more like a joke, because the young man was only a low-level hunter of the 4th transformation and would hardly be able to control their minds. Orgus noted that ever since they began their campaign against the Abyss, strange events had been occurring one after another like a curse. Meanwhile, he stated that they had more important things to do. Because of this control, they killed the Elven royal guards, and now they must be reborn in the temple of the Elven kingdom. And once the royal court learned of this, relations between humans and elves would, at best, simply deteriorate, so he suggested contacting them first. Meanwhile, the dragon slayers were busy exploring the secret kingdom, which was significantly different from the others. Meanwhile, the elves had something insidious in mind and wanted to get rid of the rest of the boys by taking the dragons away from them. However, they were not the only ones who thought so. A tamer from the country of Shiva also wanted to use the stone tablet against them to take control of their dragons. But everything changed when that same black dragon appeared in the sky above everyone. The black dragon's roar terrified the other dragons, and Su Yang's presence made everyone surprised. The elves were unhappy with his presence because they were promised that the black dragon would not be allowed into the secret kingdom. The dragons were in a panic, so Eric ordered the elves to attack the black dragon tamer. However, they were unable to resist Su Yang. The young man instantly killed several level 150 elves at once, which caused even more surprise. The elves were surprised that the young man, possessing the 4th transformation, had such power, so they decided to also use their trump card. However, Su Yang had much greater trump cards than they thought, which took them even more by surprise. One of the elves tried to escape, but Su Yang was able to stop him using Beelzebub's power. Moreover, the young man openly expressed his disrespect by stepping with his boot right on his face. Meanwhile, Su Yang declared that if anyone dared to offend him, he would take revenge 100-fold, no matter who was in front of him. Meanwhile, the rest of the elves rushed to help their comrade, promising to kill the young man. The elves were confident that they were many times stronger than Su Yang, and even though he was the owner of a black dragon, they would be able to defeat him. But in reality, Su Yung possessed much greater power than they thought, which caused even more surprise. Alan didn't understand how it happened that he died again and lost to the young man. After 2 deaths, the elves had lost too many levels, so Alan decided to retreat using the Scroll of Return. However, Su Yung instantly cut the scroll into pieces, saying that without his consent, no one would leave the secret kingdom. Alan realized that he was in a hopeless situation, so he wanted to somehow negotiate with Su Yung, saying that he would fulfill any of his conditions. Su Yung asked him why he looked so scared when he was the one who openly declared that he would kill him. Alan apologized, saying that they simply didn't know him, and now they truly realized their mistake and were asking to let them go. But Su Yung said that thanks to Alkarai, he already understood what kind of hypocrites the elves were, and he would kill them again and again until their levels dropped to 0 and they could be resurrected. After which the young man carried out a real genocide of the elves, killing them one after another, over and over again. The elves tried to stop him, saying that this way humans would not be able to fight side by side with the elves, but Su Yung stated that he didn't care about it at all. As a result, only Eric remained, with whom Su Yung wanted to fight with swords without any tricks. Eric used the Storm Elemental enchantment on his weapon, and directed a powerful stream of energy at the young man. The elf used a series of his skills, and was confident that this series of attacks would be able to kill Su Yung. But be that as it may, all his attacks were like a mosquito bite, and in the end he took away only 10% of the boy's health. After that it was Su Yang's turn to attack, and in just a few blows he completely finished off Eric and killed him. Vishnu from the land of Shiva wanted to return home and tell his superior everything, but Su Yung killed him too. Meanwhile, Gensi and Velia ran up to him, asking why he killed Vishnu. The youth explained that Shiva had secretly planned to kill them all here, so he simply got ahead of Vishnu and did it first. Finally, Su Yung said that the secret realm of the dragon spirit was not a heavenly place for leveling up. There were dangers hidden here that they could hardly even imagine, so he advised the girls not to stay here for a long time. After killing 6 elves, Vishnu, and dragons, the young man received more than 30 million experience, but compared to his current accumulated experience, it was like a drop in the ocean. In addition, the items obtained were also useless for the young man. Meanwhile, the young man had reached the first stage of the sword absorption limit, and now he needed to kill a scorching sun-level dragon to increase the sword's stat limit to 20,000. Su Yung wondered if the nameless hero buried where he was the original owner of his dragon heart. And it seemed that the young man had guessed everything correctly. Moving in the direction indicated by the light, he came across the location of the ancient devourer, the path to which lay through thick fog. Su Yung was greatly surprised to see the remains of the body of the ancient devourer, which was several times larger than his giant black dragon. The young man decided that this was an excellent opportunity to examine the monster's body closer, but at the same time he was slightly frightened by the fact that thick fog began to appear around him again. Through the fog, he barely noticed the hand of the ancient devourer and decided to try to climb it. As soon as the young man touched his hand, the monster immediately seemed to activate, and dragons, which apparently had been previously absorbed by the ancient devourer, resurrected around him. It was no problem for the young man to deal with them, and meanwhile he began to think that perhaps this was a test from the ancient devourer himself and the nameless hero. However, as soon as Su Yung killed one of the dragons, it would immediately resurrect, which was not surprising. The young man didn't care how many times he had to kill the bone dragon, because he was ready to kill as many times as necessary. As a result, after some time, the bone dragons turned into a pile of bones. Su Yung didn't understand why this test was necessary, but it still took a lot of his strength. But the surprises did not end there, and when the young man tried to climb to the top, someone again stopped him. Moreover, this someone managed to freeze the black dragon, which greatly surprised Su Yung. After which the stranger pounced on the young man, but Su Yung was not at all frightened, and even being in a disadvantageous position, he did not worry. Moreover, such an opponent was only to Su Yang's advantage, since it was a good chance to show off his strength. Moreover, Su Yung was furious because it took him a long time to tame the black dragon, but someone managed to freeze it in an instant. He was already about to take revenge on his offender when suddenly he announced that the young man had passed the test, after which Athos's body gradually recovered as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Su Yung asked the stranger what his name was and whether he was the nameless hero. However, he did not answer, and in response asked him who he was. But after Su Yung introduced himself, he asked again who he was. Su Yung was confused and didn't understand what these 2 consecutive "who are you" meant. Did the stranger really understand that the young man was the original Sin Lord? But what surprised Su Yang the most was that the stranger disappeared again in an instant. It was as if he had been transported back in time and pierced the boy's body with his sword. However, the strangeness didn't end there. Despite the stranger piercing him with a sword, Su Yang didn't feel any pain, and even his health points didn't decrease. The stranger was also surprised, talking about some fix that didn't work. Su Yang, meanwhile, wanted to take revenge on the stranger and attacked him, but he managed to dodge his attack. After which a small fight broke out between the two, and neither Su Yang nor the stranger were inferior to each other in skills. Moreover, the young man completely forgot what fear was, and even stopped the stranger's sword with his teeth. Su Yang was able to take possession of the stranger's sword, and now he was unarmed, which made the youth's position more advantageous. However, everything was not as it seemed at first glance. And sitting on the ground, the stranger seemed to be immersed in another world. The stranger severed his connection with his sword, and his body began to dissolve. In the end, he only told Su Yan to kill Chloris. However, the young man heard this name for the first time, and did not understand what it meant. Meanwhile, the system notified the young man about a new superior item he had received, the Crimson Blade, information about which was unavailable, and some kind of error had been detected. Su Yang didn't understand what this meant, but a system window still appeared in front of him, describing the skill Rectification that absorbed red moon crystals to perform a rectification attack. The young man decided to find out more about this fix, and taking the red moon crystal from his inventory, used it. And it worked. The blade absorbed the crystal, thereby increasing the charge from 152 to 153. At the same time, Su Yang heard the roar of a dragon, which belonged to a single black dragon, Athos. Athos also changed slightly due to the fact that he was able to absorb the dark flame, thereby preventing the immortality of those bone dragons. Moreover, now these same bone dragons have been resurrected and have become Athos's minions. The young man realized that if he allowed Athos to absorb various elite monsters and bosses, he would have a powerful army of the undead. And Athos would become not just a dragon necromancer, but a real Lich King. But what also surprised him was that some numbers started to appear above the creatures, and Su Yang assumed that it was related to his new blade. Since he had no other option but to try using correction, he decided to use it against one of the bone dragons, after which the dragon completely disappeared, and the system notified Su Yang that the correction had caused the crimson charge level to increase by 0%, and the sword charge was 111. Su Yang couldn't believe it. After all, he had completely destroyed the creature at the level of direct rules, and even the undead that could resurrect were instantly killed. This reminded the boy that the previously unnamed hero had also tried to use the fix on him, but it hadn't worked, and he wondered why. He asked the system for a hint but received nothing in response. However, he wanted to sort this out later because now it was more important that Athos received the legacy and the young man received a godlike artifact. However, the red moon crystals are now too rare, and the only way to obtain them is through a random invasion by the red moon, so the young man wanted to find another way to obtain them. Meanwhile, the entrance to the secret realm of the dragon spirit opened again. Jensi suggested that Velia go first, and Velia assumed that the girl wanted to wait for Su Yang. Suddenly, their dragons began to tremble with fear, which meant only one thing. There was a black dragon somewhere nearby. The young man went down to them and noted that they had both worked hard, and also expressed the hope that they would not tell anyone about what had happened. Jensai expressed her respect to the young man, and assured him that they would not tell anyone about the incident, because she could see from his eyes that he was a good person. The girl would have liked to talk more with Su Yang, but unfortunately she was unable to do so again. Su Yang was surprised that in Zhen Shi's eyes he turned out to be a good person, noting that the girl was indeed quite strange. The young man also wanted to leave the secret kingdom, but after what happened, the situation outside became a little more complicated, and he simply wouldn't be able to leave. Based on his assumptions, since faction quests appeared in the world and humans became demons, it would be logical to assume that demons should also be able to somehow join the human faction. He didn't fully understand how everything worked, and decided to check if it was true by launching an immediate parallel incarnation. Returning to the body of the Lord, the system immediately notified him that the properties of the one-way entrance to the abyss were cancelled, and the demons in the abyss could now freely leave it and move to the outside world. If ordinary demons leave the abyss, they will most likely only become sources of experience for people. But what will happen if the king of original sin leaves the abyss? So he decided to call upon Lucifer and ordered her to pass through the gates of the abyss. At the same time, one of the gates of the abyss was located on the northern Siberian plain. The temperature there was below -30 degrees, so the guards were sure that even if the demons came near them, they would immediately turn into ice cubes. However, Lucifer was able to get into the ordinary world and instantly killed 2 guards. After this, Lucifer returned to the Lord and told him that she had managed to pass through the gates of the abyss, but her powers had dropped to the level of a demigod. However, even at this level, Lucifer was many times superior to the strongest hunters, so he ordered her to go to the human world and punish all the disobedient ones in his name. In addition, he told her to bring a person who would be his guide while he slept, which Lucifer was quite surprised by. Not long before Su Yang left the secret realm, Orgus encountered Tang Jian and demanded an explanation from him. Tang Jian was also perplexed, so he said that he had nothing to explain. The elves, in turn, demanded that the young man who tamed the black dragon be brought to the Elven royal court for interrogation. Tang Jian was also asked to explain, but he refused, saying that he did not have the strength to convince him. Just as the situation was getting worse, Zhen Si and Velia emerged from the secret realm, not understanding what was going on. They were immediately asked where Su Yang was now, but the girls replied that they did not know, because they had gotten lost and their paths had diverged. Zhen noted that in the end, not only did they not find any treasure, but they almost died. And after some flash of light, the entrance opened again. This led the elves to the idea that most likely someone had managed to receive the legacy of the secret kingdom. The elf captured Zhen and Vela, declaring that they would both go with him to the Elven kingdom for questioning. However, after this, Orgus and Tokugawa intervened, saying that no one would go anywhere with them, after which the elves declared that in such a case people could forget about the alliance with them. And if something happened to the third prince and the eldest son of the Lawrence family, they would be in big trouble. At this point, Atar intervened, telling Orgus and Tokugawa to imagine what would happen if they lost their elven allies, just as they would then confront the Overlord. In fact, Atar said this only to show herself in a good light in front of the elves, and so that they would form an alliance with Shiva. Meanwhile, something strange suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a monstrous aura. This aura belonged to none other than Lucifer, who had come to kill everyone. Orgus noticed that something was wrong here, and her aura was different from the one in the abyss. The guys decided to forget all their differences and unite to destroy a common enemy, the Queen of Pride, Lucifer. After that, they rushed to attack Lucifer, and their attack was led by Tang Jian, who had earned the nickname God of War. Tokugawa and Atar did not stand aside either, but were ready to run away if something went wrong. Together they combined attacks and struck at Lucifer, confident that Pride would surely die. However, their combined attack only slightly hit Lucifer, further angering her. Lucifer used her unique skill, Dark Mastery, which pulled all enemies within a 500-meter radius into a barrier, reducing all stats by 50%. Despite the fact that they were the strongest hunters of their time, they were unable to resist the power of Lucifer. But it didn't end with Lucifer, because Su Yang could still control those who died in the abyss after the failed campaign. This time, he decided to use his power for a good cause, and ordered Tang Jian to take Zhen Si and Welia as far away from the battle as possible. The young man himself, meanwhile, came to the battle site to see Lucifer, introducing himself as the guide of the Lord of Original Sin. The Queen of Pride's first impression of him was not very good. She was surprised that the ruler chose someone who even calling a bug would be an exaggeration. Coming closer, Su Yang told her to put away her arrogance and help him take away one person. This surprised Lucifer. She felt the aura of the ruler for a moment, even though in front of her was the young man whom she had just called worse than a bug. However, she couldn't disobey Su Yang's order, so she went with him to his house. Using her power, Lucifer grabbed Lilith and dragged her into the abyss. This was Su Yang's plan to prevent the elf from being found and return to the kingdom. Lilith herself was frightened and did not understand what was happening, because the young man decided not to tell her about it. Meanwhile, the hunters were once again lamenting their failure and could not believe that such a great difference in strength existed in the world. Meanwhile, Orgus asked the boys if anyone had seen Tang Jian, but they all replied that they had not. However, Atar noted that before he was sucked into the dark space, he saw Tang Jian, and Lucifer's skill seemed to have no effect on him, as if she hadn't considered him an enemy in the first place. Orgus did not understand Atar's arguments and asked again what he meant. Atar stated that he had a terrible idea. Perhaps Tang Jian and Longxia had betrayed humanity and allied themselves with the demons. Orgus denied his words, saying that Tang Jian was not like that, but Atar insisted on his own. Other hunters supported Atar, saying that it was indeed suspicious. He also reminded them of the incident with the portal entrance, where they suddenly attacked each other, causing Su Yang, who was originally forbidden from entering the realm, to successfully enter it, and Longxia benefited from it. After which, Orgus also began to doubt Tangjong, because the power that could control him was only within the power of demons. However, Tokugawa noted that not only Tangjan had disappeared, but also Gensi and Velia, and asked Atar if he suspected that they were also in cahoots with the demons. Atar was excited because he had forgotten about those two, and said that Tangjan probably wanted to take possession of the secret of the dragon spirit secret realm for himself. So he kidnapped them. Atar himself did not know what exactly Tangjan had done and what he had planned, but having one less death, he wanted to find a way to spite him. Suddenly, Atar felt someone's presence behind him, but he didn't notice when Tangjan appeared. With a powerful blunder, Tangjan knocked Atar out and said that next time he would arrange a quick resurrection for him if he decided to slander him again. Orgus demanded an explanation from Tangjan, which was not surprising, since many strange things had happened in the last few minutes. Tangjan replied that he had nothing to explain, and if they doubted him, they should go to the holy city, where the high priestess would judge everything. Vela defended Tangjan, saying that he had carried her and Gensi to the border of Longxia, and then immediately turned back. Meanwhile, Orgus and Tokugawa began to suspect Su Yang of having ties to demons, but they immediately dismissed the thought, since he was a newbie who had just reached the 4th transformation. After this, Orgus suggested going to the holy city and asking the high priestess to judge them, and at the same time sort out the affairs of the kingdom of the elves. Everyone supported the idea, including Atar, who intended to take revenge on Tangjan for hitting him. But in the end, Tangjan's words were confirmed. He did not lie and had no connection with the abyss. However, this was not what everyone wanted to know, because there was something much more interesting. Euphemia asked Velia and Gensi, who were in the dragon spirit secret realm, whether everything they said about the secret realm was the pure truth. After that, the light above them began to fade, and the girls began to get a little nervous, realizing that they were in a hopeless situation where they couldn't lie. Orgus and Tokugawa were furious and demanded an explanation as to why the girls had deceived them. Tangdan wondered if all these events were related to Su Yang. He carefully studied the boys' past and questioned everyone, from classmates and guilds to temple priests, and everyone spoke of him the same. Talented, strong, not like a scoundrel. Even if he assumed the worst and admitted that Su Yang was connected to the abyss, he still didn't involve Tangjan, Gensi, and Welia. And Tangjan was at a loss as to how to treat the young man if he was truly connected to the demons. Euphemia said that since the girls' lies had been exposed, there was no point in hiding them anymore, and trying to hide the truth could backfire. The high priestess suggested discussing everything in person in the confessional if that was more convenient, and the girls agreed. 10 minutes later, Euphemia came out of the confessional with a very angry look. Pointing her staff at Atar, she asked if it was true that he had planned and ordered Vishnu to kill all the participants of the secret kingdom. Atar was at a loss and didn't know how to respond, not understanding how Gensi and Velia knew about this, since they certainly couldn't capture Vishnu. Euphemia stated that according to the testimony of the girls in the secret realm Dragon Spirit, Su Yang had uncovered Vishnu's plan and killed him. They themselves were not involved, and now he wants to find out the real culprit. Boka intervened in the conversation, asking how Su Yang managed to kill Vishnu with the 6th transformation, but Carolina interrupted him, saying that the main thing now is Atar. Atar was cornered, didn't know what to answer, and the light above him had already gone out. Then Euphemia sentenced Ataru. 3 death sentences, place of imprisonment, holy city, term to be determined later. Tangjan asked Atar if nothing had happened to Gensi and Velia, since he wanted to put all the blame on Su Yang. Atar declared that this was slander, and although there was such a plan, he did not make a contract with the Abyss. In addition, he accused the young man of killing the elves and named Lungxia as the culprits. Tangjan could not stand the loud accusations and decided to teach Atar a lesson, with a powerful blow almost sending him to the world of resurrection. After which he dealt another blow and sent Atar to prison to await the final verdict. Atar himself did not want to stop and promised to take revenge on Tangjan. Meanwhile, he sent his brother a final message before his imprisonment, asking him to tell the Elven Kingdom about Su Yang's murder of the Elven Prince, and to organize an alliance between Shiva and the Abyss to take revenge on everyone. Watching from the sidelines, Su Yang was surprised by Atar's decisions, because joining the demons was the same as committing suicide. Atar didn't suspect that Su Yang was actually the Lord of Original Sin, and if Shiva joined the demons, Su Yang would be able to control them as he saw fit. As for the Elven Kingdom, except for Lilith, all the elves the young man met were filled with arrogance to the core, so he didn't care about them at all. In addition, due to the events in the secret realm of the Dragon Spirit, and the fear of attracting the attention of the Holy City, The young man did not level up for a long time, but now everything has changed. No one knew who Su Yang was yet, and they treated him carelessly, calling him a weakling. However, they wanted to establish a relationship with the young man, since it was him that the ruler had chosen as his guide. Since Livia was the High Demon Priestess, she was in charge of the demonic statue's transformation process. The young man wanted to complete another 5-star quest for the 5th transformation. He also wondered if he could create a VIP room in the demon temple for the strongest demons to complete 5-star transformation quests. If all goes well, they will encounter the Red Moon invasion and be able to obtain crystals by killing Scarlet Wither monsters. Then, as the original Sin Lord, Su Yang would force them to give the crystals to him. So he wanted to get rich from the Red Moon crystals and make full use of the new Crimson Blade. Meanwhile, he received a 5-star quest for the 5th transformation, Double Harvest, where he had to kill 10 demons and 10 5th transformation hunters. As a reward, he will receive the secret weapon, Demon Soul Reaper, an upgrade to the legendary level, a 50% increase in basic stats, a skill upgrade, and 1,000 free stat points. For Su Yang, killing a 5th transformation hunter was a piece of cake, and he first decided to walk through the abyss to complete the first task. Meanwhile, Shiva was waiting for news outside, not yet knowing that Vishnu had been defeated. The news of Vishnu's death shocked his father. He could not believe that his brilliant son had died. Vishnu hoped to be promoted to the 9th transformation, but was killed by a youth with the 4th transformation. This prompted the father to think about joining the demons, despite the betrayal of humanity, because, in his opinion, there was nothing left to lose. Meanwhile, Euphemia announced that Attar had been arrested and taken into custody, and now the matter concerning Su Yang needed to be discussed. Orgus noted that he could believe in the murder of Vishnu with the 6th transformation by a youth with the 4th, but he considered the murder of an elven prince of the 7th transformation to be absurd. Valia admitted that the boy seemed to have used an object that completely paralyzed Eric. He could neither move nor use objects nor perform skills, and she had never seen anything like this before. Boka noted that it sounds like a capture state, but for a low-level hunter against a high-level hunter, the damage and CC time should be significantly reduced. Orgus added that this rule didn't apply to Su Yang right now, and either he was hiding his true level, or the item was extremely powerful, so much so that it ignored the level suppression effects. Tangjan said that no matter the method, at least Su Yang did not cause harm without reason, and considered him innocent. Tokugawa noted that for them, the boy might be innocent, but for the Elven Kingdom, he was definitely guilty. Suddenly, a temple employee burst into the temple and told Euphemia about the emergency, after which Euphemia announced that the meeting was temporarily suspended, as Attar, through Amino, had persuaded Shiva to go over to the demon's side. Amino decided to join the demons, believing that if it is not possible to become the strongest through heritage, it is necessary to contact the Abyss and take revenge on those who have offended him. Meanwhile, 20,000 people, legendary-level hunters, have already been transferred to the Abyss, of which more than 1,000 have completed demonization. The Temple of Rebirth did not turn a blind eye to these actions and sent hunters to prevent Shiva from becoming demons. Amino ordered that the Brahmins be converted into demons first, and that the Kshatriyas and commoners loyal to the temple be detained as hunters. Amino didn't want the plans to fail, and he himself went into the Abyss. During this time, the hunters were getting used to the changes in strength, and were looking forward to what lay ahead. However, their joy did not last long. Suddenly a young man came to them, whom everyone saw for the first time. They tried to attack him but were unsuccessful, and Su Yang said that he was a guide from the demon city who had come to guide the newly arrived hunters. He noted that he was one of the first hunters to turn into demons, and the high priest tasked him with escorting the new recruits. After some time, Su Yang took them to the city and explained what was going on. One of the now demons became curious to know where he came from. Su Yang replied that he was from Longjia, which surprised the others, but they were glad to meet him. They also asked if there were any rules in the demon city, such as not attacking each other. Su Yang explained that there is such a ban, and the demon priest punishes those who violate it. However, outside the city, in the Abyss, there are no restrictions. The law of the jungle reigns there. Whoever is stronger is right. After that, Su Yang took out his blade and cut off the head of one of the newly transformed demons. The rest were outraged and wanted revenge, but the same fate befell them. There is indeed a ban on attacks in the demon city, but not for Su Yang. He is the rule there. After being reborn, the boys wanted to tell Amino everything, but Su Yang killed them before they could leave the city. Thanks to this, he completed part of the first task of the 5-star quest, and if he continues at this pace, he will complete the quest today. Meanwhile, Livia became interested in Su Yang. At first glance, he seemed weak, but he killed the sixth transformation, being the fourth. Su Yang had already completed the first task of the quest. The next task was to kill 10 hunters outside the demon camp. In the shallow layers of the abyss, there were probably still many unconverted Brahmin aristocrats who would be enough to kill. But there was one catch. After death, they were reborn in the temple of Shiva's reincarnation. And if rumors about it spread, there would be problems. So someone was needed to guard the entrance. Meanwhile, he noticed the presence of Livia, who was secretly following him. Livia was surprised that Su Yang noticed her and asked what he wanted from her. Su Yang, as the guide, ordered the quest to be published. The demon hunters from the city must eliminate 10 unconverted fifth transformation Brahmin aristocrats. Livia was surprised and angry, considering the young man a weak guide, but he already dared to order her around. However, since the Lord had chosen the guide, she could not object and publish the task. The demons immediately set out to carry it out and began hunting the aristocrats. Even after death, they did not want to retreat, taking with them a few Shudras as a human shield. And before they had time to understand what was happening, someone cut off their heads. It was Su Yang, who at first felt sorry for killing them, but then, after learning who they really were, decided that they did not deserve to live. An hour later, Su Yang completed the second task of the 5-star quest, killing 10 hunters. After that, a hidden quest opened up. Go to the 60th level of the Abyss, kill the primordial demon boss, Abyssal Roar of the Abyss, and get the crystal core from it. The young man decided not to delay, took Athos with him, and went to explore the Abyss. After descending to level 60, he encountered the primordial demon boss of star level 150, Abyssal Rage Roar. The boss was surprised and angry that the young man came alone and said that he would kill him. 5 minutes later, the boss lay defeated on the ground. It seemed that the young man had come to the boss, but in fact the main boss was himself. The boss dropped a crystal core, which the young man had to bring to the statue. However, plans changed, and instead of completing the quest, he decided to go to the very bottom of the abyss. In order to obtain the dark power of the original Sin Lord, Su Yang must descend to the very bottom of the abyss. He can't do that now, so all he can do is grant power to the original Sin Kings and then ask them to pass it on to him. Besides, the time for connection has not yet been updated, and he will have to wait until tomorrow. But for now, the young man went to his now mansion. Lilith was waiting for him at the mansion, not understanding what was happening and demanding an explanation. Su Yang explained that she was currently in the Demon City. He had transferred her here because the Elven Kingdom was looking for her again, and asked her not to worry because she was safe with him and the servants would help if anything happened. Lilith didn't fully understand what was happening and how Su Yang ended up connected to demons, but she believed him. However, Su Yang continued to assure her that she would always be safe with him. Meanwhile, in the Elven Kingdom, they learned of Prince Eric's death, and the news shocked everyone. The head of Tassi admitted that he did not know the details of the incident, since at that time he was negotiating with people outside the secret kingdom. The queen was furious and ordered that the situation be dealt with immediately, and that those responsible be punished in the most severe manner. At this time, Euphemy was thinking about Shiva's Pandora's box, and what might happen if Shiva were to take advantage and join the ranks of the demons, and other countries followed suit. If this happens, the world will be plunged into chaos, and there will be no one to resist the invasion of the Red Moon. But the troubles did not end. At that moment, the elves, led by Carl Lawrence, entered the temple to find out the truth. Carl demanded that the killer of Eric and Alan be handed over immediately. Otherwise, their assistance would be replaced by slavery. Euphemy asked Carl to watch his words and said that as far as she knew, although the elf temple allowed one to reach the divine level, the last transformation was 200 years ago. She hinted that the divine level might have fallen over the past 200 years and asked if he was being overconfident in calling them a godless race. Carl himself, a level 453 great archmage of the 9th transformation, replied that maybe so, but they still had a level 500 demigod warrior and 2 strong warriors above level 450. This news shocked the rest of the hunters because in front of them was one of these strong warriors. Tangjen stated that this was only suppression by level, and if it was not divine, there was always hope to win. But it wasn't just about level suppression. The elves had 2 artifacts that could be equipped during combat. Carl noted that, according to Tassi, the country of Shiva inspires the most trust among the elves, and asked who its representative is. Euphemy explained that Shiva no longer belongs to the human world, as she chose to join the Abyss. This surprised Carl, and he asked who among those present was sincerely inclined towards an alliance and ready to hand over the murderer. Then Tokugawa, without hesitation, named the name of the killer, Su Yang from Longxia. Tangjan was furious at Tokugawa's actions, but it was no use because Tokugawa had already told everything. Karl demanded that Tangjan tell him where Suyang was now, but he refused. Karl was not satisfied with this answer and wanted to teach Tangjan a lesson. But one look from Euphemia was enough for him to change his mind and stop the attack. Meanwhile, Tokugawa pointed to Zhenxi and Weiliu, saying that they were survivors of the Secret Kingdom and could tell about Suyang's crimes. As a result, Karl took the girls away for interrogation, which Euphemia could not resist. Meanwhile, Libya entered the world and headed for the Holy City. Livia was unhappy with Suyang giving her orders one after another, but she couldn't disobey him because he had a lord behind him. This time, the young man told her to teach Karl a lesson, bring back Zhenxi and Velia, and was looking forward to seeing her strength. Despite the kindness and mercy of the elves, they were cruel and ready to kill anyone who disobeyed. Meanwhile, Libya found them to teach the impudent fellows a lesson. Karl tried to attack, but it was useless because, due to envy, Livia could seize the enemy's abilities and use them. So she took possession of Karl's abilities, albeit only for 10 minutes. After that, she improved the spell, turning it into the secret art Forbidden Spell, Great Meteor Extermination. Karl tried to use a shield to save himself from the attack, but it didn't work, and the elf was incinerated alive. Tokugawa tried to escape, but Livia caught up with him and used Forbidden Spell, Wind God Choke. This scared Gensai and Velia. They didn't understand what was happening and what would happen next. Would they really suffer the same fate as the others? However, everything was different, and opening a portal, Livia told them to follow her. At this time, Euphemia felt an incredibly strong energy suddenly flare up, and Karl and Tokugawa's auras instantly disappeared. After which Tokugawa found himself in the temple and told the high priestess about everything that had happened. Euphemia was surprised that she hadn't seen Zhenxi and Velia anywhere, and everything was the same as last time. The girls survived after their encounter with Lucifer outside the secret realm. Previously, they blamed Atar, thinking that he wanted to frame Lunxia for conspiring with the Abyss. But now he is in prison, and the girls again remained alive after meeting with Sin. Having eliminated all the options, Euphemia noted that there was only one left, Suyang. Meanwhile, Livia was trying to figure out what Suyang had in mind and why he needed so many women. Neither Gensai nor Velia understood what they were doing here, but suddenly Suyang came out of the mansion and greeted the girls. The girls were surprised to see the young man and asked what all this meant, but Suyang replied that he could not tell them anything yet. This made Gensai think that Suyang had decided to betray the humans and join the demons. She couldn't find any other explanation. Meanwhile, Suyang asked her if she still considered him a good person, as she said when he saved her from the elf. Gensai replied that she still believed him, or rather wanted to believe him, because she was sure that he had reasons to act this way. After this, the misunderstandings between them died down, and despite the oddities, they trusted Suyang. Yet, it scared Welia that Gensai was so confident that Suyang was truly a good person. Lilith didn't like that the young man was bringing other girls to the mansion again, and thus not paying attention to her. Suyang didn't know what to answer, so he just said that it was necessary, and he would pay more attention to Lilith in the future. After which the young man went to the throne, thinking about how to obtain the dark power of original sin in order to complete the 5th transformation. Now everything in the Abyss is going according to plan, but the world of the elves is a threat. So Suyang decided to wait for the boss's abilities to recharge and resurrect Samael, so that he could scout out the situation. If the elves' fighting strength was lower than he expected, the original Sin Kings would be able to take over the Elven Kingdom, and by killing the Lord, Suyang would become the ruler of 3 factions at once. This was the young man's plan, to create a world where people and demons could live in harmony, and elves were doomed to be slaves. Suyang did not forget about the state of Shiva, whom he also wanted to repay for their deeds. Meanwhile, Euphemia was wondering if it was true that Suyang had joined the demons and submitted to the Lord, since all the evidence pointed to him. Therefore, the priestess decided to approach the statue and request records of Suyang's change of profession. Of course, all these 5-star transformations might be difficult for ordinary hunters, but if the youth is the incarnation of the original Sin Lord, it is a piece of cake for him. Euphemia wanted to discuss this topic with Bai Ling and ask her a few questions regarding Suyang. In the name of the sacred statue, Euphemia ordered Bai Ling to tell her everything she knew about Suyang. Bai Ling was surprised that even Euphemia knew about Suyang, but she still didn't understand how she thought about him. When Bai Ling said that she would tell the priestess in detail about all his heroic deeds, she was stunned. After that, Bai Ling told her everything she knew about the young man, every single one of his transformation quests and battles with the Red Moon. Bai Ling didn't hide anything and proudly talked about all the so-called exploits of the young man. However, from her words, Euphemia understood one thing. Bai Ling was head over heels in love with Su Yang, so asking her about anything was useless. However, Euphemia asked if there was anything else between her and Su Yang that she hadn't told her about. The only thing Bai Ling didn't mention was how she had removed Su Yang's curse of scarlet withering, because talking about it made her feel embarrassed. The High Priestess decided not to ask any further questions and only asked to tell Su Yang that she really wanted to talk to him. Despite all the evidence against Su Yan, Euphemia hoped until the very end that she was just winding herself up and that everything was wrong. Meanwhile, Amino, along with the rest of the members of Shiva's state, were walking around the abyss, already being demons. But suddenly Amino was grabbed by one of the demons and declared that in the name of the High Priest of the Demons, he was accused of disrespect for the ruler and was sentenced to death. Amino denied his words, saying that everything was not so, and he was faithful to the ruler until the end of his days. However, if Amino wanted to dispute anything, he had only one option: to go to the great monarch and tell him everything. After some time, the demons delivered Amino to Libya, where he also denied his guilt, claiming that he had done nothing that could offend the monarch. Livia became furious when Amino spoke to her, considering him a worthless weakling who shouldn't be allowed to do such a thing, and then kicked him with all her might. At the same time, Su Yang appeared and asked Amino if he didn't understand why he was sentenced to death for insulting the monarch. Amino looked up and was shocked, not understanding what Su Yang was doing here. The young man told him again who he was and added that he could now be considered the crown prince of the abyss. Su Yang recalled that he and his brother had once planned to kill everyone in the dragon spirit secret realm, including him. However, their even greater mistake was that after the failure, they betrayed the people and joined the demons, where Su Yang was already waiting for them. Amino was angry at Su Yan and wanted to take revenge on him for everything: the death of his brother, the people of Shiva, and the harm caused to him. Su Yang didn't even have to answer because Livia stood up for him and took Amino's skill for herself. Moreover, Livia noted that the assassination attempt on the Lord's Guide aggravates Amino's guilt, and his skill is ideal for torture. As a result, Amino was tortured to death by his own snakes. What goes around comes around. Meanwhile, Su Yang told Livia to regard the new demon hunters from Shiva as an inferior race and only use them as servants. Having rested with Shiva, the young man decided not to stop and move on to the kingdom of the elves, as well as to another traitor, Tokugawa. Meanwhile, Karl returned to the palace to tell about what had happened and the small problems. Karl himself did not understand who the woman was who attacked them, and where she got so much strength that she instantly killed everyone. Karl was sure that she was from the abyss, but he did not know how to tell the queen about everything. The queen greeted Karl and immediately asked where Eric's killer was. Falling to his knees, Karl reported that Prince Eric's killer was a youth from the human world named Su Yang, from the Longxia clan, who had subdued the Black Dragon. The queen became angry and asked again where Su Yang was now. In a trembling voice, Karl said that initially there were 2 survivors in the secret kingdom, who perhaps knew the whole truth, but on the way back they were attacked by a demon and they all died. Karl added that the demon was incredibly powerful and apparently one of the kings of original sin. This caused a violent reaction among the elves. No one could believe that the demon was so strong that he killed Lord Karl. Given the situation, the elves suggested that the queen, in parallel with the search for the killer, speed up the conclusion of an alliance with people in order to first deal with the abyss. The queen noted that since all her subjects agreed, in the name of the holy goddess of nature, she was ready to temporarily forget personal quarrels and enter into an alliance with people against the abyss. However, the investigation into Eric's death will continue, stating that the killer's blood will be the price for the blood of the royal family. In the Elven kingdom, the black dragons have long been extinct. The elves have destroyed 95 black dragons, but no one has inherited the blood of the ancient devourer. Therefore, the queen was sure that the young man was unlikely to be lucky enough to possess the blood of the ancient devourer, and that killing him would be easy. Meanwhile, the cooldown for connecting to the boss was refreshed, and Su Yang became the overlord again. At the same time, he wanted to understand the limitations of the new semi-artifact, the Wrath King's armor, which required killing 100,000 star-level demons, 1,000 starlight demons, 100 shining moon demons, and 10 scorching sun demons. At first glance, it seemed difficult, but not for Su Yan, who possessed the power of a sovereign, for whom it only took an instant. In an instant, he killed all the demons needed to remove the restrictions from the half-artifact. Immediately after this, he summoned Lucifer and ordered him to hand over the semi-artifact to its guide, himself. Meanwhile, he asked her what she thought of his guide, to which Lucifer replied that the guide was the choice of the ruler, and she had no right to question his choice. At the same time, Livia approached him, saying that there was a matter that required his attention and asked for an audience. Livia came to him to tell him about the resistance to the Red Moon invasion because she knew nothing about it, was confused, and wanted to hear an explanation from the Lord. Su Yang was surprised that the Abyss had never encountered the Red Moon before, however. Since the Job Transfer Temple already had a well-established system related to the Red Moon, the youth decided to simply borrow it. And before the young man could begin his speech, something strange suddenly happened. Out of the blue, for unknown reasons, the very same Red Moon invasion began. Moreover, the Crimson Gates were activated in the Abyss, where nothing was previously known about the Red Moon. From the Crimson Gate, monsters of the Crimson Withering began to emerge, the first of which was a level 100 Whispering Chaos. Lucifer immediately tried to destroy it, but her attacks did not affect the monster in any way. This really surprised Lucifer and angered Livia, who asked her if she couldn't deal with such trash. After which, Livia attacked the monster, piercing its body with a blow, but even she could not kill it. Su Yang was surprised that even attacks from god-level kings were useless. And in that case, the legend that only a chosen hero could defeat the Scarlet Withering was true. However, no matter what the legends were, for the Lord of Original Sin to wipe the monster off the face of the earth was a piece of cake. However, it didn't end there, and suddenly a giant eye appeared from the Crimson Gate looking straight at the ruler. Su Yang understood what this meant. He felt a monstrous pressure, but he did not think of retreating and advanced straight to the gate. But no matter how powerful the original Sin Lord was, even he couldn't resist the pressure of the Scarlet Withering. It suppressed him without a chance to escape. But what kind of ruler is he then if he cannot resist anything? As a result, Su Yang was unable to explore the world beyond the Crimson Gate, as he was barely able to escape from there due to the incredible pressure. Lucifer and Livia noted that the Lord's soul seemed to have changed slightly strangely. It seemed that he had been subjected to the Scarlet Desecration. Su Yang stated that it didn't matter, and suggested that they first continue the previous conversation by telling them what the Red Moon was. After this, the Lord ordered Livia to spread the news of the Red Moon, and if the Crimson Gates appear, to immediately kill the heretics coming out of them, and bring him the Red Moon crystals. Moreover, he promised to grant a thread of primordial power to anyone who brought 1,000 Red Moon crystals. At the same time, Euphemy was perplexed. Not even half a month had passed since the last Red Moon, and another one had appeared, in addition to the Abyss, world bosses, and a bunch of problems with the Elven Kingdom. Euphemy did not understand what was happening to the world and prayed to God to send the faithful servants a true savior, who would lead them out of this hopeless future. Su Yang decided to visit Lilith, and as soon as he opened the door, the elf immediately threw herself into his arms, because she had a nightmare that the Red Moon had swallowed him, which frightened her. However, their conversation was interrupted by Lucifer, who came to give him a small gift from the ruler. Lucifer didn't have the best opinion of the conductor, and handed over the half-artifact without even looking at the young man. Meanwhile, the demons hunted the Scarlet Withering monsters and tried to obtain as many Red Moon crystals as possible. Lucifer also wanted the crystals, so she killed anyone who dared to steal them from her eyes. She also wondered why the Lord chose Su Yang as his guide, since he was as weak as an ant and possessed by lust, which dishonored the king's dignity. However, Lucifer wanted to be the first to obtain 1,000 Red Moon crystals, in order to receive the thread of the original power as a reward. At the same time, new Crimson Gates opened near Lucifer, from which new monsters emerged. This time it was the god-level Scarlet Withering monster, Old Times Chanter. Lucifer wanted to deal with him right away by piercing his body with a demonic spear, but the attack didn't work. Furthermore, the monster responded to her with the attack Blood Tide of Destruction, declaring that the Red Moon would destroy everyone in its path. In response, Lucifer activated a barrier that instantly suppressed the monster's attack. His arrogance angered Lucifer, so she decided to immediately finish him off with a more powerful attack. However, Lucifer still received some damage because, as the Lord predicted, the level of the enemies in the Crimson Gates was synchronized with the level of the target. Meanwhile, she wondered who the target of the level 100 monster that attacked them was, whether it had accidentally entered the throne room. For killing a god-level monster, Lucifer received a whopping 8,000 Red Moon crystals, enough for 8 threads of primordial power, and was already looking forward to giving them to the ruler. Meanwhile, Su Yang had completed the 5th transformation quest, and his skills and stats had increased several times again. Thanks to the fact that the youth had countless experience reserves, he immediately raised his level to the maximum allowed. Despite this, he still had a lot of experience left in reserve, and his profession was changed to Soul Reaper. Moreover, he completed the hidden task, after which the merger began to confirm the completion. After the merger, there was a sudden surge of impurity belonging to Su Yan. Then an aura similar to the appearance of a lord appeared, which made all the demons and original Sin Kings tense up. Gensi and Velia also felt this aura, and initially thought that a gate had appeared nearby. The pressure of such a monstrous aura made Vela's legs feel like they were giving out, and she asked Gensai to use Farsight magic as soon as possible. Using magic, Gensei was surprised by what she saw and realized that all the monstrous aura was coming from Su Yang. The thing is that for completing the secret quest Song of Darkness, the young man opened the fallen form of the Soul Reaper, which allows him to release darkness for 5 minutes, and now he can grant or deprive the power of the 7 original sins. This was a real revelation for Su Yang, because the ability that was supposed to be unlocked only after killing the Overlord was unlocked much earlier, albeit only for 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Lucifer and Livia approached him, and the former demanded an explanation of how he dared to accept the power of the ruler, forcing the children of the Abyss to kneel, being only a guide. Su Yang didn't like this attitude, so he wanted to teach them a lesson to make them understand that he was not just a guide. After this, he used his power against Lucifer and Livia, angering them even more. But what was even more surprising was that after his attack, their abilities suddenly disappeared. In the end, Lucifer acknowledged Su Yang's strength, but warned him to remember his place, stating that usurping the sovereign's power was unacceptable. After this, envy and pride left, only telling the young man at parting that they would keep a close eye on him. Meanwhile, Su Yang went to the demonic statue to complete another 5-star quest, but for the 6th transformation. This time, he had to single-handedly kill the boss of the Shining Moon level, the Demon Lord Lovik, to prove his strength. While this might have been an impossible task for others, for Su Yang it was as easy as pie. Meanwhile, he became curious about what would happen if he absorbed the boss with the power of gluttony, and how much his stats would increase in that case. Deciding not to think for long, Su Yang went to the 90th level of the Abyss, where Lovik himself lived. Having met with Lovik, he told the young man that according to the latest laws of the Abyss, promulgated by Livia, for every 100 levels of the Abyss, 10 levels are given to the demonic nobility for development. So he asked Su Yang whose command he was serving under, since he allowed himself to break the rules without fear of punishment from Livia. However, Lovik stated that it does not matter whose subordinate the young man is, for the main law of the Abyss is the survival of the strongest. Su Yan also had something to say to Lovik, and using the pride skill, he knocked the boss to his knees, and since he was recognized as weak, he could no longer cause any harm to the youth. Lovik began to apologize to Su Yang, saying that he did not immediately recognize the guide and asked for forgiveness, granting him the mercy of sparing his life. However, Su Yang said that he was going to test his new powers on him right now, so it was better for him not to resist and do whatever he told him to do. Having tested the abilities of pride, Su Yang decided to immediately try the skills of greed, sacrificing one of his items to take possession of an item of the same level from the enemy, after which he asked Lovik if he had any star-level equipment, and he replied that he did and was ready to give it all. Moreover, he also had a lot of Shining Moon-level equipment. Su Yang said that there was no need for that, as he only wanted to replace his Star Dagger, which was a bit outdated, and then use the greed skill against Lovik. The young man mastered the shield of Lovik called Demon's Roar of the star level, which has the effect of Unstoppable, which grants immunity to any type of control and reduces damage taken by 50%. Having experienced pride and greed, the young man decided to use laziness for the last time. This is a major sin that creates an area around the owner in which all items, equipment, and skills become invalid. Su Yang cast a forbidden spell on Lovik and ordered him to use it against him, but the monster failed, making a bit of noise and then simply disappearing. The young man was incredibly happy that he had acquired such powerful skills, but the mana consumption was also monstrous, and he almost ran out of it in just a second. There was another great sin that Su Yang wanted to experience: lust, but he decided to put it off for another time. As a result, after finishing the test of sins, Su Yang cut off Lovik's head and thus completed the quest. At the same time, the royal court was concerned about the disappearance of Lilith, and the issue of an alliance with people was being decided. Meanwhile, the queen was informed that her daughter was in Su Yang's hands, and there were people who personally saw her entering and leaving his house. This really angered the queen, because a certain Su Yang not only arbitrarily tamed a black dragon, which is considered a harbinger of disaster, brutally killed her son Eric, but also kidnapped her beloved daughter. For these 3 sins, in the name of the holy goddess of nature and the royal family of the elves, the queen gave the order to kill Su Yang, as well as destroy all witnesses, leaving no one alive. She also ordered Karl to go to the human world again to discuss the alliance and choose a day to begin the expedition to the abyss, and temporarily handed him the royal artifact, branch of the sacred tree blessed by the goddess. The queen said to use the artifact to frighten the ignorant people, so that they would understand that the power of the elves goes far beyond their imagination. In addition, this artifact can be used if any of the Sin Kings attacks again to destroy them immediately. Immediately after this, the queen declared the meeting over and spilled her royal blood on the branch. She considered this a necessary measure to ensure the death of the young man, and the royal blood itself significantly strengthens the branch and reveals its full power. Moreover, she also endowed Karl with the blood of the original source so that he would find her as soon as possible, and the blood itself was supposed to help him in this. After Karl left, the queen asked Marita what she had learned to be so obsessed with the return of her cursed daughter, and even willing to sacrifice priceless primordial blood. Marita, the high priestess of the elves, said that this was an order from God and that she would soon understand everything herself. And besides, the survival of the royal court depended on it. Meanwhile, Su Yang was watching Karl and learned that he and the other elves were currently heading to the human world to kill him. Meanwhile, the young man was worried about how the other boys would react if the elves revealed his location, and he hoped that he would not be considered a traitor. At the same time, he didn't care what others thought of him, because history is remembered only by the victors, and once Su Yang defeated the original Sin Lord, all suspicions would instantly dissipate. After that, the young man went to the demonic statue to complete the 5-star quest for the 6th transformation. After switching to a new transformation, Su Yang immediately raised his level to 173, using up all of his experience reserves. In addition to increasing the maximum level to 200, the young man also received 2,000 points of free characteristics, increased the effect of passive skills, and in addition mastered the forbidden spell of the 2nd level of Fire Element, Hell of Azure Flame. However, he suddenly felt someone's presence nearby, and it was Livia again, secretly watching him. When he asked her why she was following him and if anything had happened, Livia replied that everything was fine. The girl herself did not understand how he managed to reveal her again, and how his strength could increase so quickly, because now you couldn't tell that he was a simple bug. However, Su Yang had more important things to do than interrogate Livia about why she was watching him. Having reconnected to the boss, the young man resurrected another sin, Belphegor's laziness, whose characteristics were monstrously powerful. He wanted to do the same with Belphegor as he did with the other sins, accept their lives as a tribute and grant them death until they were called upon again. Belphegor replied that laziness contained stability, and death was the highest form of peace, so she was ready to give her life. By killing Belphegor, Su Yang gained a whopping 18 billion experience points, enough to raise his level to 198. He also obtained her Source of Power, which grants immunity to the effects of the Abyss up to level 600, and her Essence, which increases health by 50 million, and physical and magical defense by 50,000. In addition, he acquired a very powerful material, Belphegor Silver Body, and the forbidden semi-divine magic, Wall of Eternity, which gives complete invulnerability to physical damage for 1 minute, but makes it impossible to use skills. In addition, he received an artifact from the Confrontation of Sins series, Weapon of Justice, connected with the soul of Belphegor and possessing the theft of characteristics against a combat target. 30% resistance and 20% health, and also creating the same field of laziness. All 7 great artifacts had similar abilities. Their purpose was to create the core of a cleansing squad endowed with the same powers. And if the young man manages to collect all 7 artifacts, it will mean that he himself will become an entire army. Meanwhile, he called Lucifer and Livia to report to him on the progress of the Red Moon Crystals collection. The Demon Temple collected a total of 2,310 crystals, and all the demon people were sincerely happy to present them to the Lord. Livia thought she had wiped Lucifer's nose, but when she presented 8,000 crystals, the question of who would win their competition was closed. After which, as the Lord had previously promised, for their efforts in obtaining the Red Moon Crystals, he rewarded the best with the thread of original sin and kept his word. However, what was more important to Su Yang were the crystals, thanks to which he could now use his Crimson Blade. Moreover, with the help of the same Crimson Blade, the young man could erase the original sins from this world. But to kill them, a lot of crystals were required. Before letting Livia go, he instructed her to give the gift to the guide, since Lucifer had done it last time. After Livia left, he asked Lucifer to stay, saying he wanted to look at the wounds she received after fighting the Crimson Wither. After touching it, Su Yang confirmed his suspicions. The Scarlet Withering was growing stronger, and the Scarlet Filth was becoming an increasingly greater threat after fighting it. Even Lucifer, despite her strength, could not completely avoid the infection, but only managed to suppress its spread. However, with the help of the Lord's power, he was able to heal Lucifer and transform the Scarlet Wither into crystals. Meanwhile, he also told Lucifer that if she were to suddenly become infected, she should not endure it, but should immediately contact him. In the end, thanks to the demons, and especially Lucifer, Su Yang collected a total of about 13,000 red moon crystals. So he decided that there was no longer any reason to delay, and the time had come to seriously test himself in action. Meanwhile, a delegation from the Elven kingdom arrived in the Holy City, and with them the second prince of the kingdom, Andel Sevalaya, a level 250 blessed knight of the seventh transformation. Of course, the first to meet them was Tokugawa from the Flower Kingdom, for it was he who most of all desired an alliance with the elves for selfish purposes. In addition, Tokugawa wanted Karl to help him level up as quickly as possible, and then he could finally take revenge on Tongjan and the others. However, he was afraid of Tongjan like fire, and even Karl noticed this, so he considered Tokugawa a non-entity, and yet having an internal agent was very useful for him. Meanwhile, Andel turned to Tongjan and ordered him and the rest of the Longxia members to leave the alliance meeting. At this point, Lin Sanchong, the deputy head of the Immortal Martial Union, a level 354 ninth transformation Zodiac warrior, intervened in the conversation and demanded an explanation from the elf. Karl regarded this as disrespect to the second prince, and immediately took out a branch to teach Lin Sanchong a lesson. Without the slightest hesitation, he attacked it with the destructive power of the branch, enhanced by the blood of the queen. When Tangjan asked what was going on in the kingdom, Karl replied that they had specifically included the prince in the second delegation to demonstrate their loyalty. He also noted that since Eric and Lilith's killers were from Longxia, for Andel's peace of mind, they were forced to ask the Longxia delegates to leave the alliance meeting. Andel also added that if they were ready to hand over his brother's killer, then he could show mercy and not exclude Longxia from the further alliance. Moreover, Karl stated that the Elven delegation would only go to the Holy Temple to participate in the meeting after all of the Longxia representatives were expelled from the Holy City. However, such impudent behavior and open disrespect for people did not please Euphemia either. Moreover, it made her angry. First, she healed Lin Sanchong and then aimed the shot at Karl. Using the same branch, Karl was able to easily repel Euphemia's attack with his own counterattack. Meanwhile, Euphemia asked Karl to watch his behavior and words, because politeness requires politeness in return. Karl thanked her for her guidance and was surprised at the same time, because it seemed that Euphemia had an artifact that could counter the branch of the sacred tree blessed by the goddess. He also urged Euphemia to sort out the problems that had arisen. Otherwise, the upset second prince would probably not be able to sign the alliance treaty. After that, Euphemia personally spoke with Tangjan to find out his opinion on the elves' demands. In Tongjan's own opinion, the problem lay with Su Yang. The elves thought too highly of him, to the point that it was even confusing. He noted that the death of the Elven prince alone would not have been a reason for such a violent reaction, and there must have been some other, more compelling reason. Euphemia replied that she agreed with Tangjan and that she also had some guesses about the young man. However, before the priestess could finish speaking, a global announcement from the system appeared that the third artifact from the Confrontation of Sins series had been received. This caused quite a shock, and Tangjan asked Euphemia who could possibly do such a thing, and whether she knew about it from the very beginning. Euphemia decided not to hide her answer, and stated that the person who had obtained the three artifacts could very well be Su Yang, which surprised Tangjan even more. The priestess noted that if they looked back and remembered what they knew, starting with the mysterious mind control, the sudden appearance of Lucifer, and the rescue of Gensi and Valia. From the beginning, they suspected Atar of everything, but after he was sealed, events continued to spiral out of control. Moreover, after the incident in the Dragon Spirit secret realm, the young man had disappeared without a trace, and now Gensi and Velia had also gone missing, which Euphemia found very suspicious. Tangjan noted that he also had suspicions regarding the youth, but he denied them in every possible way, citing the fact that Su Yang was only at the 4th transformation level, after which Euphemia put forward a guess that Su Yang was actually the Lord of the Abyss. However, this turned out to be a joke, and Euphemia explained to Tangjan that she had initially seriously assumed this, But after careful investigation, she had almost ruled out such a possibility. However, she was sure that the young man had a deep and intricate connection with the abyss, and perhaps it was he who possessed the power of the Lord of Original Sin. According to the priestess herself, after all, if someone can control the Lord at will, then killing the original sin and getting his artifact will not be difficult. But on the other hand, the temple's influence covers the entire world, which means there should be some clues, but after the information about the third artifact appeared, the temple did not receive the slightest information. Therefore, Euphemy is confident that right now, the one who received the three artifacts of original sins is directly in the abyss itself. As for whether all of this could be Su Yang's doing, Euphemia and the others were just guessing, as there was no confirmation of this. Meanwhile, Tongjian noted that it all started with the secret realm of the dragon spirit. Euphemy supported his words, saying that it all really started from there, and she suspected that the young man had inherited something that connected him to the abyss and granted him incredible strength, and in that case, everything fits together. Tangjian pointed out that it made sense, and he himself had survived Lucifer's attack. But if that was the case, then why didn't Su Yang tell them the truth? Euphemy noted that he must have his own reasons, and for now she just hoped that they would have the opportunity to meet the young man in person. Then she would know the whole truth without guessing. After this, Euphemia changed the topic of conversation and wanted to discuss the idea of an alliance, to which Tongjian stated that Longxia was withdrawing from it, but this did not mean that they had given up on conquering the abyss. Tangjian was confident that even without outside help, they would be able to defeat the original Sin Lord and obtain the artifact with their own hands, and yet they decided to leave the alliance. Soon, Tangjian left the temple and a meeting of the alliance began, where the prince was to voice his conditions. However, from the very beginning, things did not go as expected by the others. Andel put his feet on the table, thereby showing disrespect, and told Euphemia to shut up and listen to his conditions. His behavior surprised everyone, but no one could object, because Andel was the second prince of the kingdom. Andel stated that since it was the humans who first turned to the elves for help, then when dividing the spoils, they should receive 60%, and the humans 40%. In addition, he demanded that the remaining 4 artifacts from the Confrontation of Sin series be given to the elves as well. Such statements by Bouquet and Corellin could not be left unanswered, and they called this demand outrageous. However, Andel stated that he didn't care because 3 artifacts had already been found, and apparently someone from the people had taken possession of them, so they should look for the rat among their own. As a result, after much discussion and debate, the humans eventually agreed to the demands of the Elven Kingdom, and thus an alliance between humans and elves was officially concluded, with the first attack on the abyss planned for a month later. After this, Andel and the others went to the capital of Lungxia, the Dragon City. The little girl, seeing the elf for the first time, was incredibly surprised and wanted to go up to him to greet him. However, one of the elves struck the ground powerfully, and the shockwave threw the girl several meters away. From the very beginning, the elves despised people and did not even hide it. They did not care who was in front of them. They were ready to raise their hand against anyone. Watching this, Su Yang realized that it was time to take action and make the elves pay for their disrespect and arrogance. Taking Lucifer with him, he went to the Dragon City to show the elves what the real difference in power was. Meanwhile, other hunters tried to stop the elves, but no one succeeded. And of course, Tangjian couldn't ignore such antics of the elves, so as soon as he learned about it, he immediately went to them. Tangjian asked Lin Sanchong to erect a shield so that no civilians would be harmed, and in the meantime, he asked the elves if they had really done all this. Anger got the better of him, and without thinking twice, he clenched his fist and aimed it straight at the offending elf. His blow was so powerful that it penetrated several meters of the ground, and it seemed that it left nothing of the elf except memories. Tangjian noted that they only respected those who respected them, so he asked the elves if their actions showed any respect for the people of Longxia. To which Andel replied that etiquette was the business of nobles, and that the people of Lungxia were simple peasants. Tangjian did not like this manner of speaking, and in the meantime he said that in Longxia, all people are equal, and there is no concept of peasant or nobleman, and asked Andel what the purpose of his visit was, after which Karl intervened in their conversation, saying that they came here to find Su Yang, who was accused of 3 crimes: taming a black dragon, killing Eric and other elves, and kidnapping Lilith. Karl noted that they didn't care whether the boy tamed the dragon on his own or not. He needed approval from the royal court, because their family classifies the black dragon as a seed of disaster that must be destroyed where it appears. However, Tang Jian warned Carl that if they came here to find the young man, they would most likely leave disappointed because no one knew where he was. To which Carl said that they only needed free rule over the entire territory of Lungxia, and they would somehow manage to find Su Yang themselves. Lin Sanchong was furious and called the elves' demands a blatant insult to their nation. Without thinking twice, Carl took out a branch, stating that they could try to stop them, but the consequences would be dire. Tang Jian couldn't ignore such disrespect, and using his skill that temporarily increased his strength tenfold, he said that it was time to settle everything in battle. However, no matter how strong Tang Jian's attack was, it was not difficult for Carl to stop it with the branch. And immediately after that, he attacked Tang Jian, piercing his body with dozens of branches. After this, Tang Jian fell to the ground and did not move as he had received critical damage. Just at this time, Su Yang and Lucifer appeared, whose appearance caused a huge shock to the others. Andel immediately ordered Carl to protect him, to which he confidently stated that it would not be a problem, because they had the Queen's artifact. Tang Jian was also surprised by Lucifer's appearance, and didn't understand why she was here, but what he was most curious about was who was next to her. Could it be Su Yang? Su Yang, meanwhile, ordered Lucifer to draw all the elven forces into his domain, and leave the second prince to him. The young man then rushed at Andel when he tried to defend himself, using a shield that completely blocked any attack from a creature below the 8th rank. However, despite Andel using his shield, Su Yang was able to destroy it without any difficulty, and smashed the elf's face with a powerful punch. Immediately after that, he dealt him a series of more blows, one after another. Andel stated that even if he died right now, he would still be resurrected in the Elven temple, and then the Elven legions would crush the abyss. He also said that he would report to the Queen about Lungxia and give the order for their nation to be wiped off the face of the earth. But Su Yan had completely different plans for this matter, and taking out his crimson blade, he declared that the elf would not have such a chance. After this, he cut his body apart, and from then on, Andel was erased from existence and banished into eternal oblivion. This caused incredible shock among the other guys. No one could understand why the elf's aura disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Lucifer's barrier began to crumble little by little, because her power in the human world was different from what she had in the abyss. But suddenly Carl noticed that he couldn't feel Andel's aura anywhere, as if it had completely disappeared from the world. Su Yang looked at him and smiled, saying that there was no need to worry just because a dog like that died, and named him next. After which, Carl used the branch and took the lives of several elves in order to thereby strengthen its power. Then real chaos began. The elf seemed to completely lose control of himself and began to destroy everything around him. Lucifer said that their fight was not over yet, but before she could blink, Carl immediately attacked her. It was an incredibly monstrous force that even the strongest of the 7 original sins could not withstand. The young man, meanwhile, tried to attack Carl while he was focused on Lucifer, but he saw him in time and managed to use the power of the branch against him. However, Su Yang continued to dodge his attacks and eventually managed to get as close to him as possible. Carl tried to pierce his body with the power of the branch, but since the youth was under the effect of the demon's roar shield, he did not receive significant damage. But no matter what, the difference in strength between Carl and Su Yang was like a chasm, mostly due to the difference in the power of the items. After Carl's death, Su Yang took the branch for himself, after which Lucifer was freed from the clutches of the weapon. Lucifer asked him what he had just done, but the young man did not answer, only saying that there were some things they did not need to know. Tang Jian, barely speaking, thanked the stranger for his help and asked him who he really was, suspecting that it was that same Su Yang. At the same time, Queen Savaraya also suddenly stopped feeling the aura of Andel and Carl, as if they both disappeared without being reborn in the temple. The queen ordered to immediately find out what happened to Andel and Carl, why they were not resurrected in the temple, and where the rest of the delegation were. Savara even thought that it was Su Yang who somehow wiped them off the face of the earth without leaving a trace. But she had given Carl a divine artifact that was supposed to protect him from something like that. After some time, the surviving members of the delegation ran to the queen and told her everything that had happened. Upon hearing their story, the queen became furious and ordered everyone to leave her hall immediately. Savara noted that whoever might appear next to Lucifer could not be weak, meaning the stranger probably possessed monstrous power, so she ordered Marita to prepare an appeal for a divine prognosis to the sacred tree. To address the sacred tree, one must shed elven royal blood as an offering and tribute to the tree. As soon as the queen shed blood, the tree trembled, as if it had seen something truly terrible. At that moment, the tree opened its eyes and showed what had happened to Karl in his bloody, fleeting death. Savaraya couldn't believe what she saw, how someone could wipe the strongest elf off the face of the earth. She had never seen such power before. After this, the divine oracle of the sacred tree left a message to the elves, ordering them to kill the mysterious man at any cost. And although the oracle did not show his face, it united his aura and soul into a spiritual sign, and whoever wears it will instantly reveal himself, because it is impossible to hide from the inside of the deity. The queen ordered to put aside all disputes with people and concentrate efforts on conquering the abyss, as well as to find this mysterious man and kill him at any cost. Su Yang, meanwhile, had mastered the powerful artifact, the branch of the sacred tree blessed by the goddess, which granted a number of attributes, protection, and also incredible power. As the young man expected, the artifact turned out to be monstrously powerful, and now it became clear why even Lucifer was unable to deal critical damage to Karl. However, the young man could not use the artifact because it was only available to those who belonged to the royal court. However, Su Yang was sure that there was a loophole to use the artifact, so he decided to ask Lilith about it. But contrary to all the hopes of the young man, Lilith saw this artifact for the first time and did not even know that it belonged to her family. Lilith was also pleasantly surprised that the young man was able to kill Karl and saw a real hero in him. Regarding the artifact, Lilith told Su Yang that she had read in ancient texts that royal blood was needed to awaken its full power. The elf decided to test this in practice and slightly pricked her finger with the sharp tip of a branch, after which Su Yang felt the artifact's aura begin to change, most likely due to the effect of the ancestral curse. In addition, the branch's attributes were reduced by 10%. Lilith apologized, saying that she didn't know about it, but Su Yang reassured her, saying that everything was fine. The young man himself wanted to wait until he met the queen herself and force her to tell him everything personally. Immediately after that, Su Yang went into the abyss again to kill a group of monsters and increase his level to 200. He chopped down monsters one after another, and if experience was also awarded for kills with the Crimson Blade, he would have reached the maximum level allowed long ago. Meanwhile, he watched what was happening in the temple and was wary of the Elf Queen, being sure that she was trying to find him. At the same time, a demon attacked him from behind, deciding that the young man had let his guard down and would become easy prey. But everything turned out the other way around, and this demon became the last one. Su Yang finally raised his level to 200. However, after killing him, Su Yang felt as if something had gone wrong and an unknown change had occurred in the world. And this premonition turned out to be correct. After the youth reached the level, the system made a worldwide announcement that there were only 4 conditions left until the restoration of the original Sin Lord.